While Chan Yi was going around exterminating the enemies, the great emperors beside Yifutian sealed up the heavenly imperial city. Standing in different locations, they unleashed the divine domain of the Great Path to prevent the gods of the human realm from killing indiscriminately. In another place, Yi Wuchen, Yaya, and Sword Master of Lihin moved together in a group to set up a sword matrix. At that time, one of the gods entered the sword matrix and threw a domineering punch that broke the void, smashing the sword will into pieces. Fang Xiyuan held a golden divine spear in his hand in another scene. It was emanating an overwhelming divine power of the source of the Great Path. The divine artifact held in the hands of the core members of the great emperors were treasures born in the heavenly path world of Yifutian. In the opposite direction, a god with a burly figure walked toward them with a black overlord spear that was brimming with divine power in his hand. The void would tremble with every step he took. Bang! After he launched an attack, the overlord's spear tore the fabric of space-time and pierced through the atmosphere, firing at Fang Xiyuan. In response, the latter intensified his intent of battle and poured his divine power into the golden divine spear. Thrusting his weapon forward, it turned into a bolt of magnificent golden lightning that cracked the air in the atmosphere, aiming at the opponent. At the collision of the two spears, the entire scenery turned into what seemed like an apocalypse, destroying everything in the atmosphere nearby. Fang Xiyuan was sent flying backward by the impact. Right then, he turned around and headed into the sky, getting further away from the battlefield. After all, this place could not handle having so many great emperors clashing with each other at the same time. Wasting no time, his opponent tailed him and headed to the sky. The father and son duo Blind Tai and Tai Tu stood together in another location. They both unleashed their intimidating divine powers while holding hammers of Tianxin that were packed with frightening energies in their hands to watch over that place. After noticing an approaching god, they swung their divine hammers and battled their enemy. A war between the gods broke out in different locations simultaneously. The size of their war zone was extremely vast. In the blink of an eye, they expanded it from the scale of the heavenly imperial city to the entire continent. Even though it was impossible for the great emperors of the heavenly realm to lock their enemies within a small space, stalling or luring the latter from the battlefield so that their fights would not affect the common people was manageable. Fortunately, their opponents did not deliberately attack the weaker cultivators. After all, most of them were ancient Tianxin, so they were somewhat reluctant to do so. The War of the Gods erupted in multiple locations at the same time. Rumble. A violent resonant sound caught the attention of many cultivators. After lowering their heads, they noticed that the heavenly imperial city was moving. They were taken aback by the sight of it. No. It's not just the heavenly imperial city, but the whole continent. A person was stunned after realizing the fact. Those who witnessed the bizarre sighting remained in the same spot as they watched the heavenly imperial city getting further away from them. The cultivators who remained in the city didn't dare to fly, so they just let themselves be dragged away alongside the entire city. Shortly after, they noticed that the war zone was gradually moving further from them. It looked like someone was pulling the whole continent. Eventually, the heavenly imperial city became small in the eyes of the other cultivators. The whole continent was moved away to a far-off distance from the battlefield. Soon after, they caught sight of a massive phantasm of a divine dragon that occupied a huge part of the sky, pulling the entire continent away until it became minuscule. After that, the silhouette of the divine dragon moved toward the war zone in the sky steadily. A while later, they spotted a stunning woman at the scene, and she was none other than Dong Wang Diyuan. She was the one who summoned the ancestral dragon to pull the continent away from the war zone. With that, there were only the gods left on the battleground. In short, it had become the battlefield of the gods. Whoosh! A silhouette took a step forward and turned into a flash of lightning while staring down at Dong Wang Diyuan with a sharp look. After waving his hand, a sky river of swords manifested in the firmament and split open the atmosphere, slashing at Dong Wang Diyuan at lightning speed. If this slash were to hit Dong Wang Diyuan, she might not get away unscathed, although she had reached the great emperor plan for years already. After all, the one who launched the attack was Eternal Sword Lord, a great emperor from ancient times. Right before the slashes of the swords were about to reach Dong Wang Diyuan, a figure suddenly showed up in front of her, and stretched his hand to touch the eternal swords with his finger. Immediately, the entire swords will shattered. It slowly dissipated and reduced to nothingness. "Father," Donghuang Diwen murmured. The person who appeared before her in the nick of time was Donghuang the Great. Turning to look at the eternal sword lord, he criticized, "You were one of those who had stood at the pinnacle of cultivation since ancient times. I couldn't believe someone of your status would do something as disgraceful as trying to kill a junior. Everyone starts their cultivation journey at different timing. There is no such thing as seniority on the battlefield." After the Eternal Sword Lord finished speaking, the whole atmosphere turned into the Eternal Sword domain, where countless swords were fired at Donghuang the Great. "Get out of here first," Donghuang the Great whispered to Donghuang Diyuan. Wasting no time, she fled from the battleground with the divine power of revelation shielding her so that the sword domain could not harm her. At that time, Donghuang the Great's divine power of revelation had grown even more powerful. Within the revelation divine domain, it would not allow any other divine powers to exist. Hence, most of the swords were utterly disintegrated. After the revelation would be the void. Needless to say, Donghuang the Great had once again improved his cultivation to the next level. Clang! Numerous swords hovered around the atmosphere with the control of Donghuang the Great's thought. The moment the heaven-punishing sword will surged its energy, all of the swords were launched at the Eternal Sword Lord, shattering everything in their paths and pulverizing all things to nothingness. It was as if no other power could stand against his heaven-punishing sword. "You've improved a lot," the Eternal Sword Lord commented after sensing the sword will. Compared to the last time they had clashed with each other, Donghuang the Great's divine power had enhanced even further. That was indeed a phenomenal speed of improvement. "I respect you as one of the great emperors whose name was known by many during ancient times. If you were to leave this battlefield at once, I would not lay a hand on you," Donghuang the Great notified with a tone brimming with absolute confidence, even though he was talking to an ancient super-great emperor. It was only natural since he was one of the strongest beings in the world at that time. "Although the future generations might never know the golden age of the ancient emperors, I can finally see it again today," the Eternal Sword Lord remarked solemnly as his sword will gradually intensified. "Quit presuming on your seniority," Donghuang the Great rebuked savagely. This was a fight between the super-great emperor of ancient times and the apex great emperor of the current age. Rumble. A divine power of destruction rained down from the sky, causing many to raise their heads and check out the situation above them, only to find an older man hovering there. That man was exploding a powerful aura as if he was a god who had existed since ancient times, the primogenitor of all sentient beings whose very presence would cause everyone to kneel and worship him. This aged man was also a super-great emperor who was world-renowned during ancient times. He was named as one of the progenitors of the great emperors since he had been cultivating for ages. When his name had already been uttered by everyone, the human ancestor might not even exist yet. He was the primary emperor who had fought countless conquests in his life. The man hardly ever lost during the Age of the Gods and even the Battle of the Gods. Unfortunately, a legend like him had lost his life during the collapse of the Great Path. Now that he had been resurrected in this era, he had to face a whole bunch of opponents who were the junior gods. These people were the great emperors of the younger generation, challenging the deific prerogative of the ancient ones. A loud sound could be heard from the sky. The sound came from a massive maroon ancient bell that revolved ceaselessly. It gradually turned into bolts of maroon lightning that occupied the entire firmament, permeating the boundless void as they were rained down. Bell sounds were produced from each flash of the maroon lightning that could destroy everyone's spiritual soul. At that, a light of Buddha glared brilliantly. A silhouette with a magnificent golden frame suddenly appeared beneath the primary emperor. That figure was gleaming golden divine light, the light of Buddha. The light covered the whole atmosphere with its brightness. There was a gigantic halo blocking the sky. Runes of Buddhism could be seen above the halo. Each of the runes was brimmed with the great power of Buddhism. Within the runes, an incorporeal phantasm of Buddha was awakened as the sound of Buddha resounded in the atmosphere, clashing with the bolts of maroon lightning. Bam! Bang! Boom! All the apocalyptic attacks were completely nullified. Lifting his head to look at the sky, Yi Futian could see the Buddha leading his legion of Buddhist cultivators as reinforcements. "What are you waiting for?" Yi Futian asked in a deep voice. There were several great emperors who stood behind him. Their blood ran cold upon hearing his question. Those people were Hao Yan the Great and his men. Truthfully, they did not see eye to eye with Yi Futian since they were once enemies. However, they had no choice but to submit to his authority at that moment. Following that, they finally headed toward the battlefield of the gods. After glancing around the battleground, Hao Yan the Great caught sight of a figure of a child. Although that child seemed to be not more than 10 years old, the aura that he exuded was rather formidable. Nevertheless, picking a kid as an opponent would be better on the battlefield full of gods. Immediately after he moved forward, he unleashed an emperor's might toward the child who walked out from the human ancestor's side. Activating the divine power of Hao Yan, he launched a colossal great palm that was covering a big part of the sky at the kid, intending to take out the latter. However, that child raised his head to gaze at Hao Yan the Great with an indifferent and derisive look. The latter furrowed his brows at the sight of the kid's disdainful demeanor. Right then, he instinctively sensed a dangerous aura. Within a split second, that child made a move and turned into a bolt of lightning. Then, he threw a punch with his tiny fist that seemed feeble at first, but penetrated the Hao Yan great palm with little effort and accelerated toward his opponent at an incredible speed. Colors drained from the face of Hao Yan the Great. To think that the Hao Yan great palm that was generated with his divine power was effortlessly destroyed. Just how powerful was the force from that punch? With that, Hao Yan the Great hastily withdrew from the scene. Nevertheless, that child turned himself into a flash of lightning and moved at full tilt. It was so fast that the former could not get away from the latter. In the next moment, that child raised his fist and hurled a punch at his enemy. A tremendous amount of power was imbued in such a simple punch from his small fist. The shock wave from the punch even caused the atmosphere to tremble. The divine silhouette of Hao Yan manifested behind the figure of Hao Yan the Great. Stretching his hands forward, he tried to fend off the attack. In the collision with the tiny fist of his opponent, the child's punch easily crushed his offense and struck his body, including the divine silhouette of Hao Yan. Nothing could halt it in its tracks. Eventually, the body of Hao Yan the Great was broken into pieces. His face blanched as terror flashed across his eyes. His technique was rendered ineffective by a single punch again. The spiritual soul of Hao Yan the Great was disintegrated as he stared at the atmosphere in despair. Eventually, his figure and great path were reduced to nothingness. This fight had attracted the attention of many surrounding cultivators. After all, the one who had gone for the kill was a child with terrifying divine power. After turning his gaze in this direction, Yi Futian caught sight of that child. Needless to say, this individual was no ordinary kid. To wield a divine power of this caliber, would this person be another exterior incarnation of the human ancestor? Whoosh! Gu Donglu turned his body into a flash of light and appeared above that child. A divine demon diagram manifested following that, causing the mood of the atmosphere to change drastically. Nonetheless, that child lifted his head and shot Gu Donglu a mocking and disparaging look. Moreover, the former even shot 2 rays of the divine light of annihilation from his eyes that traversed the void, firing at the latter. Immediately, an ominous sound filled the air as the scenery behind Gu Donglu began to transform into a massive catalog that appeared to hold a world within it. A blood-curdling aura of the divine power permeated from the catalog filled with immortals, monsters, demons, and gods. When the divine light of annihilation was fast approaching, a spectacular sword chi burst out of the catalog, colliding with the former and canceling out each other in the void. Yi Futian did not worry much about his third senior brother, Gu Donglu, after watching the latter's fight because he had been meditating on the path-slaying cultivation. Hence, the man had become an extremely powerful cultivator. He should be able to handle an exterior incarnation that the human ancestor had created alone. There were destructive storms everywhere on the battlefield. The scale of the battle was so intense that the fabric of space was torn into pieces. Hence, it was the reason this war was called the Battle of the Gods. Their clashes in multiple locations had demolished the atmosphere of the heavenly realm, causing dimensional cracks to appear. With that, some of them left that place and headed to a different battleground. Whoosh! Some destructive turbulence swept across the location of Yi Futian. Instantly, he set his eyes in the direction of the human ancestor and noticed that the latter was standing still on his spot as he turned his gaze to the former. He activated his divine power and circulated it within his body right after stepping forward. As expected, he had to be the one taking on the human ancestor personally, after all. Before he could land his first strike, a bolt of black lightning flashed across the void and came into sight. Noticing that, Yi Futian came to a halt and turned to peer at the silhouette. To his surprise, that person was the Dark Sovereign. However, this time, the Dark Sovereign had unmasked herself, no longer keeping her identity a secret. The moment Yi Futian paid attention to her, he was stunned by the revelation of her real face. Although the Buddha of Destiny did not mention this to Yi Futian, the latter had felt relieved by the fact. In retrospect, it would make sense why she could take control of a continent in the dark world, which would eventually be called the Island of Miracles. After all, she was the exterior incarnation of the Dark Sovereign. In that case, there must still be some light left inside the heart of the Dark Sovereign so that an island of light without any dispute could exist in the dark world. A place filled with open-hearted and genuine people. Perhaps that was the ideal world the Dark Sovereign had ever wanted. Unfortunately, such a utopia could only stay as a fairy tale. Yi Futian could tell that the Dark Sovereign was utterly disappointed at this world. Therefore, she had built the kingdom of darkness in the dark world to destroy this world, plunging it into darkness so that light could be born in the absolutely wicked and corrupted world. She was a bigot. But even so, it couldn't change the fact that she had goodness in her heart. In contrast, the human ancestor might be deemed the progenitor of humankind and the embodiment of righteousness. But under the mask of his pretense, he was a man of absolute darkness who had shed innocent blood with his hands. He was the person who had started the War of the Seven Realms, one who had regarded the lives of the people as disposables. He, too, had wished to build his ideal world. A world that he had absolute control and sovereignty. A world of the gods where he was their creator. Did all those who had made it to the pinnacle of cultivation have the same extreme conviction? He noticed that the Dark Sovereign had been glaring at the human ancestor with an aloof look ever since her arrival. She was emanating a deadly and destructive aura constantly. This must probably be the reason behind the insurgence of the army of the Dark World previously. Was there any grudge or hatred between the Dark Sovereign and the human ancestor? After the Dark Sovereign, yet another beam of divine light descended. The evil emperor had arrived too. He had fought fiercely against the Dark Sovereign, but neither could defeat the other. However, the Dark Sovereign was not looking at the evil emperor right now. Instead, she kept staring at the human ancestor. "It's you, right?" she asked. The human ancestor was also looking at the Dark Sovereign. Then he said, "Xia, why do you not greet your master?" Boom. Even though the Dark Sovereign already guessed it, her heart still twitched fiercely after receiving the answer. Her destructive aura swept through uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with endless hatred as she glared at the other. The gods in battles surrounding them were also quite shocked inside. The human ancestor was the Dark Sovereign's master? Why? Why did I have to do all that? As the will of the six emperors, the Dark Sovereign's mindset had always been very determined, but she still lost control of her emotions now as she demanded at the human ancestor loudly. The sealed memories, the memories she had buried, now flooded her mind, taking over her entire brain. It was like a nightmare. It seemed now that the dreams from before were foreshadowing, or perhaps she had felt that this day would come. "Because you have a pure heart, so I chose you. This is your luck to go from a mundane human and transform into a god," the human ancestor said calmly. The Dark Sovereign seemed to be his experiment or project to create a god. "It is not only you. He is my choice as well. Otherwise, do you think you really would have the chance to prove your path?" The human ancestor said, looking at the evil emperor. Even Yi Futian felt shaken inside. Half of the 6 emperors in the world had been created by him. The human ancestor had been creating gods since many years ago. He had also been controlling the state of the world these countless years. Everything was under his control. Only the heaven realm was not under his control. The heaven realm first had the heavenly emperor and then the sovereign princess. They had all been very troublesome for him. In the current generation, it had passed on to Yi Futian. The world of Buddhism and Devil World had nothing to do with the human ancestor. Cheer, return to Master's side, the human ancestor said. I could create you, so I can also destroy you. There is no need to be obsessed with past hatred and conflicts. You are a god now, a god standing at the peak of the world. You will help me manage the world from now on, becoming the leader of the gods. We will create a world of gods together. Boom. As soon as the human ancestor finished speaking, a horrifying world-ending tribulation appeared in the dome of the sky. Pitch-black divine tribulations dropped down. The entire world transformed into a dark and dead world. Seeing this scene, the human ancestor's brows furrowed, but he recovered after a moment and said to the Dark Sovereign, "Why do this to yourself?" He did not attack, but the evil emperor already had. Gold spatial divine light flashed and enveloped the vast space. It clashed against the other party's divine power. It was like a world-destroying battle had erupted in the place they were located in right now. But everyone on this battlefield seemed to be used to it already and was not shocked. There were divine battles everywhere with different great emperor cultivators in different spaces. Every grand battle was earth-shattering, destroying and upending the world. Yi Futian glanced at this messy battlefield. Then his gaze moved towards the human ancestor. He had paused earlier, but now he started walking out again. The 9 dragons' divine light shimmered around his body and illuminated the sky, creating a natural phenomenon. A long spear appeared in Yi Futian's hand, blazing with destructive divine light. The human ancestor looked up and gazed at Yi Futian. His eyes grew a bit graver too. Then the clouds shone in the sky above the human realm, and countless beams of divine light fell, descending upon the human ancestor's body. He bathed under these beams of divine light. Then the human ancestor's body enlarged wildly. He crossed the vast space, covering the portion of the sky. His body was now big enough to cross stars, as if he could destroy a continent with a finger. The human ancestor now was like a god of creation. He scrutinized the people and also examined the insignificant Yi Futian. Before him, Yi Futian was just like an ant. The human ancestor's eyes scanned Yi Futian. Divine light shot out of his eyes and transformed into chaotic divine thunder. Countless divine swords appeared from this mass of chaos true thunder that shot towards Yi Futian's body. It was like he could kill and destroy someone with just one glance. He was no longer borrowing power from the heavenly path. Instead, he was an existence comparable to the heavenly path. The thunder that his eyes summoned was the chaos true thunder. His force was the most original force in the world. It seemed that the space Yi Futian was in was about to be flooded. The chaos true thunder's attack was coming, and he was too minuscule in comparison. It was like an average human standing in the heavens, facing the thunder and lightning from the heavens. He could be drowned and buried in an instant. If it were any other great emperor cultivator, they would not be able to fend off such a terrifying attack at all. Yi Futian also understood why the other gods listened to the human ancestor's orders. In reality, the human ancestor already possessed supreme divine power after returning. Even great emperors were not enough to be treated with respect by him, let alone an average person. Immense chaos true thunder flooded the world, sweeping toward Yi Futian's body like a raging current. However, Yi Futian's body was unmoving. He bathed in the light of the chaos true thunder. He was actually ignoring the human ancestor's super strong attack. Yi Futian's eyes were frightening, dazzling with divine light. He stared at the humongous and giant divine figure across from him. He was minuscule, but he had created his own micro-heavenly path. He had a path that was independent from the world. Nowadays, his great path was already complete. It would not be so easy to bring him down. The human ancestor was not surprised either. In a certain way, Yi Futian was the one who was closest to him. He had created the micro-heavenly path with his mortal body, establishing his world and creating an independent law of time and space. Yi Futian was already like a creator, a god of creation now. They were the only two who had made such accomplishments in this world. Boom! The human ancestor raised a fist and sent a blow towards Yi Futian. When the blow landed, the space of the heaven realm started collapsing like crazy. All the law of the great path turned to dust under his punch. This punch did not seem to have the light of divine power, but it also seemed to contain the world's strongest force. The human ancestor had already returned to the basics. Every single move or action came from the source of the path. The divine light that shot out of his eyes was the power of chaos, while the intent of his punch could destroy a world. The windstorm swept over, shattering the void. The space around Yifutian's body started collapsing and crumbling crazily. His robes fluttered and his white hair flew. Moving his feet slightly, Yifutian stabbed his long spear forward. The moment he stabbed it out, the spear in his hands enlarged rapidly. It blazed with supreme divine light and penetrated the space with one blow, crashing against the incoming punch from the human ancestor. The instant that the blows crashed, a deep and low sound emitted from the vast world. Everyone felt this horrifying quake. Yifutian's body was forced into a retreat. That frightening fist intent also broke apart. The surrounding space was collapsing and cracking crazily, while the frightening spatial currents ravaged wildly. But neither Yifutian nor the human ancestor cared at all. With their current cultivation states, they could pass freely within the space windstorm. Divine power of the world? Yifutian asked, looking at the human ancestor. Divine power is just the law and order. At present, I represent the law of the heavenly path, so why do I care about divine power? The human ancestor said. His voice reverberated through the vast and boundless world, making many cultivators feel their eardrums quivering. He was the heaven. He represented the heavenly path. His every casual move was the law. He was the law's incarnate itself. He agreed with what he heard from the other. After he had constructed the heavenly path world, his two eyes had transformed into the moon and sun, and he could form thunder and lightning by raising his hands. They were both the incarnates of the laws. Divine power was no longer important. The human ancestor's one punch was like the force of a world slamming down. One could imagine how aggressively powerful he was. Holy light enveloped Yifutian's body. He bathed under the halo and natural phenomena occurred. The moon, sun, and stars revolved around him. Countless beams of light flowed around him like time and space were changing. The spear in his hand did not seem realistic, but it blazed with an incredible aura. With one thought, Yifutian's body vanished. Bang! His body carried the long spear and stabbed into the human ancestor's giant body with a loud bang. The human ancestor's magnificent body was penetrated, and Yifutian killed his way in. But then he discovered that he'd broken into a wintry world that could even solidify space. The human ancestor's physical body was its own world. Forcing in here did not seem meaningful. Boom! Yifutian's body passed through from the other side, and he saw the human ancestor's broken body heal instantly. It was just like before. It seemed as if it had not been injured at all. Yifutian's attack appeared to be futile and completely meaningless. I have transformed into the heavenly path and have an immortal body. Who can kill me? The human ancestor's voice was extremely domineering. He was the heaven, he was the path. He had finally become an undying god from a mere mortal and was now the supreme being. Now he would not die. No one in the world could kill him. No one is infallible, Yifutian said in reply. Gods were people too. Since they were people, then there were no absolutely immortal beings. His body vanished from the spot once again. The frightening long spear attacked somewhere on the human ancestor's huge frame. A hole appeared on the human ancestor's body, but divine spatial light shot out of that hole to imprison him there. However, Yifutian's body vanished instantly and reappeared somewhere else. He transformed into beams of light and streaks of shadows, sending blows onto the human ancestor's body again and again. The human ancestor's star-like body continuously shattered and collapsed. There were cracks everywhere, but just as he had said, he had an immortal body. This was not even his true form. It was just a clone. The human realm's divine light continued to wash over his body. His broken body sent down countless beams of destructive tribulation light shrouded over the vast void. It included chaos, true thunder, tribulations of destruction, and shredding swords. Yifutian saw this scene while his body hovered in the air. His eyes swept towards the vast space. In an instant, everything in his vision was enveloped in a domain. The attacks coming at him murderously from all directions suddenly slowed down and then stopped. The human ancestor looked at Yifutian. When he met Yi Futian's eyes, his gaze froze too, seeming to stop there. One could not call Yi Futian's eyes anymore. They represented time and space. Just as the human ancestor had said, they created a world and transformed it into the heavenly path. They had surpassed the category of physical bodies. Every part of their body was a path. Yi Futian looked at the still human ancestor. His two eyes transformed into paths and were extremely frightening. He looked towards the chaos, true thunder, tribulations of destruction, and shredding swords, and everything was destroyed. They were turned into nothingness and obliterated directly. All this time, Yi Futian had been pursuing the extremes of cultivation. What was extreme? How could you reach the extremes? He had not figured it out yet, but over these past years, he had at least taken a few more steps down that road. After his heavenly path world was completed, he could establish a divine domain of time and space. In that divine domain, he could change the flow of time. At the extreme, he could reduce the flow of time by 81 times. The difference of 81 times was close to stopping. But merely this was not enough. His father, Dongwang the Great, cultivated the revelation divine power. The extremity of revelation was nothingness. He believed that nothingness was one of the final points of cultivation. The extremity of Buddhist was emptiness, for all to be empty. Were nothingness and emptiness similar? Building from that, Yi Futian figured out the ultimate path of destruction, an evolution of the path of time and space. Time and space collapse. He gazed into the distance, and all objects in the space collapsed and shattered, getting destroyed and turning into nothingness. The chaos, true thunder, and tribulations of destruction were also extinguished like this. Yi Futian looked towards the majestic frame of the human ancestor. That frightening divine body was also collapsing and shattering. All physical objects were going to be destroyed and turned into nothingness. The long spear in Yi Futian's hands blazed with supreme divine power. His body flashed and he stabbed the spear forward, hitting the human ancestor's majestic and giant body. In an instant, the entire time and space constricted rapidly and collapsed, turning into a horrifying black hole. Everything was going to be destroyed and buried. The human ancestor's boundlessly huge body was quickly shrinking too. It collapsed in an extremely short instant, shattering and turning into nothingness. It was swallowed by the black hole windstorm. This was also an evolution of the spear technique entombed. It was practically an undefeatable spear attack. Soon, the majestic frame that had stood in the vast void was destroyed and disappeared. It seemed to have been buried by the spear, but Yi Futian did not relax. His eyes continued staring forward. This battle was a battle that determined the fates of every soul. He had always wanted to wait until he comprehended the ultimate truth of cultivation. He would never take the initiative to attack if not for the crisis of survival of the Seven Realms. Many people in the surrounding battlefields looked toward where the human ancestor had been. The human ancestor's magnificent body had been killed. Yi Futian had killed it. The hearts of many great emperors jumped in extreme shock. Nowadays, the 6 emperors were probably no longer Yi Futian's match. As for those average great emperors, they would be even less of a match for Yi Futian's spear. Was the human ancestor dead? Some great emperor battles even stopped. They stared at Yi Futian's battlefield. If the human ancestor had been killed, then it meant that this battle was over. But could the human ancestor die so easily? That had only been the human ancestor's clone. A horrifying aura circulated through the sky over the human realm, and limitless divine light shone down. An incredible and peerless divine might radiated out, causing the hearts of many strong figures to pulse. The human ancestor was all right as expected. Yi Futian had only killed the human ancestor's clone, his spokesperson in the human realm. The true human ancestor had not yet appeared. Not bad. A voice traveled from the human realm. Divine light kept flowing in the dome of the sky as if an illusory figure was forming. It gave off a misty and intangible feeling. The law of time and space. And you've touched onto the level of substance. As expected of the god of creation, the voice continued to say, Yi Futian, I want to create a world of gods. You can manage the gods in my place. It would be an ideal land in the future where all the law in the world is under control. Everything would operate according to my thoughts. The world would be so much more perfect than the current world. What you want is a puppet world. Only your thoughts exist in that world. And what is the significance of that kind of world? Yifutian responded, looking toward the human realm. His voice rang through the void. What is the significance of this current world? And what was the significance of the ancient heavenly path world? The voice continued streaming from that heavenly path. Status, bloodshed, there will never be peace. It will cycle endlessly. How many people died in the war of the gods back then? How many would have had any shred of pity for the world? The people need an ideal world, a perfect world of gods. Yifutian did not reply. Whether it was people or the world, there were always flaws. Perfection itself was a trap. Absolute perfection did not exist in the world. Was the world that the human ancestor planned to create genuinely perfect? It was only he who wanted it. He wanted everything to operate under his ideas. And now, the human realm was under his control, but the cultivators of the human realm had been reduced to murder machines. He stepped forward, walking toward the human realm, and stood under that sky. At present, all of the 7 realms were under the other's influence. If the human ancestor did not die, the conflicts would never be resolved. The tribulations of the 7 realms would continue and people would continuously die. Another figure appeared on the battlefield of the gods. The figure wore a simple robe, but there was an aggressive aura about him. His gaze swept towards the sky of the human realm and then scanned the entire battlefield. There was a layer of contempt in his eyes. This new figure was the Devil Emperor. You came just in time. Kill him now. I will help you. The voice streamed out of the sky above the human realm. The Devil Emperor looked toward Yifutian. Yifutian was also looking at him and called out, "Senior." He did not say anything else. This battle was a battle of the gods. The ancient gods and the great emperors of this era had all appeared here. Since the Devil Emperor came, he naturally had made his own decision and choice as well. He wanted to know if the Devil Emperor's choice was like the evil emperor or if he would choose another path. Yifutian was waiting for an answer. Then monstrous demonic might flared from the Devil Emperor's body. His aura was extremely horrifying. He was like the body of tribulations. Countless beams of tribulation light flowed across his body, containing immense destructive power. He reached a hand out and a devil sword appeared instantly. Wielding the devil sword, the Devil Emperor cut down in one direction. The sword cut apart the void and hacked down somewhere. There was a battlefield there. On it, U2 was currently fighting against a great emperor. Just at that time, the frightening devil sword arrived in a flash. The expression of the opponent in front of U2 was shocked. He wanted to block it, but his divine power shield was hacked apart. The devil sword came down and killed him directly. A great emperor had been killed by one strike of a sword. U2 turned and looked at the Devil Emperor standing in the sky. There was a rare smile on his face as he said, "Brother, us 2 brothers have not fought together in how many years?" There was some feeling of closure in his smile right now. Even though he had always believed that he had chosen the correct path and did not regret it, he was still the traitor. This was not just an accusation toward him by the Devil Emperor. He had truly betrayed them. The devil world was the prison of the ancient heavenly path. It was the absolute opposite of the heaven court, heavenly emperor, and the later divine prefecture. They had always been enemies. All cultivators of the devil world spent their lives trying to use their own efforts to lead the army of the devil world out. He had abandoned the devil world without a doubt and stepped onto another path. Thus, he had always carried heavy guilt on his shoulders. The Devil Emperor looked at U2 and said, "I didn't do this for you." "I know," U2 replied, not minding. The Devil Emperor's gaze swept toward the sky of the human realm and said, "The cultivators of the devil world will not become slaves." He knew that if the devil world chose to submit, they would forever be the subordinates of the human realm. If they were not obedient, they might be destroyed. What was the difference between that and the heavenly path era? For countless years, they had carried the status of prisoners. They wanted even less to carry the status of slaves after this. Plus, the human ancestor had threatened him with the lives of everyone in the devil world, and this had already crossed his bottom line. Thus, he would rather stand on Yifutian's side. "Donghuang Yifutian," the Devil Emperor announced. "I have already ordered for the Devil World Army to cease fire against the Divine Prefecture. If we are defeated here today, I hope that the world can view the cultivators of the devil world without discrimination. Being defeated may mean death. If he died, he hoped that the cultivators of the devil world could live in this world. Senior, do not worry, Yifutian stated. Furthermore, if we are defeated, I might be like you and not be able to see the future. This battle was all or nothing. If they lost, they might all die. They would not be able to see anything. It would definitely be an age of darkness. All right. The Devil Emperor nodded. The Buddha of Destiny had predicted that he would encounter a tribulation. If today was his tribulation, he hoped that the cultivators of the devil world would be unscathed and that they would be free of the devil abyss's restrictions. Even if there was no devil world in the future, even if everyone in the future forgot the will of the devil world, it was no longer important. The Devil Emperor stepped forward, walking toward one direction, and joined the battlefield. After the Devil Emperor joined the battle, all 6 emperors were now present. They all participated in the fight. This battle gathered all the top figures. If one had to name someone missing, then it was only Ji Wudao, who was temporarily locked away by the current Heavenly Emperor. In Donghuang the Great's battlefield, he and the Eternal Sword Lord were still in a stalemate. After seeing that the Devil Emperor had come to join the battle, Donghuang the Great felt gratuitous. The 6 emperors had fought for countless years, checking and balancing each other, but he always knew who his opponent was. He had never viewed the devil world as his enemy and respected the Devil Emperor deep down. Now, they finally had the chance to fight side by side. 4 of the 6 emperors were on their side. Even the Dark Sovereign was now standing against the human ancestor. Aggressive sword Qi suddenly appeared, but Donghuang the Great did not avoid it. The revelation divine power seemed to evolve at this moment. The murderous sword intent filling the sky scattered and became formless, turning into nothingness. No sword intent could approach his body. This domain of nothingness was also expanding and shrouding toward the Eternal Sword Lord. Donghuang, a voice rang out. Then the Eternal Sword Lord's body was already gone. He had transformed into the divine domain of the sword path, becoming one with all the heavens. His huge silhouette appeared in the dome of the sky, formed by countless sword intents. These sword intents seemed to be immortal, eternally existing in the world. Merely his voice contained an extremely sharp aura. Zip, zip. There were sharp, ear-piercing sounds. The vast void was formed by the eternal sword intent. Every beam of sword intent was extremely strong. This micro-world was the world of the sword. Donghuang the Great raised his head and looked at the Eternal Sword Lord. He sensed an extremely strong threat. This micro-world contained billions of sword intent. I cultivated the sword path and ruled the world. I did not think I would meet my match in the later world. You won my respect. This sword is the Eternal Sword. If you can take it, then this battle will be over, the Eternal Sword Lord said. His voice was extremely domineering. The revelation divine power from Donghuang the Great shrouded the vast space. The endless sword intent invaded it without resistance, but they could not hurt him at all. Then divine power surged on Donghuang the Great. Divine light enveloped his body, and he looked brilliant. Emperor light wrapped around him, filled with an air of mightiness. He looked up at the Eternal Sword Lord and said, I respect you as an ancient senior. It's not too late for you to give up now. Presumptuous, the Eternal Sword Lord barked. Then he stated loudly, of the 3,000 great paths, only the sword is eternal. As soon as he spoke, all the divine swords seemed to solidify, becoming able to obliterate every single existence. Everything in that sword domain was about to turn into dust and ashes, dying under the sword. Billions of divine swords in the dome of the sky converged into an eternal sword that could cross over the world. It stabbed down, and it seemed very slow, but it crossed the vast void in every second. The two were fighting at a large distance between each other. Donghuang the Great sensed the sword might. The worlds in its path collapsed and space shattered. Everything was turning to dust under this sword. In the dome of the sky, the Eternal Sword Lord's face was boundlessly huge. Sword light wrapped around him and illuminated the heavens. At that moment, many cultivators on the continents of the heaven realm could all see a highly brilliant arc of sword light in the sky. The revelation divine power was collapsing and shattering. Could not hold up against the sword intent at all. That divine sword killed its way over, shooting toward Donghuang the Great. Right then, Donghuang the Great's body transformed into illusory light as if he was not genuinely tangible. But the divine light on his body was even more brilliant than earlier. His two hands formed an imprint, and he pointed his finger forward, uttering from his lips, "Become nothing!" As soon as he spoke, his body moved forward. His finger transformed into a sword that went upward. The frightening eternal sword intent fell from the sky, but it crumbled in an instant, turning into nothingness. That was not all. Everything under the path of Donghuang the Great's finger was obliterated, turning into nothingness. After that, everything surrounding his body also turned into nothingness. No type of divine power could survive. The world-slaying eternal sword shot down from the dome of the sky, killing toward Donghuang the Great with an extremely aggressive force. It was as if Donghuang the Great's body would be stabbed through instantly and killed right then and there. But Donghuang the Great did not retreat at all. He continued forward, his finger clashing against the extremely domineering eternal sword. It looked like a moth trying to move a tree. There was no intense explosion. There was only annihilation and nothingness. The eternal sword was actually penetrated by Donghuang the Great's finger. Then it broke bit by bit, turning into nothingness. The boundlessly huge sword was dissolved as if it had never existed. This scene made the expression of the eternal sword lord who had become one with the sky and the heavens change drastically. Donghuang the Great continued upward. His finger pointed before him and landed on the massive face of the eternal sword lord, breaking the sky with a finger. At that moment, the sky was shattering and turning into nothingness. The eternal sword lord's face was twisting. Some sword intent wanted to escape and leave, but under that divine power of the void, no type of chi was able to go. Everything turned into the void. In that instant, everything was shattering. The eternal sword lord's face disappeared. That sword domain also shattered, transforming into nothingness. Donghuang the Great stood atop the void. His body resolidified, but his aura was a bit weaker. He consumed a pill and then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate. On the other battlefields, the Devil Emperor began sweeping in all directions after joining the battle. The 6 emperors were the top figures of the world. Even the ancient great emperors found it difficult to counter them. Only those super great emperors could put up a fight. At this time, the Devil Emperor and U2 already had the blood of a dozen ancient great emperors on their hands. The Devil Emperor's goal turned to the Evil Emperor, who was fighting against the Dark Sovereign. If they killed the Evil Emperor, the result of this battle would be set. Meanwhile, U2 charged towards another battlefield. Of course, the most dangerous one was still the human ancestor who had transformed into the heavenly path. Yifutian stood under the heavenly path of the human ancestor and saw an extremely frightening force shroud the vast space. Then Yifutian discovered with shock that countless air currents rushed towards that part of the sky. At that moment, the entire human realm sank into a mass of moans and cries. All of the cultivators in the human realm seemed to be out of control, but that was not all. Even the people from all over who were fighting there were the same. The human ancestor had refined the human realm. Was he swallowing the energy of the entire human realm? Was he going to use all the cultivators of the human realm? What is that? Yifutian stared at the upper sky. He saw countless illusory shadows. They were like various obsessions or emotions and desires. Many shadows were struggling, but it was to no avail. They all converged atop the sky. Justice? This was the human ancestor's justice, his path. Were all the cultivators of the human realm his puppets? I must stop him. This thought appeared in Yifutian's mind. He realized that the most dangerous human ancestor was about to come into the world. With one thought, divine light appeared around Yifutian's body, filling the sky. Strange phenomena and countless divine swords appeared. He pointed at the sky, and the billions of divine swords broke through at once, shooting towards that part of the sky. A patch of sword rain appeared in the sky, shooting towards that part of the heavenly path. The converged force kept getting extinguished, and yet Yifutian heard a mocking voice come from the heavens. Don't you call yourself the side of justice? Why are you committing bloodshed now? Yifutian's pupils constricted. Were the illusions that he was extinguishing real cultivators? This is your justice? Yifutian stared at the illusory face in the sky. After I control the heavenly path and create a world of gods, there will be absolute justice, the human ancestor replied. The heavenly emperor could not stop me back then. Your mother could not stop me either. Today you will be the same. The entire heavens turned into an illusory face. All of the gods that were fighting looked up towards there as well. Their hearts pounded. Was the true human ancestor coming? In many continents of the human realm, the trees were withering, and the rivers and lakes were drying up. Everything in the world was being destroyed. The people of the human realm all sank into endless despair. They looked up to the heavens. Was that their world savior? Why was he now bringing doomsday to the human realm instead? The human ancestor was refining all the energy of the human realm. The yin and yang, the 5 elements, and everything were melded into the heavenly path. On the battlefield, Yifutian and the others looked up to the sky. They sensed the might of the doomsday. The energy contained in that heavenly path already surpassed a great emperor. He was refining an entire world. Many people stopped fighting. Even the evil emperor stopped his battle and instead looked up at that sky. Everyone felt coldness deep in their bones. The human ancestor's humanity was already gone, or rather, he was not a human anymore. He already viewed himself as a god of creation. After countless years of cultivation, I have realized the ultimate path. Everything in the world follows the law of conservation. This was the reason why the heavenly path collapsed back then. If the gods want to rise, then the heavenly path must be destroyed, the voice streamed from the heavens. However, they were still defeated in the end. Success was impossible. Nowadays, the world that has been in chaos for countless years will finally return to order. Everything will return to the correct path. The way to return to the correct path is through bloodshed? The evil emperor asked, looking at the heavens. He was shocked by everything that he saw the human ancestor do. All of this was too horrifying. If this continued, he could not imagine what the world would turn into. Since the world follows the law of conservation, then to create an era of gods, there can't be too many humans. There seemed to be a pair of eyes in the sky that looked at the evil emperor. What? Do you want to betray me too? Everything you're doing is incomprehensible, the evil emperor said. He had wanted to follow the strong side, which was the human ancestor. Everything had been decided already, but at this moment he started feeling belated fear. If the human ancestor achieved his ideal world, what would it be like? I spent countless years and ages to comprehend the ultimate path. It is very typical for you not to be able to comprehend it. I do not need you to understand either, the human ancestor said. I am known as the human ancestor. Thus, I will reshape the world order today. The human ancestor, the ancestor of humankind. After he reshaped the world order, he would be the first ancestor of the new world's humans. There would be generation after generation with no end. Boom. Beams of divine light dropped down, falling onto everyone's bodies. At that moment, all the cultivators felt their consciousnesses and minds become muddled. It was like a horrifying intent was trying to invade them and take over their bodies directly. Even Yifutian felt this horrifying strength. In his mind, he saw a boundless and domineering face invading with the might of the heavenly path. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of frightening divine power burst forth. Divine power flared crazily from the ancient figures whom the human ancestor had revived and brought back. Their eyes became extremely demonic, as if they were no longer themselves. They released divine power crazily as they attacked the fighters. Turns out the ancient emperors being revived was all a sham. They're all puppets controlled by the human ancestor. Everyone understood now after seeing this scene. Yifutian broke free from the state and he yelled, "Careful." This voice reverberated in everyone's eardrums like a ringing bell. It helped everyone maintain clarity in their minds, but even so, several great emperors around them still suffered from the sudden attack. At this time, strong divine power enveloped the vast space, covering all the cultivators. It was Huajiayu's divine power of colorless realm. All the strong figures bathed in the divine power of colorless realm and blocked off the invasion of that intent. Poof! Just then, there was a crisp sound. Yi Futian looked back toward a certain direction and he saw that in that place, shock appeared in the evil emperor's eyes. There was a golden spear in his body. The horrifying spatial divine power was distorting the space. This is the consequence of betraying, a voice came from the silhouette. Then the space twisted and shattered wildly. The evil emperor's body exploded directly, turning into nothingness in the distorted space windstorm. He was killed directly. Human ancestor. Everyone's hearts pounded. The devil emperor and dark sovereign looked at the figure who had killed the evil emperor. It was an ancient emperor, but right now he had become the clone of the human ancestor. He was a puppet. The human ancestor could come to the world by using them. This had already been proven. The human ancestor that Yi Futian had killed earlier was exactly like this. However, coming to this world by using the body of a puppet made the human ancestor even more frightening. As one of the 6 emperors, the evil emperor had been one of the most supreme beings, but he had been killed directly. It was also with the spatial power that he himself had been skilled at. The human ancestor had truly touched the source of all. Just as he said, he was a god of creation. Divine power was no longer necessary because he represented the law. Yi Futian trained his eyes on that side. Extremely powerful divine power descended instantly, shrouding the other's body. The evil emperor had shown the responsibility as one of the 6 emperors by realizing the end, but he was killed so quickly because of this. That figure stared at Yi Futian with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Boom! Yi Futian's body vanished from the spot. He stabbed his spear out unwaveringly. Tom came to a stop. The other was unmoving. The spear penetrated the other's body directly and he was annihilated instantly, killed instantly. However, Yi Futian did not relax at all. This was only a clone, while the human ancestor could descend at will, appearing anywhere. Those ancient emperors were all his puppets and could all become his incarnates. This even made Yi Futian feel fear. Who could stop the human ancestor other than him? If the human ancestor's incarnates killed the others, who would be able to stop him? Thinking of this, Yi Futian's divine power instantly shrouded the vast space, covering all the battlefields with his divine thought. He sensed a commotion in one direction and his expression changed with shock. With a thought, he pushed his divine power to the max. Everything seemed to stop, but a frightening figure was still shooting toward Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu had released the divine power of colorless realm, attracting the human ancestor's attention, and thus became the target that the human ancestor wanted to kill the most. Boom! In that space, Yi Futian's speed reached his maximum limit, moving like a shooting star. Poof! The attack missed. It stabbed into where Hua Jieyu had been standing, but Hua Jieyu's body had disappeared. She was standing at another point with Yi Futian. Yi Futian's heart pounded, feeling the aftershock. He trained his eyes on the figure in the lower sky. If he had been an instant slower, Hua Jieyu might have died in the hands of the human ancestor. Even now, everyone was still in danger. All of you come back, Yi Futian announced loudly, calling for all the fighters to return to his side. At the same time, his divine power enveloped the vast space, raising his guard against the other. It is meaningless. The voice traveled from the dome of the sky, and a face appeared in the heavenly path. Then limitless divine light shone down, converged in one place. There, a humanoid figure gradually appeared. This figure did not seem real. It was an incredibly perfect person. Every part of the body was translucent. It was carved from the heavenly path and had no flaws. I gave you all chances, but since you did not treasure it, you will disappear now. Become a part of the world, the human ancestor said. He did not believe in gods and did not believe in any person. He only believed in himself. It was only absolutely real if everything was grasped in his own hands. Even if he created a world of gods, he still wanted to control all the gods. Everything in the world had to operate under his wishes. The perfect figure that had appeared bathed under the divine light of the heavenly path. He lowered his head and gazed at Yi Futian. His eyes were extremely frightening. It was like he could enter Yi Futian's mind with only one glance and rob his control over his body. The other's figure was projected in Yi Futian's mind. He seemed to see the sky and also all the organisms. It was the entire human realm. The human ancestor was no longer a pure human cultivator, he was a different species. Surrender, the human ancestor said. His voice shook the world. Yifutian showed signs of lowering his head to bow down to the other. This was a supreme intent, the intent of the heavenly path. This is my world. A thought appeared in Yifutian's mind. He locked the other's intent in his world and then destroyed it. However, at practically the same time, an extremely dangerous aura descended. The human ancestor attacked while holding the sword of law. It contained extremely frightening divine power. Everything in the world was about to be destroyed. Yifutian looked up at the other. Everything in the surrounding world froze. All the divine power stopped flowing. However, he could not stop the other's actions. The human ancestor's body was still descending. Even the divine power of law of time could not block his sword. His law of sword surpassed that of time and could shatter the time and space here directly. The divine power of time did not have a form, but even so, Yifutian could still clearly feel that time was collapsing. Yifutian tightened his grasp on the spear. When one reached the level that he and the human ancestor were at, everything returned to the basics. Those brilliant divine techniques all lost their meaning. It was a clash of the most primitive forces. Boom! His body transformed into the path and advanced. His spear broke through the air. This spear seemed to carry the force of a universe gathered on the spear. It could shatter every physical item in the universe. If it hit a world, it could be destroyed directly. And at that moment, there was only one figure before them. The instant that two streaks of light shot out, everything in the surroundings went still. Even the two streaks seemed like simple attacks. Everyone sensed how frightening the one blow was. It was like time was suffering formless restrictions, and they could not move. The human ancestor and Yifutian were all above their levels. Finally, the two attacks crashed into each other. Felt like a long time had passed. There was no intense explosion. This collision was already above the law of time and had also surpassed sound. Everyone felt the absolute stillness. They could hear their own heartbeats. After that, the entire world in that area collapsed and shattered. It crumbled into nothingness in that instant. Everything no longer existed. The strong figures of the great emperor plane nearby all retreated quickly, releasing their divine power wildly to fend off the corrosion from that destructive force. But despite this, some people were still heavily injured. Yifutian was in the center of the battlefield. He felt the world inside his body collapsing and shattering. Many buildings in his micro-heavenly path world were collapsing. Cracks appeared in the mountains, and the sea was roaring. It was like experiencing a tribulation. His body was forced to an extremely faraway place, and he let out a muffled grunt from his lips. The space around him had already crumbled and turned into nothingness. The perfect body that the human ancestor had formed also shattered, turning illusory. However, as divine light shone down from the heavens, that broken figure reformed and was reborn. It seemed to be eternal and undying. Boom! Right then, a beam of extremely aggressive sword light hacked down, cracking the world. It cut down at the heavenly path. Billions of devil tribulations were released with the sword light, ripping through every existence. It was about to rip apart and destroy that part of the sky. This was done by the devil emperor. In ancient times, the heavenly path had managed the world law and had a consciousness. The human ancestor had cultivated in ancient times, and now he had become the heavenly path. In that case, killing his incarnate was no longer meaningful. They could only kill the human ancestor by shattering the heavens like in ancient times. The human ancestor turned and looked at the devil emperor. Scorn flashed past his eyes. Suddenly, countless beams of tribulation light dropped from the heavenly path, shooting murderously toward the devil emperor. At the same time, the huge face stared at the devil emperor, invading the devil emperor's mind. The devil emperor's body was frozen there, but his eyes continued bursting with a really shocking demonic light. His body had turned into a tribulation form, and he uttered devilish sounds that circled up in the sky. Abruptly, light from billions of demonic tribulations swept up the heavens, wanting to cut apart that heavenly path. At that moment, the cultivators in the lower sky saw limitless tribulation light pass through the sky and ravage crazily in the sky. Suicide, the perfect incarnation of the human ancestor, uttered. The next moment, his body vanished. A sword of law stabbed through the devil emperor's body directly. The strength of the tribulation light weakened immediately, and the devil emperor's magnificent body started breaking apart. Bang! The Devil Emperor's body transformed into nothingness and flew into the distance. The human ancestor gazed at the side coldly. However, a moment later, the Devil Emperor's broken body rematerialized. A beam of divine light wrapped around his body so he would not die. "Go!" Yifutian cried out. The human ancestor did not plan on letting him go. Another beam of world-slaying light dropped from the sky, transforming into the spear of destruction. It was like the Dark Sovereign's ability. It could penetrate the Emperor directly and pierce the Devil Emperor's body. But at the same time, a silhouette escaped and left. There was a huge boom and the Devil Emperor's physical body shattered. But his divine soul was not extinguished. Instead, it turned and escaped. The human ancestor wanted to continue killing it, but Yifutian blocked him. He raised a palm. Golden light wrapped around him and pushed up the sky, blocking that attack. Everyone felt a bit of despair. The human ancestor had returned as the path. He was undying, and it was impossible to kill him. In the distance, Lady Qin and Lady Shu at Donghuang the Great. But Donghuang the Great shook his head at them. "It's effective." Yifutian looked up at the heavenly path. Back when the heavenly path had collapsed in the ancient war of gods, it had meant that the heavenly path was not undefeatable. The human ancestor was not either. The Devil Emperor's previous attack had been effective, and it caused the human ancestor to grow furious. However, the Devil Emperor had also paid a heavy price. He had used 2 lives in exchange for having his spirit soul escape. "You are all looking for death," a cold voice sounded from the dome of the sky. Then doomsday divine tribulations descended from the sky. Beams of the destructive divine light of law shone down, shooting toward Yifutian and the other emperors. Then Yifutian's body flashed, going up to the sky. An extremely frightening beam of divine light shot from his body and crossed the sky, piercing into the heavens. Instantly, it was as if the flow of time in the heavens slowed down. Then the space began distorting and collapsing. Yifutian's body transformed into a beam of light and went upward. The beam of light crossed over the sky in an extremely brilliant manner. Holding the spear, he stabbed into the heavens. The glow of the spear penetrated it, seeming to spear the heavens. The space inside collapsed and shattered, suffering from extreme destructiveness. At that moment, the sky of the human realm also collapsed and shattered crazily, but a frightening silhouette appeared. It stared at Yifutian. "Let us end now," that silhouette said. As soon as he spoke, countless beams of the divine light of law fell, hitting Yifutian's body. At that moment, Yifutian could only feel supreme energy going through his body, penetrating his spirit soul. No one could endure the impact of this terrifying energy. The world inside Yifutian's body was collapsing and breaking crazily. He spat out fresh blood, and his body was forced to an extremely faraway place. His physical body was about to collapse, and his spirit soul was breaking and extinguishing too. It was like his entire being was disintegrating and would soon stop existing. Bang! With a loud bang, Yifutian's body was shaken apart. This scene shocked Donghuang the Great and the others. Their eyes stared in Yifutian's direction, and many people had hopeless expressions. Had Yifutian been by the human ancestor? Humph! A cold huff came from the heavens. That heavenly path had been damaged too. He had only returned after waiting for centuries and did not think that someone could pose a threat to him today. The destructive force of the law converged. He was going to kill everyone. Ha! At that time, many people gaped and looked towards Yifutian's side. They watched as Yifutian's broken spirit soul actually started rejoining. His physical body was converging and reforming as if he also had an undying body. This made the human ancestor let out a surprised noise. Then another gust of extremely frightening energy started gathering. He wanted to kill Yifutian again. Donghuang the Great looked at Yifutian and his body transformed into a blinding streak of light. He rushed toward the heavenly path. After he entered it, his entire person turned illusory. A mighty divine power spread out. It was the power of the void. "Transform," Donghuang the Great uttered. His body became the path, and everything surrounding him turned into nothingness. That part of the heaven kept dissipating as if it would be eradicated and disappear under the divine power of Donghuang the Great until it no longer existed. "Father," Yi Futian looked up to the dome of the sky, his heart twisting painfully. His father had always wanted to comprehend the ultimate divine power. The void was indeed one of the top divine powers, could make everything turn into nothingness. But Yi Futian felt vaguely that even though his father had comprehended the path of the void, it was still not enough. He was not strong enough to destroy that heavenly path. The human ancestor had transformed the path for countless years, and there was still a big difference. His attack earlier with the path of time had also been extreme, and he believed that in terms of force it was an ultimate force too. It could make time and space collapse, but it still could not kill the human ancestor. Hua Jiu also moved toward the dome of the sky. Her dress fluttered as she released the divine power of the colorless realm to the max. It seeped into that part of the sky, wanting to lock up the human ancestor. The Dark Sovereign also attacked. The light of doomsday burst from her body, shooting toward the sky. Everyone was unleashing their strongest attacks to destroy the heavenly path. That part of the heavens collapsed and shattered crazily. Chaotic law and order rained down and destructive currents went wild in the sky. "You think this will work?" the cold voice said from the heavens, making everyone feel chills over their body. Countless beams of destructive light penetrated the body of Dong Wang the Great. Under the blow of the horrifying energy, even the divine power of the void lost effectiveness. Dong Wang the Great's body was destroyed and disappeared. He died in the dome of the sky. The others who had attacked suffered extremely terrifying blows and were sent flying back, even getting heavily hurt. History will not repeat. An extremely cold voice streamed from the heavens. That frightening face was extremely cold, thinking back to the past two experiences. This time he used the lessons he had learned and did not panic. He was stronger than any previous times, returning in whole and without flaws. He was perfect and had become the true heavenly path. He was undying and unkillable. No one could ever defeat him again. Even so, he still encountered quite some trouble. This made him feel blasphemed. However, everything was about to end. He was the ultimate god. Father. Yi Futian looked at the disappeared figure of Dong Huang the Great. After comprehending the ultimate path of the void, his father had transformed into the path to destroy the human ancestor, but he had still failed. Your Majesty. The string emperor and book deity also looked toward the vanished figure. After their master had passed away, had Dong Huang the Great passed away too? Then who could stop the human ancestor? Destructive doomsday might radiated out of the heavens. The human ancestor would not give them the chance to lament. He wanted to kill everyone. Beams of divine light shot down murderously, going towards Yi Futian and the others, and were about to hit their targets. But just then, a formless force swept across, and the entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. Even the human ancestor's attack seemed to stop. Yi Futian felt that an invisible force shrouded the entire world at that moment. He could vaguely sense golden light, but that was illusory and not real. This is time. That idea flashed through Yi Futian's mind. Who is it? Futian. At that time, a voice spoke, and in Yi Futian's perceptions he saw a figure. Master. The figure in Yi Futian's perceptions was his teacher. The human ancestor has already become the path. He is undefeatable by human force. If you wish to defeat him, there is only one path, the master said to Yi Futian. Please advise me, Yi Futian said. Become the path, the master replied. Become the path, Yi Futian murmured. Master, have you become the path already? I have always been imprisoned in time. Not long ago, I finally had some enlightenment. I can help you trap him for some time, but the specifics of what to do depends on yourself. Who are you? A cold voice streamed from the dome of the sky. Incredible destructive force exploded, but it had no target. Everything was in a formless state. The human ancestor smelted the world and turned his body into the heavenly path. He controlled all of the material energy and comprehended the force of the original source. He himself represented the law. He was undying and unable to be killed. But at this moment he was trapped in the formlessness. I came from that era just like you, the voice replied. Time. The human ancestor had never paid attention to the teacher of the Four Corners village. To him, he was just an ancient emperor and not even a complete body. He had collected too many ancient emperors like him. It was not surprising that Dong Wang the Great could meet one. He had not cared at all. As the human ancestor, He was already standing at the pinnacle of the world and had become the path. Indeed, he did not need to care, but he had never expected that the existence he had overlooked was now restraining him. You are the Time Walker, Mufeng. The human ancestor's voice was filled with shock. It seems that you are very knowledgeable about the ancient great emperors, the master replied. Back then, the collapse of the heavenly path already put the world through tribulations. I am sure that you were a victim too. Since you already reached this cultivation state, why are you repeating it? The human ancestor did not answer. Instead, he said, why did you not die? All the gods had died under the heavenly path. The Time Walker had also been a super great emperor. How come he had not died and still lived until today's world? I was trapped in time and survived with luck, the master said. Since you could also become the path and return today, why are you taking the other side? The human ancestor's voice was cold and carried a threatening feeling. After the heavenly path collapsed, the world experienced tribulations of doomsday. After countless years, it is time for a new era, and it is not the era you want, the master continued to say. Everyone could hear their conversation clearly. They could even feel the destructive windstorm that the human ancestor released, but it could not threaten them. That force seemed to be existing in a different dimension than them. Master has a deeper understanding of time than me, Yifutian thought inside. If he were to defeat the human ancestor, he would have to become the path. His father had become the path of the void, but still could not kill the human ancestor. Master seemed to have become the path now too. Then how should he become the path? Young master, a voice said. The string emperor walked towards Yifutian. Lady Qin, Lady Shu. Yifutian looked at the two. The string emperor seemed to have something to say to him. Actually, your mother knew back then that if she wanted to kill the human ancestor, she could only be like him, but if you become the path, you will no longer be yourself. You will only be the path. Lady Qin looked at Yifutian. She seemed to be pained as she spoke. Yifutian understood instantly. Back then, the 8 legions under the heavenly path controlled the law of the world, but the heavenly path was only the law. It did not have a true form. The human ancestor was the same. After he became the path, he no longer truly existed. Only his consciousness existed. After his mother became the heavenly path, she disappeared and stopped existing. So if he became the path, young master, with your current cultivation, you might be able to reach the supreme level even without becoming the path and surpass the human ancestor, the string emperor continued to say. You already created the heavenly path world and you're practically undying and immortal. You can travel across universes. Leave here and cultivate in another world. You can return and kill the human ancestor in the future. Yifutian seemed to understand something from her words and asked, Did father know this too? The string emperor's eyes dulled, and then she nodded. Your father was like your mother, the string emperor said. They both had very resolute beliefs. They wanted to return to the glory of the ancient era and let everyone have an unrestricted cultivation world. They had worked hard for that too, but after losing your mother, you were the only one that your father had. Thus, he always felt that he owed you. As long as there is a shred of hope, he would not want you to sacrifice yourself for this ideal. So he chose to use himself as a gambling chip? Yifutian looked up to the dome of the sky and said, Because of me. His resolute faith started swaying. Perhaps. That is the only time he swayed, the string emperor said. He hoped you could live. Naturally, Yifutian understood. If he lived to leave in defeat from today's battle, the world would undergo tribulations and suffer world-ending disasters. Even so, Donghuang the Great had chosen to keep it from him, not telling him. Perhaps this was Donghuang the Great's selfishness as a father. Yifutian lowered his head and looked down. His eyes seemed to penetrate the vast world. He saw the tribulations of the human realm and the heaven realm. All of the 7 realms were going through tribulations. And this was only the beginning. If the human ancestor ruled over the world, he would destroy everything, upend everything. He wanted to create a world of gods, but they had to be gods that he controlled. He wanted to become the absolute ruler. I know what to do now, Yifutian said. He raised his head and looked toward the human ancestor with extremely resolute eyes. Even if this battle were not for the masses, it would be for his grandfather whom he had never met, his mother who had died to give birth to him, his father Donghuang the Great, the Devil Emperor, and others. He could not let the human ancestor remain in this world. He could bring the people around him and escape freely, leaving this world, but who would take revenge for all this? Countless people from the 6 legions had died in this battle, including those from the Ziwei Imperial Palace and those under the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Who would take revenge for their lives? These people had fought for their faith. Some had also fought for him. He was their faith. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian's body. Huarjiyu, Gudonglu, Yu Wuchen. All of these familiar faces. They had heard the previous conversation and knew what was going to happen, but no one spoke. No one was qualified to decide for Yi Futian. This was his destiny. Turning around, Yi Futian did not meet those pairs of eyes. He was afraid that he would hesitate. With one thought, his body vanished from the spot and left this place. Seeing him leave, this part of the heavens was deathly silent. Even if I become the path, I will still exist, won't I? A voice sounded, landing in everyone's ears. It was comforting them all. This voice penetrated their hearts and tears appeared in many people's eyes. Dong Wang de Yuan stood on the side and looked toward the disappeared figure. There were tears in her pretty eyes. Her second father had died in battle too. She had learned of Yi Futian from a very young age, and she had met Yi Futian when she was 16 years old. Even though Yi Futian did not know her identity, he had always existed in her life. Was everyone in her life going to leave her? De Yuan, the string emperor and book deity, walked to Donghuang de Yuan's side, comforting her softly. To them, Donghuang de Yuan was also their child, just like Yi Futian. The strong figures in the Devil Imperial Palace of the Devil World saw the figure that had floated over and felt immense pain in their hearts. Your Majesty, they called out, only to hear the Devil Emperor say, from today on, Yu Shang will inherit the position of the Devil World's Devil Emperor. All strong figures of the Devil World must obey the orders of the new Emperor. The solemn voice resonated throughout the dome of the sky. All the devil cultivators of the Devil World knelt onto the ground and cried out loudly, Your Majesty, the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor looked at all those figures. Then he turned around and walked toward the Devil Abyss. His backside was filled with bleakness. After entering the Devil Abyss, he went straight to the center of the Devil Abyss. He had been carrying the responsibility of the Devil Abyss for all these years, and today he could finally be freed. His body turned illusory, but it also expanded, becoming larger and larger. The boundlessly huge figure melded into the Devil Abyss, becoming one with the tribulations of the Devil Abyss. Yu Shang, who was currently cultivating in the Devil Abyss, seemed to sense something. His dark eyes opened. Then Yu Shang saw the entire Devil Abyss seem to transform into a face, the face of the Devil Emperor. Yu Shang, the Devil Emperor's voice traveled into his mind. Back then, the Devil Abyss had been a force equal to the heavenly path. Similarly, it also contains its own consciousness. However, it lost in the right against the heavenly path and was reduced to a prison. It nurtured the demonic lord and helped the Devil Abyss fight against the heavenly path. Countless years have passed, and I am still unable to control the power of the Devil Abyss. You absorbed the intent of the demonic lord and can already resonate with the Devil Abyss. Today I will help you. After melding into the Devil Abyss, I will become a shred of the Devil Abyss's consciousness. I hope you can control the Devil Abyss just like the demonic lord and help the people of the Devil World to stop suffering the hardships of the Devil Abyss. Instead, they can use it for their cultivation. Hearing the Devil Emperor's words, Yu Shang's expression suddenly changed. I can control the Devil Abyss without you, he said. There is no time, the Devil Emperor said. As he spoke, his body became more and more illusory, as if it could disappear at any moment. Uncle, Yu Shang cried, standing up. I do not agree. When he spoke, the entire Devil Abyss trembled, his voice resounding throughout. This is my destiny. For countless years, I have always been enduring the pain of the Devil Abyss, and it's time for me to be freed, the Devil Emperor said. Yu Xin, I have never pleaded to anyone in my life, but I must ask something of you. Yu Xing's heart twisted as he looked at that face. For countless years, the cultivators of the Devil World have always carried the shameful status of prisoners. However, the masses of the Devil World are all strong and righteous people. Your father had his own beliefs. I do not blame him for his choice, but he made the mistake of bowing down to the others and bending his spine. The Devil Emperor continued, "Not long ago, the human ancestor used the Devil World to threaten me into participating in the battle. I was forced to join in, but the Devil World will never surrender. Thus, I finally chose to fight against the human ancestor. I do not regret it. This was not for all the beings in the world because the world has nothing to do with me. Similarly, it's not for your father and the others. Instead, it is for the Devil World. Next, the human ancestor and Yi Futian will have an ultimate duel. If you can manage the Devil Abyss, you should also take part. If you are defeated, then you will die in battle. If you succeed, the Devil World will be equal to them and create a new world together. What I ask of you is to never submit under another person. You are the kind of the Devil World." Yu Shang's eyes reddened. He was a true man, but he still grew tearful. The Devil Emperor had never pleaded to anyone in his life, but he was asking him to be the Devil World's king. He could die in battle, but he should never surrender. The Devil World had been known as prisoners for countless years. The Devil Emperor did not wish for the Devil World to continue being the lower caste in the future and be submissive to others. If the king of the Devil World bowed his head, then the cultivators of the Devil World would not be able to raise their heads. Thus, the Devil Emperor had fought against the human ancestor, and he asked Yu Sheng to fight the human ancestor. He wanted the Devil World to stand upright and legitimately in the world. If they were to create a new world, the Devil World should be equal to the others as well. Yu Sheng naturally understood that the Devil Emperor was talking about Yi Futian. The Devil Emperor asked this of him because he was clear about their relationship. "I promise," Yu Sheng said solemnly. The Devil Emperor did not stop him from fighting alongside Yi Futian. He only had one request, for the king of the Devil World to never submit to someone else. "The Devil World is yours now." After the Devil Emperor spoke, his body disappeared gradually, melding completely into the Devil Abyss. Horrifying demonic tribulations ravaged inside the Devil Abyss. There was no trace of the Devil Emperor anymore. But Yu Sheng could feel that the Devil Emperor was still here, guarding him and the Devil World with the Devil Abyss. Yi Futian's figure appeared in the void of the original realm. At present, he could sense clearly that the original realm was not a complete world. After the heavenly path had collapsed back then, it became known as the Void Realm. And now he had returned to this land. To Yi Futian, the original realm was his homeland. Since he would become the path, he naturally chose his homeland. The space was empty, and the void was endless. He was the only person here. Yi Futian seemed even more lonely in the darkness. "I'm sorry." Many figures appeared in Yi Futian's mind, and then he closed his eyes. The micro-world in his body started collapsing and caving in like crazy, transforming into a chaotic world. Yi Futian's consciousness entered it, combining with the world of chaos. Boom! With a loud boom, his physical body exploded into pieces. Many beams of light appeared in the endless darkness. These countless beams of light radiated out crazily, covering the darkness. In an instant, the light illuminated the entire mass of darkness and radiated out to the entire universe. The cultivators of the various continents and segmentums of the original realm all looked up to the sky. They saw a beam of light. In the faraway horizon, that beam of light illuminated the sky, shocking all of the cultivators. What had happened? The cultivators on all the continents stopped cultivating and walked out of their rooms. Countless people traveled through the air, gazing toward the dome of the heavens. They seemed to see a tree growing wildly in the universe enveloped in light. The tree seemed to be the tree of the universe, the tree of the world, growing between heaven and earth. The cultivators of the various continents suddenly felt something blinding. They raised their arms to cover their eyes. It was as if a formless beam of light swept over their bodies. They sensed the aura of the world, and it seemed that everything had changed, but they could not pinpoint what exactly was different. The tree in the universe gradually became illusory, as if it was fusing into the world, transforming into part of the universe. The former god's ruins continent had become vibrant and full of life. There were many cultivators of the Renhuang Plain here. When they sensed the changes of the world, their hearts started pounding furiously. At that moment, they all looked up to the sky and bowed. Was this a miracle? Even a god or someone of the great emperor plane would not be able to do this, right? unless it was a supreme figure who completed the path of the original realm today and would now have a complete law of the great path. Who was doing all of this? The people of the original realm gradually realized the changes of the world too. Meanwhile, Yi Futian perceived all of this. Of course, he no longer had a solid shape. After becoming the path, he had no physical body, no cultivation plane, no life or death. He could truly sense the path now. He was the path. Everything in the world was him. He breathed with the universe. Every beam of light and every gust of wind were his breaths. He perceived all the beings and saw their surprise and joy. Quietly feeling all of this, Yi Futian gradually understood why he must become the path. After becoming the path, he became one with the heavens and one with the universe. Every strand of qi flowing through the universe was him and the path. Yi Futian sensed Qingzhou City. The Qingzhou City that had been hidden before reappeared now. A breeze blew by. Yi Futian seemed to have come to Qingzhou City. With a thought, a tree appeared beside Qingzhou Academy. It was full of vitality and had spirituality. If he were still defeated, this tree would be the trace he left behind. After that, Yi Futian continued to feel for everything in becoming the path. Time passed bit by bit. The human realm, human ancestor, and entire heaven realm were trapped. They were still trapped in time by his master. In the human realm, the human ancestor continued to absorb all the energy in the world, refining the human realm more completely. Even the Time Walker could not hold him back for too long. At that time, the law of the great path in the human realm seemed to have melded into time, slowly homogenizing. At the same time, a voice traveled from within. Walker, you and I are both ancient great emperors. Why must we fight? You cannot hold me back for long. Why don't you rule this world with me? Your fate has long been decided, Master said. What do you mean? The human ancestor said. To be annihilated or be swallowed, Master replied. I never believe in destiny or gods. I only believe in myself. The human ancestor's voice was frigid. This is not destiny. It was what time told me. Do not forget who I am, Master said quietly. His voice was calm. He was the Time Walker. The human ancestor suddenly lost his temper. The aggressive law of the great path hit against the time. You cannot stop me, the human ancestor said coldly. His aura spread toward the outside world. Right then, beams of tribulation light seeped into the space passageway between the devil world and human realm, entering the human realm. The human ancestor sensed the situation on that side. Then countless beams of red light surged in from that direction, continuously entering the human realm. They were tribulation forces of the apocalypse. In a concise time, endless blood-red tribulation light appeared in every corner of the human realm, rushing toward the heavenly path. Crack! The apocalyptic attack rained down and the human realm shook. The power of the Devil Abyss. Devil Emperor, the human ancestor said coldly. Even if he had control of the Devil Abyss, this was still suicide. The human ancestor's mind twitched, and then countless beams of destructive light also rained down, countering the tribulations of the Devil Abyss. The entire human realm instantly transformed into a hellish world. All of the cities on the continents were filled with tribulation light. Yushang's figure appeared in the human realm. He was shrouded with limitless tribulation light, hefting the divine battle axe of creation. The battle axe was wrapped in tribulation light and his body was thousands of meters tall. He loomed over the world and hacked down at the path that the human ancestor had become with his battle axe. The battle axe split apart the sky. The heavens were hacked apart, turning into two halves. But at the same time, a beam of destructive light dropped down, landing in the area that Yushang was in. It made Yushang's spirit soul shake viciously as if it was about to disassemble. The battle shockwaves of the devil world and human realm were so horrifying that even Yi Futian, who had become the original realm heavenly path, could feel them. Yushang! Yi Futian was still meditating, but he understood that he had to attack now. It would be impossible for Yushang to defeat the human ancestor. Just as Yi Futian had predicted, Yushang had come to fight in the human realm battlefield with the power of the Devil Abyss. But he still could not destroy the human ancestor. When Yushang attacked with the divine battle axe of creation, countless pairs of eyes seemed to appear in the heavens. Each pair of eyes stared at Yushang, locking onto him. Yushang felt time and space become disorderly. He continued to hack down with his divine battle-axe of creation, carrying the devil abyss and sweeping up to the heavens. However, a huge god appeared in the heavens. He sent out a punch, and the strength of an entire world was gathered on this fist. There were no additional movements, but this one punch could shatter a part of the sky. This punch passed through the world and sent Yusheng's body flying back into the passageway and devil world. Yusheng's body was about to explode, but he had formed the super-demonic form, which was known as an undying form, and that was why he did not break apart. Even so, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. He was badly hurt. However, how many people in the world could survive a hit from the human ancestor? The evil emperor, one of the former 6 emperors, could not do it. The devil emperor could not do it quickly either, and Dongwang the Great had become the path to fight but still died. If the devil world wants to be wiped out, I can help you, the human ancestor announced. Mr. Time had left when Yusheng attacked, so the human ancestor was no longer restrained. However, while he was nurturing his strength, a loud explosive noise suddenly appeared. The entire human realm seemed to be collapsing and breaking apart continuously. A supreme and peerless path was invading, wanting to destroy the entire human realm. The heavens of the human realm were being destroyed madly. The human ancestor knew that Yi Futian had become the path and had returned to fight again. Yi Futian had become even more dangerous now. He was even stronger and had advanced further than his mother had. Countless beams of light from the path penetrated the human realm, destroying all existences, destroying everything in this dimension. The human ancestor's face appeared. His cold eyes stared at that side. With a thought, countless beams of destructive light also shot out murderously and clashed against the other lights. The world started cracking apart instantly. The human realm shook violently, and many frightening spatial cracks appeared. Earthquakes and tsunamis burst forth on countless cultivation continents, and the tribulations of the apocalypse rained down. 2 faces appeared in the heavens, Yi Futian and the human ancestors' faces, respectively. The entire human realm was collapsing and caving in crazily. That was the force that Yi Futian brought over. The power that could annihilate time wanted to utterly destroy the heavenly path. Do you think you can destroy me like this? The human ancestor stared at Yi Futian and said, I came from the ancient times and had transformed into the heavenly path many years ago. I am an undying god. The human realm has collapsed, and you will die too, Yi Futian replied. Really? My strength comes from the entire human realm. The human ancestor's voice was cold. After he spoke, the collapse of space slowed down, and the entire world seemed to coagulate. A frightening world force was blocking everything. Kaboom! Right then, Yusheng came again with the power of the Devil Abyss. Carried by the Devil Abyss, he hacked down at the human realm. The tribulations of the Devil Abyss instantly swept through the human realm, causing cracks to appear in the coagulated world. The human ancestor's eyes were icy. He took a deep breath, and abruptly, every being and item in the human realm turned into energy that he could use. Annihilate! The human ancestor uttered. As soon as he spoke, an immense quaking swept forth, and all forces destroying the time were extinguished. He carried the energy of the entire human realm and unleashed destructive shockwaves. Yi Futian felt that he was undergoing a powerful attack. The path that he had become was shaken apart and destroyed. This god that had existed since the era of the heavenly path's collapse was frighteningly strong. However, Yi Futian was also undying nowadays. He had returned as the path and was practically an endless and undefeatable existence like the human ancestor. At this time, a beam of black light suddenly projected out of the human realm. It was an extreme black. It seemed as if it came from hell. This beam of black light hovered above the human realm. On the battlefield, the human ancestor seemed to sense the energy contained within and glanced at it. It was a black lotus. Strands of chi emanated from the black lotus, transforming into a pitch-black figure. It was a young girl. When she appeared, she chanted words, and the surrounding world instantly darkened. It kept expanding, extending throughout the vast space until the entire world transformed into darkness. It was like it had been cursed. Qing Yao. Yi Futian did not expect that Yi Qing Yao would come to the battlefield. Had she already inherited the power of darkness? Plus, the power of death that Xianxia carried was no longer the simple divine power of death. It was absolute darkness and destruction. She had belonged to darkness and destruction since birth, standing opposite of life and creation. The human ancestors sent down a beam of destructive light towards Xianxia, but when it approached her, the destructive light actually faded and was extinguished. With Xianxia's body as the center, everything in the world fell into silence, returning to stillness. There was no vitality and everything was about to be annihilated. She walked forward. Everything in her path sank into absolute deathly stillness. She was going to bring death to the entire world. The human ancestor discovered that, under the patch of death, he was no longer able to borrow energy from the world. Everything returned to stillness. There was no energy that he could borrow. Boom! Countless beams of apocalyptic light shot down murderously at Xianxia, but a similarly frightening intent of the path swept forth. It shrouded his power. Ufutian had acted, causing the human ancestor's attack to be shattered and destroyed. Soon, Xianxia had walked to every corner of the world, spreading death across the vast world. Every place that had life was now under death and stillness. The tribulations of the devil abyss pierced into the heavenly path, dyeing the entire dome of the sky blood red. Ufutian's mind twitched. The sky continued to collapse and shatter. The scene right now was like how the heavenly path had collapsed in the war of the heavenly path in the ancient times. How can you surpass death? The human ancestor's voice filled the void. He was speaking to Xianxia. I use darkness as my sacrifice and surpass darkness. Human ancestor, you bestowed this upon me, a voice said. It was not Xianxia's figure, but the dark sovereign. She had sacrificed herself. Bastard, the human ancestor bellowed. Clearly, he also sensed the danger. You planned everything well, but today it will come to nothing. Today you will be destroyed, the dark sovereign's voice rang out once again. Ufutian descended madly with the path, causing the path created by the human ancestor to continue crumbling. The human ancestor's face in the heavens twisted. He finally realized that he was not truly undying or undefeatable. He could also die. If the heavenly path shattered and everything returned to stillness, then he would also stop existing. The ancient heavenly path had collapsed in the battle of the gods. Naturally, he could as well. Ufutian, I will rule the human realm and you will rule the original realm. We will not interfere with each other. The human ancestor's voice streamed out. He seemed to be compromising, wanting to take a step back. Ufutian ignored him. He was still destroying all of this. I control the most primitive power of the world, and I'm extremely familiar with the nature of power. If you continue like this, you will accompany me in death, the human ancestor continued to say, but Ufutian's group was still unmoved. The three of them did not stop. They continued to destroy everything crazily. The human ancestor felt his power weakening continuously. His face became more twisted, he was seemingly struggling. Ufutian, have you thought about the consequences if we all die here today? The human ancestor continued to threaten them. You must disappear, an unrefusable voice replied. Suddenly, the human ancestor started laughing uproariously. I plotted for so many years and thought it was just a game. I did not expect to be defeated today. But in this case, let everything be destroyed. To nothingness. The instant the human ancestor spoke, Ufutian suddenly felt extreme danger. All the remaining energy of the human realm exploded simultaneously in that instant. He could feel that when that energy exploded, everything would return to nothingness. It seemed to be the final state of his father's ultimate divine power. The human ancestor's face closed his eyes. Everything in his surroundings also turned to nothingness. That moment, he seemed to return to countless years ago when his mother and father were still there, raising him, and his master was teaching him cultivation. All of this had been destroyed in the war of the gods. He had lost everything. And now everything was finally ending. Without Ufutian having to attack again, everything in the world was reduced to nothingness. The human ancestor controlled the heavenly path. He comprehended creation and also comprehended destruction. Once he unleashed to nothingness, everything would transform into nothingness, including himself. Ufutian felt that his path was scattering wildly too, turning into the void. He could not help but feel fear. Yushang and Xianxia. The power of time enveloped the entire world. But it was useless. When everything was transformed into the void, there would be no time. Yi Futian used all of the intent from his path to envelope Yushang and Yi Qingyao. In the span of a thought, he made his last-ditch effort. The next moment, his consciousness was also reduced to nothingness. The entire human realm disappeared. Under the human ancestors' ultimate destructive force, everything was turned into the void. Everything in the human realm no longer existed. It was as if this universe and world had never existed. A long while later, a group of figures suddenly traveled through the air of this dead world, appearing in the void. Strands of qi flowed from their bodies and gathered together, forming the human ancestors' figure. "I will return," the formed body said coldly. Yi Futian and the others should have gotten destroyed too, right? Only a sleeping consciousness should remain from the heavenly path of the original realm too. Who would be able to stop him in the future? "You will not return again," another voice streamed out at this time. The human ancestor's expression changed in shock. Then he saw a handsome and extraordinary figure appear before him. "It's you," the human ancestor said coldly, staring at that figure. He watched as the youth extended a hand. Instantly, a horrifying windstorm vortex appeared. The human ancestor and those figures were all swallowed into the windstorm. Watching the human ancestor disappear, the youth raised his head and glanced at the endless void. "Avenging you has been my long-term obsession," he murmured to himself. "Today I returned it all to you." 1 year later, the original realm was a complete world. The heavenly path no longer lacked anything. All life was thriving. The divine prefecture, heaven realm, world of Buddhism, and even the dark world had combined with the original realm. They took up vast territories in the original realm, becoming superforces. They had originally developed in the original realm, and when Yi Futian had become the path, he had enveloped it all. Now, the realms all agreed for them to form a great world together. Nowadays, the world had many superforces. The heaven realm was ruled by the string emperor and book deity together. There were many gods below them. The Donghuang imperial palace was ruled by Donghuang Diuan and had many great emperors under her. The spirit mountain was still managed by the Buddha and had many Buddhists under him. The Ziwei imperial palace was ruled by the old forces of the Ziwei segmentum. For Corner Village was a force that had belonged to the divine prefecture but now separated from them. They were independent of the divine prefecture and ruled by Yi Futian's 4 main disciples. In the Dark Court, Yi Qingyao inherited the position of the new Dark Sovereign. There was another new superforce, the Heavenly Mandate Court. It was governed by Gu Donglu and also had many strong figures of the Great Emperor Plane under him. The Heavenly Mandate Court was situated in the original Heavenly Mandate realm, and they ruled the former 3,000 realms of the Great Path, which was the homeland that Yi Futian had grown up in. They were like the 8 legions of the former Heavenly Path, known as the 7 great forces of the current Heavenly Path. The legion members who had participated in battle with Yi Futian back then, who had not died, all became the core members of the various great forces. They were all being trained as future great emperors. However, what was regretful was that the Heavenly Path had gone still. It had not appeared again after the battle between Yi Futian and the human ancestor. Nowadays, news of the battle from a year ago had already spread throughout the world. Yi Futian had become the path, which was why they now had a new world. In the last moment, the human ancestor had returned everything to nothingness, destroying everything, including Yi Futian's consciousness. In the most critical moment, Yi Futian had sent Yushang and Yi Qingyao out of that dimension. At the same time, he and the human realm were destroyed together, ultimately turning into the void. However, Yi Futian had already become the path. He was one with the heavenly path. As long as the heavenly path was not destroyed, Yi Futian would not die either. Some people guessed that only Yi Futian's consciousness had been wiped, but he was still there within the heavenly path. Others guessed that Yi Futian was only in slumber and would awaken one day in the future. No matter what, everyone in the world was filled with gratitude toward Yi Futian. The battle from 1 year ago was like an apocalyptic battle. The beings of the world had been turned to ashes, and countless cultivators had died. If Yi Futian had not stopped this, the human ancestor might have truly destroyed the world. Yi Futian's sacrifice for this had been to become the path and protect the present world. One could say that Yi Futian had created this new world. Thus, the Heaven Court, Donghuang Imperial Palace, and other forces called the present world the Futian era. Last year had been the first year of the Futian calendar. The top 7 forces of the world all believed in Yi Futian, and the people of the world were also filled with gratitude, so naturally no one objected. They all accepted it. The current era was a new age. The period after the heavenly path had collapsed became known as the Age of Forbidden Gods. With Yi Futian as the heavenly path, it was a new era, and the Age of Gods had reappeared. Within 1 year, the various realms gradually recovered their liveliness. Under Donghuang Diyuan's rule, order returned to the Divine Prefecture. The 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture all had new rulers. Many of them were strong figures of the great Emperor Plane. Of course, those who once had conflicts with Yi Futian had all stepped down from power. The great emperors of the ancient god clans who had not died in battle had all been dethroned by Donghuang Diyuan. 2 huge statues stood atop the steps of the Donghuang Imperial Palace, rising into the sky. One was Donghuang the Great. The other was Emperor Yi Qing. The twin emperors were now guarding the Donghuang Imperial Palace as statues. Today, a few gods came to visit Donghuang Diyuan, but they were met with a closed door and did not get to see her. Donghuang Diyuan was rectifying and revitalizing the Divine Prefecture. She had given the order to make the martial arts of the Divine Prefecture prosper. After working on all of this, she rarely appeared in public. At the moment, Donghuang Diyuan was in the great emperor courtyard of the Imperial Palace. She sat quietly and listened while an elder sat on the ground beside her. He was telling her stories from many years ago. That boy was both smart and mischievous back then. The older disciples all protected their little brother. Thinking back now, that must have been the best times, the elder said with a smile. He was Mr. Du, whom Donghuang Diyuan had brought back to the Divine Prefecture that year. Then what? What else happened? Donghuang Diyuan asked. Your Majesty, would you still like to hear? Mr. Du asked. The Majesty in question was sitting on the ground, her eyes flashing brightly. She seemed to be curious about these ancient stories, wanting to know everything. She did not seem like the current ruler of the Divine Prefecture at all. Yes. Donghuang Diyuan nodded thoughtfully. Sure. Mr. Du chuckled and continued telling those ancient stories. The main character of the stories was an 18-year-old boy. That era seemed to be long, long ago. Outside the original realm, in the void, a cultivator suddenly came to a stop. Divine light flashed on his body and he had a shocking aura. This was a super great emperor from ancient times. Should have lost her, right? He thought inside, cold light flashing past his eyes. But right at that moment, a dark figure appeared out of thin air. The void became even darker. A young girl's face appeared. There were no emotions in her eyes, as if she was one of the living dead. Seeing her appearance, the great emperor's expression changed in shock. Everything is in the past, he said. Back then, the human ancestor had controlled everyone, and we were forced to participate in the battle. Why must you kill us all? The girl reached out her hand. An illusory black lotus shrouded over the other's body. In an instant, everything returned to deathly stillness. All the vitality of the great emperor from the ancient times evaporated instantly, returning to stillness. He fell quiet and then was swallowed by the black lotus until he turned to nothing. After killing him, the girl's figure disappeared into the darkness. In the battle back then, Yi Futian had sent her and Yushang out of the human realm. The human realm had been destroyed, and after that, Yi Qingyao and Yushang started on the path of revenge. They killed practically all of the ancient great emperors who had participated in the battle. But even so, Yi Qingyao was still not satisfied. She wanted everyone to pay. Thus, those who had escaped would forever face her pursuit. The Heavenly Mandate Court controlled the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and was situated in the original Heavenly Mandate realm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was under their control. This was where the Heavenly Mandate Court trained their juniors and disciples. In addition, the current 3,000 realms of the Great Path was nothing like before. They would evolve soon. There was no reason other than the cultivators who had followed Yi Futian out before had all returned. Many of these people were strong figures in the great emperor plane. Now that they returned to their homelands, they did not only return to cultivate. They were also responsible for teaching the path. Yi Futian becoming the path had created this new era, so they would also contribute their strength to the current world. Lord Taishan, Emperor Nan, and many others returned to their original places to teach the path. In addition, Dou Zhao, Xiao Muyu, and the others cultivated in the 9 supreme imperial realms while taking up the position of elder in the heavenly mandate court. It went without saying how powerful the 9 supreme imperial realms were. At the same time, in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Emperor Xia had also returned to Emperor Xia's realm, continuing to sit on the royal throne. He had wanted to pass it on to Xia Yuan, but Xia Yuan disagreed. Thus, a legend began to spread in Emperor Xia's realm that the princess of the realm was now a strong figure of the great emperor plane. Over this past year, it was said that Xia Yuan had saved many people. She was the god of life and could revive people from death. In addition, there was another sword emperor in Lihan Palace, swordmaster of Lihan. One could imagine how strong Emperor Xia's realm was. Furthermore, Emperor Xia's realm also had the 9-state continent. According to legends, that was the homeland of Yi Futian, the master of the heavenly path. Dou Zhan and his group also returned to their homeland and rebuilt the ultimate holy palace, continuing to teach the path in the 9-state continent. Even the Sword Saint returned to the Eastern Barren Territory, returning to the cottage of Book Mountain. 4th and 5th brothers returned as well, accompanying the 1st brother. 2nd sister and 3rd brother stayed in the Heavenly Mandate Academy to govern the entire Divine Prefecture, so they were unable to return. They could only visit occasionally. The sounds of book recitations streamed out of a classroom in Qingzhou Academy of Qingzhou City. The youths were reading and writing in one of the classrooms. There was an extremely handsome, middle-aged man at the lecture podium, though he already had white hair. "The lesson ends here," the man said now with a smile. "Yes, teacher." The youths stood up and bowed. Then a mischievous boy asked the middle-aged man, "Teacher, is the person in the legend you told us real? If I cultivate to the pinnacle, can I really move mountains and fill the seas?" "Not only will you be able to move mountains and fill seas, you can even become the sun and moon," the man said with a smile. "Teacher, have you seen it before?" someone asked. "Of course. One of my former students could do it," the man said, chuckling. "His one eye could turn into the sun and the other could turn into the moon. He could spit out divine thunder from his mouth." Hearing his words, uproarious laughter filled the classroom. "Teacher, you're so imaginative," a youth said while laughing loudly. His voice was innocent. "You're bragging too much." "Then, teacher, where is your student now?" a girl asked innocently. "He is omnipresent," the middle-aged man answered. The younglings obviously did not believe them. Even though their teacher was very attractive, his words were too exaggerated. "Sister Nianyu," someone called to the figure outside the school. Huan Yanyu smiled and nodded. The children all swarmed over, surrounding Huan Yanyu. Hua Fenglu chuckled and then left the room alone. Outside, a white-haired elder looked at Hua Fengliu's backside with ineffable respect in his eyes. It was even reverence. As the helmsman of the Qingzhou Academy, he had heard some legendary stories, while Hua Fengliu's student was the creator of these legends. Nowadays, the teacher had brought his daughter back to Qingzhou Academy to teach the younger generation of disciples. He naturally understood what kind of honor this was. But could he still create another legend in the future? It was probably impossible. Perhaps this was also the sustenance of the soul for the teacher. There was a simple residence beside Qingzhou Academy. Rich vegetation grew beside it. One of the trees was more eye-catching than the rest. According to the people of the academy, no one had noticed this tree before. It had not been attractive at all. But one day, it suddenly grew into a tree that reached for the sky. It was extremely leafy, and when a breeze blew past, the branches and leaves swayed as if they were alive. At the moment, graceful music streamed out from under the tree. It was lovely to the ears and every note pulsed, seeming to be full of emotion. The woman playing the instrument looked perfect and flawless. She seemed to be otherworldly, like one of the 9 heavenly maidens, not mundane. Right then, another woman came out of the academy and came to this side. It was Huan Yanyu. She stopped and sat on a stone, supporting her chin with both hands. She listened to the music quietly, as if entering that beautiful artistic conception. A gorgeous image appeared in her mind. In the image, there was a peaceful little city, a beautiful lake, and a small boat swaying in the lake. A young man and woman were on the boat, hugging one another. Moonlight showered down, illuminating their bodies like a beautiful painting. A long while later, the music gradually stopped. The performer, Hua Jieyu, had a faint smile in her eyes. Her smile was extremely brilliant, as if she had put herself in the artistic conception. 1 year ago, the String Emperor had wanted her to rule over the Heaven Court, but Hua Jieyu left instead. She returned to her homeland, Qingzhou City. Their most beautiful memories were here. After arriving in Qingzhou City, Hua Jieyu naturally discovered this large tree. She could sense Yi Futian's aura from this tree. She knew that Yi Futian must have come back here too. Ever since then, Hua Jieyu built a yard here and would play her qin under the tree every day, living a life of seclusion and peace from the world. Sister, Huan Yinyu called with a smile. Do you think brother-in-law can hear your playing? Of course he can. Hua Jieyu nodded seriously. Then he must be very happy too, knowing that you think of him so much every day. Huan Yinyu said, laughing. Hua Jieyu chuckled and said, Yinyu, you do not have to visit me every day. I feel peace here, and I am content. She did not feel lonely while playing her instrument here every day because she knew that Yi Futian was here. Okay, I got it. Huan Yinyu nodded with a smile. She visited every day because naturally, she was worried that Hua Jieyu would feel lonely or sad. Even though she also felt sad, she never revealed it before her sister. She hoped that her sister could be happy. After Huan Yinyu left, Hua Jieyu continued to play her music. The pulsing music notes were like songs from heaven. They streamed into the tree, and the leaves on the tree rustled, seeming to dance with the music. But right then, the music came to an abrupt stop. Hua Jieyu looked to the front and saw a figure float over before her. It was also a beautiful woman. She landed softly, her eyes staring at the tree. She walked forward slowly, moving step by step toward that tree. When she stood under the tree, there were already translucent teardrops in the corner of her eyes. The woman reached out and touched the tree trunk. Is it you? She asked, voice trembling. Hua Jieyu watched this all quietly. Her gaze fell upon the woman who had arrived, and sadness also rose in her heart. Qing'an, it's him, she whispered. She naturally knew the feelings Xia Qingyuan had towards Yi Futian. Right now, she could feel that Xia Qingyuan's emotions were the same as hers. Hearing Hua Jieyu's voice, Xia Qingyuan's tears started streaming down uncontrollably. Her hands trembled slightly as she seemed to caress Yi Futian's body. Xia Qingyuan had been hiding her emotions and had never shown her feelings before Yi Futian. She had always loved him wordlessly and hid it in her heart. She could accept all of this too. Once, she had thought that when all of this ended, she would return to Emperor Xia's realm. She would be satisfied to watch Yi Futian reach the top and for all to be well. However, when everything ended, it had not been what she had imagined. Yi Futian had disappeared. Everyone said that he had died. Xia Qingyuan could not accept this result. This past year, she returned to Emperor Xia's realm and performed acts of kindness, saving people, but it was a way to numb herself. She was like a soulless body, only wanting to spread Yi Futian's faith in this way. Not long ago, she wanted to come to visit Yi Futian's homeland, see where he had grown up and follow in his footsteps. However, after arriving here, she sensed a familiar aura. Thus, she came and saw the tree before her eyes. At this moment, she finally lost control of all the feelings built up in her heart. They burst out violently. She had kept these emotions hidden for years, not only 1 or 2 days. When did he come here? Xia Qingyuan asked Hua Jieyu, tears streaming from her eyes. He was here when I returned, Hua Jieyu answered. She walked to Xia Qingyuan's side and hugged her gently. Xia Qingyuan did not recoil. She leaned into Hua Jieyu's shoulder and cried. Only they could understand this kind of emotion. At this moment, their feelings were the same. Has he appeared before? Xia Qingyuan asked softly. Hua Jieyu shook her head. She worked hard to control her emotions as she smiled and said gently, Qingyuan, we can accompany him here together. Xia Qingyuan looked at the big tree and asked, can I? Of course. Hua Jieyu nodded. Jieyu? Xia Qingyuan gazed at Hua Jieyu and said, I am willing to become a tree and accompany him here. I can withstand the wind and rain with him until he returns. And if does not return? Hua Jiu asked, voice trembling. Then I will accompany him forever. Xianxia's teary eyes were so resolute. Unshed tears also appeared in Hua Jiu's eyes. She could no longer hold back. Looking at Xianxia's eyes, tears flowed out, and she nodded, saying, okay, thank you. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's lips. Then she walked to the tree's side. Her body gradually dissolved, transforming into a tree of life to keep Yifutian company. The branches of this tree of life kept swaying without stop, going toward the tree on its side. They intertwined, accompanying one another. Rustles came from the tree of life, seeming to cheer or sing. There was no sadness, only company. She was willing to become a tree and stay by his side, accompanying him as they experienced the wind and rain, experiencing the blazing sun and lightning. She felt no regrets at all. She could not stay by his side in life, but now, they could be companions for eternity. Was this not beautiful? Seeing all of this, tears flowed from Hua Jiu's face endlessly. A moment later, she sat down to play her instrument. The music notes pulsed as she began playing music again. But this time, the music was filled with sadness, throwing one into depression. Ever since Yifutian became the path, the 7 super forces governed the world's law. Everything seemed to be at peace, but there were still some storms and waves. Especially for the 7 great forces, they knew that the world still faced threats. Nowadays, as the rulers of the world law, they were responsible for safeguarding it and protecting the current world for Yifutian. The city of the ruins was a free city. It was one of the wealthiest main cities in the universe, filled with strong figures. The 7 super forces established a mutual stronghold here where they could arrive at any time. It was the former Yi Imperial Palace. There was a huge battle happening in the sky outside the Yi Imperial Palace above the city of the ruins. 2 super strong figures were facing one another in the sky. There were many top figures behind them too. They were all in the Great Emperor plane. One of them had an unrestrained aura. It was Gu Donglu. On the other hand, across from him was an elder in a beastly robe. He had very thick hair and a burlesque figure. He was short but was filled with an incomparably aggressive aura, like a wild beast. This was a great emperor of a beast clan. Everything is unstoppable now. You should follow the heavens' orders so that you can be spared. If you continue your stubborn resistance, you will only meet death. The elder's voice was like a grand bell reverberating through the heavens and shaking the sky. Countless people in the city of the ruins below looked up at the vast sky, feeling shaken inside. This elder was a super strong figure who had come to the original realm. 2 ancient emperors from the Yi Imperial Palace had died in his hands. This was why Gu Donglu, ruler of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, had come personally. Gu Donglu did not speak. 2 beams of frightening divine light shot out of his eyes, transforming into battle swords that stabbed toward the elder. Humph, the elder huffed coldly. Instantly, a huge demonic image appeared before his body. A horrifying demonic dragon walked out of it and ripped the sword apart. The elder's gaze swept towards Gu Donglu. Many demonic images appeared in the sky. In a moment, demonic chi shook the heavens. These demonic images contained true dragons, divine phoenixes, Kirin, Xuanwu, Taotai, chaos, and demons. They shrouded the sky and revolved around the land. Violent chi shook the heavens. Even the gods' ruins continent that was extremely far away below could feel that overwhelming might, and the people's hearts shuddered uncontrollably. Who was that elder? He was like the ancestor of the demon beast world. Every demon god image released an aura at the level of a demon monarch. It was exceedingly horrifying. Gu Donglu glanced at him and, with a thought, a huge grinding disk matrix appeared with him as the center. It covered and blocked out the sun. There were immortal monsters and demon gods on this great matrix. Powerful divine might exploded from the matrix, seeming to have supreme divine power from ancient times. The elder furrowed his brows and uttered a sound from his lips. Instantly, great demons burst out of the demon god images. They shook the world and ripped apart the void. However, at the same time, immortal monsters and demon gods also burst out of Gu Donglu's divine prefecture matrix. The great aggressive demons clashed violently, tearing apart each other's bodies. Some demon gods descended from the sky, killing everything. There were also immortal deities holding sharp swords who stabbed into the sky. Everything was getting destroyed and charging toward the elder. The elder extended his arms. They were filled with limitless strength. He swung his arms and sent out an attack. The fist intent transformed into the power of ancient demon gods, shaking the heavens. It flattened everything and crushed the immortal demons. Gu Donglu extended his hand, and instantly countless runes appeared before the elder. There were only 9 words in these countless symbols: power, direction, harmony, healing, premonition, knowing, dimension, creation, and enlightenment. These 9 words became the path. Every rune contained immense divine power, as if Gu Donglio's silhouette was there. He lifted a finger, and instantly, the limitless ancient words shot towards the elder. The elder's fist intent shattered the heavens and blasted toward the words, causing them to disintegrate. However, the words kept growing stronger. They were endless and forced the elder to keep retreating. Pow! Blood seeped out of the elder's fist, and his arm trembled. Finally, an ancient word dropped down and ripped apart his fist, passing through his arm. His body wanted to retreat, but countless words fell at the same time, penetrating his body. Every rune contained immense divine power. Countless beams of light penetrated him at the same time. The elder's body was annihilated at once, turning into dust. Gu Donglu scanned the other strong figures and said coldly, "All invaders will be killed without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the words started down again. Many of these comers were top figures, but they were all killed on the spot. The battle ended not long after, but Gu Donglio's eyes did not seem relaxed. Instead, he seemed graver. He knew that many strong figures from the outside were hiding in this world. In fact, super great emperors had started appearing among these people. The invading universe was very strong. If they invaded from all fronts one day, what would happen? It seemed that another horrible war would occur again. "Send someone to watch the entrance and report up at any commotion," Gu Donglu ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty," someone said, accepting the order. Gu Donglu led his group away. Heaven Realm, Heaven Court. 2 figures stood atop the heavenly palace, gazing into the distance. These 2 were the String Emperor and Book Deity, who were governing the Heaven Realm now. But even though they were the rulers of the Heaven Realm, they did not feel happy at all. Everyone they were familiar with had died. The princess had left them that year. Donghuang the Great had been killed in battle, and their young master had gone too. It was like they had lost their emotional support. All they could do now was protect the new world that their young master had created. Kaboom! Right then, an extremely horrifying aura suddenly appeared above the Heaven Court. Who is it? Many figures traveled through the air and looked toward the sky above the Heaven Court with serious eyes. That horrifying aura shrouded the entire Heaven Court. The frightening might weighed down. The String Emperor and Book Deity's expressions were shocked, too, as they stared to that side. Who was coming to invade them? Boom! A beam of pitch-black divine light penetrated the Heaven Court directly, opening up an ancient path. Then a figure came out of it, hovering above the Heaven Court. This figure was extremely handsome. His eyes scanned the Heaven Court indifferently. Seeing him, many strong figures of the Heaven Court felt their hearts skip a beat. Many cultivators recognized this person. He was back. Yes, they had actually forgotten about him. He had not participated in that apocalyptic world. They did not know that even though he had not attended, he had appeared when the war ended. Me! He scanned the crowd and said, "What? You don't recognize me anymore?" Ji Wudao, the former heir of the Heaven Court and known as the modern Heavenly Emperor, had left after losing to Yi Futian. Now he had returned to the Heaven Court. Great Skylords Black and White Almighty, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 9 Star Lords, and many strong figures in the Heaven Court had once viewed Ji Wudao as their master. Now that they saw he had returned, they felt very troubled feelings. The expressions of the String Emperor and Book Deity changed as well. Ji Wudao's aura was now terrifying. He had been the princess's disciple, but he had not been willing to aid the young master. His talent and abilities were also very frightening. The chaotic heavenly swallowing method that he cultivated was especially horrifying. "Ji Wudao, why are you back?" the String Emperor asked. "Naturally, it is to take back what is mine," Ji Wudao answered, glancing at the String Emperor. What you had were all bestowed upon you by the princess, but you were too ambitious, so the later situation happened. The heaven realm was never yours, the string emperor said, but Ji Wudao cut her off. A horrifying aura appeared in the dome of the sky. Looking at the string emperor and book deity, he said, "Seeing as you were her maids before, I will allow you a respectful death." After he spoke, divine light descended from the sky and landed directly on the bodies of the string emperor and book deity. Their divine powers erupted in an attempt to fight it off, but the gold divine light annihilated the space instantly. Their spirit souls scattered directly, and they died without being able to resist at all. The respectful death, in Ji Wudao's terms, was that he did not swallow them up. The strong figures of the heaven court saw Ji Wudao's aggression, and their expressions dropped. After returning, he had become even more terrifying. He was practically undefeatable. Ji Wudao looked down, and everyone in the heaven court became fearful. Then the great Skylords Black and White Almighty bowed, announcing loudly, "I pay my respects to the Heavenly Emperor. I pay my respects to the Heavenly Emperor," the strong figures of the heaven court all said, one after another. Their voices rang through the void. Many people had initially followed Ji Wudao after all. The situation had changed and Yu Futian had died. It was logical that the Heavenly Emperor's position would be returned to Ji Wudao. Ji Wudao had returned to the heaven court and killed the string emperor and book deity who had been ruling the heavenly realm. Afterward, he reorganized the forces of the heaven court, aggressively killing the people who were not willing to obey him. They had to choose to either follow him or die. In one night, the heaven court's master changed. Ji Wudao became the new master of the heavenly realm, snatching back the position of the heavenly emperor. The other forces naturally received the news too. When they learned that Ji Wudao had returned and taken the heavenly realm, all the forces were shaken up. Ji Wudao had already been extremely strong back then. He had once attacked the human realm and was known as the monstrous figure of the world, equal to Yi Futian. Now that he had returned, he had killed the string emperor and book deity easily, so he had definitely gotten stronger, but it was hard to guess what level he was at. "Your Majesty, all the top figures of the heavenly realm have arrived," Black Almighty said. With his hands behind his back, Ji Wudao gazed into the distance and said, "Those who died all contributed their strength to this world. They fought for their ideals and did not surrender today either. Their families and friends will not be affected after their deaths." The strong figures behind him were shaken. With extreme fear, they lowered onto one knee and said, "We all followed your Majesty into war before. We always believed that the position of the Heavenly Emperor belonged to your Majesty." Ji Wudao said that those people did not surrender and seemed to vaguely respect them. Meanwhile, they were the traitors who were now obeying Ji Wudao. "I know. I do not intend to blame you all," Ji Wudao said in response. However, Black and White Almighty knew why Ji Wudao was unwilling to approach the people who came to visit. Many of those people were not part of Ji Wudao's old forces. Instead, they had surrendered. Clearly, to Ji Wudao, these people did not have the spirit that cultivators should have. "I did not think that so many things happened after I left this world. The 7 realms encountered such tribulations," Ji Wudao murmured, looking into the distance. After the defeat in battle that year, he used the passageway to the outside world and left this universe, going towards another world. After he returned, he witnessed the ultimate battle. He also saw that the human ancestor still wanted to be reborn and got swallowed by him. "Your ploy was correct, and your choice was correct too. He did well. Much better than I had imagined," Ji Wudao said, looking up to the sky. Behind him, Black and White Almighty and the others all felt shocked, but they remained in their kneeling posture and did not rise. The Ji Wudao that they knew was extremely arrogant and talented. He always saw himself as the future heavenly emperor and wanted to inherit the intent of his master. What he never imagined was that none of this was for him. Instead, it was for Yi Futian. Thus, he lost his mind. With Ji Wudao's arrogance and pride, he was unable to accept this. That was why everything that followed happened. But today, Ji Wudao actually admitted with his own words that her choice had been correct. He gave recognition to her choice and to Yi Futian. Naturally, Ji Wudao also realized by now that she indeed was not selfish. She chose Yu Futian to be her own descendant because Yi Futian was the most suitable one. In the end, he had to become the path to do it all. In a way, her choosing him had led to his death. After knowing all of this, Ji Wudao did not feel as much hatred anymore. His mindset had become calmer and more aloof. He seemed to understand Yi Futian. However, he didn't cut everything off cleanly and left behind many problems. Ji Wudao continued to say, "In that case, I will take over and complete everything after this. I will do better than him, and you will see it." Black and White Almighty felt speechless inside. Ji Wudao's obsession truly ran deep. All this time, he just wanted to complete her dying wish and was incomparably respectful towards her. It had long been carved into his bones, carved into his soul. Until today, when she had already disappeared, he still wanted to receive her recognition. Why bother? Notify the other forces to meet me at the heavenly realm in 7 days. The heaven court of the heavenly realm should stand at the peak of the present world, standing above all the gods and rule everything in the world. Ji Wudao spoke calmly, but his voice was filled with boundless aggression. The people behind him naturally understood which forces he was talking about. Nowadays, the 7 forces ruled the world law together and there was no hierarchy. But Ji Wudao had returned and he wanted the heaven realm to stand at the top, becoming the absolute ruler. The other forces all had to come to bow down and submit to him. "Yes, your majesty." The people behind him left after accepting the order. They knew what they had to do. 7 days later, the Divine Prefecture Donghuang Imperial Palace, Heavenly Mandate Academy, Spirit Mountain, and other places all received news that Ji Wudao ordered them to travel over in 7 days. They had to bow down to Ji Wudao and take him as their ruler. This news quickly spread through the cultivation world and became a hot topic among the cultivators. After Yu Futian fought against the human ancestor and died, the 7 forces governed the world law together. They did not expect Ji Wudao to appear and take the heaven realm back. Now, he even let out the news demanding the other forces to make obeisance. They had to view the heaven realm as the ruler of everything in the world. The power of this news was imaginable. It swept through the entire world with frightening force, spreading with the fastest speed. The catastrophe 1 year ago caused the world's information channels to be more connected. Now, everyone knew about the current situation of the world. But those forces were all helping Yi Futian manage the world law. How could they submit to Ji Wudao? If they did not submit to him, what would happen? Would there be another large battle in the heaven realm 7 days later? Would another worldly catastrophe happen this time? Ji Wudao probably was not like the human ancestor. He only wanted to govern the world law. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. All of the cultivators in the world were paying attention to the heaven realm today. Meanwhile, in the heaven realm, countless powerful cultivators were gathering toward the continent where the heavenly court was located. That day, dazzling divine light flashed in the heaven realm. Outside the heavenly court, a group of powerful figures appeared. They were all in the great emperor plane. After that, more divine light flashed in different directions. The strong figures of the 6 great forces had all arrived. They had no choice but to come. Since Ji Wudao had returned, they were destined to have this battle. Frightening divine might enveloped the heavenly court. Brilliant divine light descended from the heavenly court. Then a mighty group of strong figures arrived and scanned the 6 great forces. A brilliant figure appeared above the heavenly palace, bathing under the light of the world. He was incredible. It was Ji Wudao. Have you all thought carefully? Ji Wudao stood in the sky and looked down at everything. He spoke to the strong figures of the 6 great forces, not caring at all that there were seniors like the Buddha among them. Of the rulers of the 6 great forces, only Yi Qingyao, ruler of the Dark Court, had not come. Everyone else had arrived. In Qingzhou City, Hua Jieyu did not know anything happening in the world. No one told her either because they could not bear it. No one could bear to disturb her again. Graceful music continued to float above the serene Qizhou Academy, sounding every day without stop. Hua Jieyu played the music quietly under the tree. She did not ask about the outside world, nor did anyone disturb her. She even put up a colorless realm barrier. This place belonged to her and the 2 trees. The 2 trees behind Hua Jieyu kept swaying extremely joyously, as if they understood the music. The two trees were now entangled with each other. The tree that Xia Qingyuan had become was the tree of life. She kept pouring the power of life into the other tree. The days passed one by one. The vitality of Yi Futian's tree had become heavier, too, and it seemed to have a spirit now. When Hua Jieyu played, she could even hear the tree swaying. They were like pulsing music notes, a reply to her. Of course, this could also be Hua Jieyu's imagination. The battle of the heaven realm shocked the world. After Ji Wudao returned, he showed immense strength. Donghuang Diyuan of the Divine Prefecture was able to control the divine power of the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix. She was not any weaker than the strongest of the former 6 great emperors. However, she had been forced back and injured by Ji Wudao's one attack. Ji Wudao's power crushed Donghuang Diyuan. Similarly, the Buddha's Buddhist techniques could not restrain Ji Wudao either. Gu Donglu summoned a flood of spiritual demons and monsters, but they had all been defeated. Yi Futian's 4 great disciples could not hold up either. In that battle, Ji Wudao had defeated the strong figures from all the forces under the name of the Heavenly Emperor. He wanted to make them surrender, submit to the heaven realm, and view it as their master. He was not forced back until Devil Emperor Yushang arrived with the Devil Abyss and fought against Ji Wudao. That battle had shaken the entire heaven realm, splitting the ground and sky. It had been like a duel of pinnacle features. Finally, the two called a truce. Neither could get an advantage over the other. Devil Emperor Yusheng led the strong figures from the various forces and retreated. Ji Wudao continued to guard the heaven realm. Both sides had their concerns. Thus, the heaven realm, led by Ji Wudao, and the great forces who protected the heavenly path formed an equilibrium. After the battle, Ji Wudao became the number 1 figure of the current world. Devil Emperor Yushang was second. Even though the Devil realm had not entered this world and was its own world, the Devil Emperor still cared for this world and came to reinforce them at the critical moment. After all, he was brothers with the heavenly path and went through life and death together. In the heavenly court, Ji Wudao was cultivating with his eyes closed at the heavenly palace's top. He had swallowed a lot of strength while visiting the other universes and then swallowed the human ancestor. He had not fully digested the strength and combined it into his comprehension yet. Otherwise, he would not only be at this level. This also meant that he would become stronger and stronger. This was also why the chaotic heavenly swallowing method was so terrifying. However, Ji Wudao did not expect Yushang to have control over the Devil Abyss's power and become the Devil Emperor. Even the chaotic heavenly swallowing method had trouble swallowing the billions of devil tribulations and would be penetrated and destroyed. Thus, they ended in a truce. Both stops discontinued the battle. Yushang's abilities in this battle were probably close to the previous Devil Emperor now. This also pushed Ji Wudao to continue cultivating. It seemed that he had to wait some time to become stronger. Your Majesty, someone came to report to him at this time. Ji Wudao furrowed his brows and opened his eyes to scan the other. The person who came quickly lowered his head and knelt on one knee, saying, "Your Majesty, someone came from the outside world, requesting to see you. I told him to leave, but he said that there's something important related to the possession of this world. I don't dare to delay this." Ji Wudao nodded slightly after hearing his words and said, "Bring them here." "Yes, Your Majesty." The person bowed and retreated. A moment later, some strong figures of the great Emperor Plane with extraordinary temperaments arrived. They bowed slightly after seeing Ji Wudao. "Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. What is the matter?" Ji Wudao asked. "We come from the Empyrean. The immortal Emperor of Empyrean will arrive soon and unify this world. The immortal Emperor's divine order is that if the Heavenly Emperor wishes to submit to him and help His Majesty uniting this world, you may become an immortal king of this world," the newcomer said. Ji Wudao listened quickly. When he visited the other universes, he learned of the immortal Emperor of the Empyrean. He ruled over many universes and was known as the immortal Emperor of Empyrean. And now, he wanted to take over this world as well. He also wanted Ji Wudao to govern this world and give him the title of Immortal King. The Heavenly Emperor already wished to unify this world, so the timing is perfect. "We can help you," the other party continued to say. "That is logical." Ji Wudao nodded and the few who had come quickly smiled, seeming extremely confident. However, Ji Wudao looked at them, and instantly a horrifying aura shrouded the others directly. Their expressions dropped, and they stared at Ji Wudao. Heavenly Emperor, what do you mean by this? Ji Wudao extended a hand. The horrifying swallowing of divine power shrouded them. Instantly, their expressions turned to shock. They could feel their spirit souls being tugged out to be swallowed. They could not resist this force at all. It is not your place to worry about our world matters. As soon as he spoke, the people let out pained cries. They were swallowed into the horrifying black vortex. They were immediately annihilated and disappeared. After Ji Wudao swallowed those people, he frowned and said, "If you meet cultivators from the outside world again, kill without mercy." His voice spread throughout the heavenly court, shocking the cultivators of the heavenly court. Countless months later, the city of the ruins was now the most prosperous main city in the world. At the moment, many strong figures were gathered in one part of the city. They were strong figures from various emperor-level forces and were all watching this area. This area had been sealed off because cultivators from the outside world entered this world from here. Recently, strong energy waves had come from this area. Strong figures from various forces all came to investigate. Someone suggested tearing the void and exiting, but it was rejected. If there were something outside, it would be too dangerous. It would be no different from suicide. However, the energy waves from this area were getting more and more frightening now. The sealed space here seemed to be getting unstable, as if an extremely frightening force was about to be unleashed. Right then, the sealed space shimmered with scary light. It looked extremely demonic, and all the strong figures of the emperor-level forces were affected. "What is that?" someone asked. "I don't know. It seems that an outside force is going out of control." Some people's expressions were horrified. Just as they were speaking, a beam of blinding light descended. Then the horrible divine light destroyed the sealing power of this place directly. There were muffled booms, and the sky broke apart. A huge figure descended from the sky, passing through the broken space and coming to this world. The strong figures were all forced back. The blinding divine light made it practically impossible to open their eyes, but at this moment, they still withstood the stinging pain to stare at the monstrous figure that had descended. Their hearts pounded incessantly. That monstrous figure was like a city that came from the outside world. It was also like a boundless altar that had many super transmission matrices. It landed with the piercing divine light. The transmission matrices opened the world up, and many heavenly emperor figures descended from the sky. The gods of another world descended, coming to this world. The strong figures immediately sent what they saw back to their emperor-level forces. At that moment, all of the great forces were shaken. After Ji Wudao had returned and taken back the heaven realm, strong figures from the outside world had invaded them, wanting to conquer this world. The city of ruins was the first to be affected. The incoming strong figures controlled the main city with unstoppable speed, turning this city into their base in this world. It shocked the entire world. Since then, the world seemed to return to that chaotic era. Of course, they all realized that the strongest threat was from the outside world. The world that was invading them was known as the Empyrean, and the god they believed in was the immortal sovereign of Empyrean. The cultivators from Empyrean occupied the city of the ruins, resulting in the formation of the three great powers of this universe. Unlike before, countless cultivators from Empyrean had traveled into this world and formed a legion of the great emperors with an immortal emperor-level cultivator as their commander this time. They were waiting to summon their immortal sovereign into this world and reign over it. Then they would assimilate it as a part of Empyrean. Following that, the Heavenly Mandate Court, Donghuang Imperial Palace, and several other forces had many battles with the cultivators of Empyrean. Meanwhile, the people of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Realm did not make a move. Ji Wudao only focused on his cultivation without laying a hand on the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Court. Sometime later, the battles among these three forces turned into a prolonged conflict that affected many people. Eventually, every cultivator in the world had caught wind of their clashes and the current situation of the world. 5 years had passed in the city of Qingzhou. Martial arts have thrived since the beginning of the new era. The strength of the cultivators of the city of Qingzhou was nothing like before, as they had already learned a lot. At that time, the youths in the Qingzhou Academy were casually chatting with each other. Ding Chun, what are you planning to cultivate in the future? A youngster asked. Sword. Ding Chun was a young man who looked to be around 15. He stared at the sky with a determined look and continued. I want to be like the 3 sword gods who could wipe the intruders from another universe out of this world, preventing the foreign cultivators from running amok in the 9 states. A while ago, a few powerful cultivators had tried to infiltrate the 9 states, but they were killed before successfully entering the land. Shortly after, more of them attempted to invade the 9 states when the 3 sword gods had suddenly shown up. That day, Sword Chi had covered the entire 9 states and had annihilated every invader. From then on, countless people had wanted to cultivate the way of the sword all of a sudden. On the same day, a peerless sword Chi could be felt in the sky of the city of Chizhou. I've heard some rumors saying that the reason the 3 sword gods had protected the 9 states had something to do with our city, a youngster commented. I've heard the same thing as well. Gramps said that according to his ancestors, a legendary figure had been in our city a long time ago. Who knows? They said it was something that had taken place 200 years ago. It could be folklore or a mere rhodomontade of the elders of our city. Didn't Mr. Hua always love to tell exaggerated stories? The young people were talking about something that had happened 200 years ago. Naturally, it felt like a distant past to them. None of them could believe that a legendary person was hailed from their humble city. Existences like gods were totally out of their reach to them. Mr. Might love to boast, but he is a fine man. He must be very handsome during his youth. You should check out senior sister Nianyu. It's like she's forever young. There are no changes in her at all after so many years. She's still a stunning beauty. Countless people from the Qingzhou Academy, including the entire city of Qingzhou's residents, were admirers of Hua Nianyu's gorgeous countenance. Stop daydreaming, brats, a girl snorted. Ding Chen wants to pursue the way of the sword. What about you lots? I want to head to the heavenly realm to join the heavenly imperial palace. It's my lifelong goal to be accepted into the world's strongest organization as one of its cultivators. When that happens, I'll no longer have any regrets, someone said. The remaining youths at the scene burst into laughter as it was the #1 force in this world. According to legends, Ji Wudao slaughtered the cultivators of Empyrean when they invaded the heavenly realm. Furthermore, he defeated the immortal emperor of Empyrean and killed a few great emperors all by himself. Eventually, the invaders retreated to the city of the ruins. They finally stopped him after summoning the power of their immortal sovereign. After that incident, they no longer dared to infiltrate the heavenly realm. This was the glorious bearing and matchless grandeur of the world's #1 cultivator. Master! Someone shouted. Upon hearing that, all the youths stood up, looked in the same direction, and bowed at Hua Fenglu. The latter merely nodded in response and strode away. When did Master come here? I'm not sure, but I think he had been here for a while. It seemed like he was eavesdropping on our conversation. All the youngsters were panicking because she had mentioned senior sister Nianyu earlier. Hua Fenglu raised his head to stare at the sky while strolling at the Qingzhou Academy. His heart was filled with a sudden melancholy feeling. All the people only remembered who was the strongest in the world. But who would know the one who had created it? Even if they knew, which of them would remember? Humans were a bunch of forgetful creatures after all. There were 2 big lush trees beside the academy grounds. A mellifluous sound of a zither could be heard in the background. Once the music finished playing, Hua Jieyu turned to look at the flickering leaves on the trees and whispered, "It's been 5 years. The changes in the outer realms during the past 5 years were rather big. Ji Wudao had returned and had been occupying the heavenly realm. Apart from Yu Shang, I didn't think anyone could stop him. Previously, the extraterrestrial cultivators from Empyrean had launched a full-scale invasion of our world. Following that, they had started a war that had involved even the 9 states. Third senior brother had ordered the swordmaster of Lihen, Yaya, and Wuchen to return and protect the 9 states. He didn't want anyone to interrupt us. Although Hua Jieyu seemed to be talking to herself, she believed he could hear her. She had been staying by his side all these years. By doing so, she assumed that he was still around physically. A breeze wafted past the leaves, causing them to rustle and jiggle. The 2 big trees were exuding a powerful aura of vitality. The gentle breeze blew on Hua Jieyu's skin and fluttered her long hair. A gleam flashed across her eyes as she stared at the two trees. As the aura of vitality intensified, she could feel the presence of Yi Futian gradually grow stronger. I know you'll be back, right? I'll be right here waiting for you. Her eyes were brimmed with tears as Hua Jieyu felt that presence. The woman had been waiting for 5 years, and she would continue to stay here and wait. She did not shed tears because she could not wait any longer, but being afraid that her expectations would end up as a disappointment and that the things she had been longing for would never come to pass. As she sat in a lotus position, Hua Jieyu lowered her head to look at the zither producing a euphonious melody. The sequence of soul-stirring notes added a hint of sorrow to the serene background. The trees swayed ceaselessly at the sound of the zither, causing their leaves to fall all over the place while some dropped beside Hua Jieyu. Rays of light emitted from the tree behind Hua Jieyu. In the next instant, a silhouette could be seen slowly taking shape. It did not interrupt her zither performance but listened to the music quietly with a tender look in its eyes. Sensing something out of place, Hua Jieyu turned her head around to catch a glimpse of the scene. At once, her fingers playing the instrument came to a halt and froze there without moving an inch. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she stood up and stretched her shivering hand to reach the silhouette. However, she could not touch the figure that looked incorporeal. Is this an illusion? Hua Jieyu mumbled in the reflection of her fear of disappointment. Truthfully, it was impossible for an individual of her cultivation level to fall into an illusion. Still, she was afraid that her yearning for him might have caused her to hallucinate. No! A disembodied and angelic voice informed Hua Jieyu. With a shaking voice, she asked, "Why can't I touch you? I had left a consciousness here back then. Now it had transformed into my avatar," Yi Futian explained. Stretching his hand, he tried to stroke Hua Jieyu's long hair while looking delighted. Now that he had shown up here, it would not be long before his eventual return. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded. Yi Futian then turned his eyes to look at the other tree beside him, only to find it transformed into a phantom that looked like Xianxia. She glanced at him with tears rolling down her cheeks without saying a word. Although Hua Jieyu was weeping, a smile played on her face uncontrollably. With a thought, she covered the entire city of Qingzhou with the divine power of colorless realm. As a result, every divine consciousness would be prevented from peering into the city of Qingzhou. A year had passed in the city of Qingzhou. The night view of Qingzhou Lake was beautiful. The cultivators here loved to gather around this place after nightfall. Some of them would raft the boats on the lake, while the others would enjoy the cooling breeze on the lakeside. Each of them had their way of taking in the city's serenity. A ship was seen hovering on the lake while the sound of the zither could be heard coming from it. The beauty who played a piece of melodious music with the zither caught the crowd's attention. Many of them would nod at the person who played the instrument. Some of the young people even looked at the zither player with infatuation, but most would keep their feelings to themselves. Mr. Hua was the chief instructor of Qingzhou Academy, a well-respected individual at the academy. All the citizens knew him well, especially his daughter, Huan Yinyu, who had a stunning countenance and was admired by many. Although she had many admirers, most of them felt ashamed of their plain appearance and knew they would never match her. At the same time, some of the bystanders were staring at a man and woman duo behind Huan Yinyu. The man had long silver hair with a handsome face while the woman was gorgeous. She had an even better temperament than Huan Yinyu. Immediately, the people of the city of Qingzhou knew that she was the sister of Huan Yinyu. Staring at the beauties, everyone wondered how did Mr. Hua beget not one but two of such beautiful daughters. With an attractive appearance that surpassed even Huan Yinyu's, it was unavoidable that she would be the center of attention. Naturally, Yi Futian received a lot of hateful glares. Their eyes were green with envy at the sight of him having two beauties by his side, while Huan Yinyu performed songs with the zither. Many of them thought that if they were the ones being treated like that, they could finally die as a happy man. According to hearsay, this person was the disciple of Mr. Hua, and he loved to brag as well. What super VIP treatment he had there, someone mumbled while rafting their boat past. Being born handsome is surely a privilege. Some of them looked at Yi Futian and then stared back at themselves. The difference between outward appearance made them feel downbeat. After all, his white hair and temperament had only further enhanced his graceful bearing. Yi Futian paid no heed to the stares of the onlookers. Although the people in the city were looking at him with envy and jealousy, most of them were simple-minded. His perspective had long since changed following the achievement of his current cultivation level. Leaning against the boat, Yi Futian enjoyed the scenery of Qingzhou Lake during the night. It was reminiscent of those days from him. He would come here every day to sit on a boat, living the life of an ordinary person while enjoying the sight of people going about in their lives. It was as if he could see himself as one of them. "We should enjoy the scenery with a good drink, some songs, and recite a poem," Yi Futian uttered with a smile. "Be my guest," Hua Jiayu replied as she curled the corners of her lips. "It's a shame that I'm unlearned and have limited literacy," Yi Futian sighed. Hua Jiayu rolled her eyes to the back of their sockets while Xia Qingyuan let out a chuckle. "If I were to choose between having beauties in such a breathtaking landscape and the whole world, I would pick the former," Yi Futian teased after seeing the smiles of the two of them, only to be glared at by them. However, this was when Hua Jiayu was the happiest, as there was no conflict. Plus, Yi Futian did not have to focus on his mission, so he got to spend all his time with them. She did not mind sharing this serenity with Xia Qingyuan at all. A life like this was already considered a dream come true. It was the same for Xia Qingyuan as well. What more could she ask for? Time had never been so kind to her before. Still, she knew this happy moment was only temporary. There was no telling what would happen in the future. Although Hua Jiayu had covered the entire city of Qingzhou with her divine power of colorless realm, it was impossible that Yi Futian did not realize the things that happened outside. After all, he was the one who created this heavenly path. But since Yi Futian did not mention it, they did not ask anything unnecessary. They would just stay by his side and enjoy this peaceful time. Needless to say, Yi Futian had known about all the things that had been going on outside. Truthfully, his current condition was somewhat similar to the human ancestor during the era of the 6 great emperors. He was just an avatar formed by a piece of his consciousness. He would first materialize a physical existence, then reform it into a human shape. Xia Qingyuan should be credited for this accomplishment as well. If she had not transformed herself into the tree of life, he would need a longer time to spawn his consciousness. He was waiting for the time of his comeback. The boat was hovering on the lake as Hua Nianyu played the zither with a gentle smile. It was a magnificent sight to behold. "Miss Nianyu." A voice was heard from a luxurious-looking ship in the opposite. The word Chao could be seen engraved in many places on the ship. The ship of the Chao clan caught the attention of many onlookers. The Chao clan was the nouveau riche in the city of Qingzhou. It had increased its fame rapidly and given rise to several prominent figures in recent years. With the powerful tricks and unique leadership of its patriarch, the Chao clan soon found themselves among the elites of the city of Qingzhou. Many of the administrative staff in Qingzhou Academy were hailed from the Chao clan, for they knew that they had to extend their reigns into Qingzhou Academy to grow stronger. Their family clan could only be prosperous and create a legacy this way. Mr. Hua from Qingzhou Academy was a man of mystery. The Chao clan could not dig up his background, nor could they gauge his true strength. He had also rejected several of their advances to curry favor with him. Mr. Hua had been leading a recluse life and cared not about fame or power, so the Chao clan showed him respect to a certain extent. The young man who spoke earlier was a member of the Chao clan, Chao Yuan. He was one of the most outstanding individuals among the younger generation. He knew that his clan had been trying to win over Mr. Hua. His daughter, Hua Nianyu, was a woman with stunning features. He attempted to get closer to her but did not get a chance. Hua Nianyu could recognize Chao Yuan. So, she nodded at him in response and continued to disregard him. "I've heard a lot about Miss Hua Jiayu. It's my pleasure to finally see you in person today. I've always admired Mr. Hua. I hope you two could be so kind as to accept my invitation to my ship to talk about the stories of Mr. Hua." Chao Yuan looked at Hua Jiayu and said while ignoring Yi Futian. Hua Jiayu furrowed her brows in annoyance as a hint of icy glare flashed across her eyes. However, Chao Yuan did not notice any of that. Grasping her hand, Yi Futian turned to look at Chao Yuan and replied, "I'm sorry, but they're busy today." After hearing Yi Futian's words, Chao Yuan turned to stare at him. According to his intel, the former was the disciple of Mr. Hua, though little was known about him. After a while, he reverted his gaze to Hua Jieyu and Huan Yanyu as if he had not heard Yi Futian's words earlier. Huan Yanyu continued to ignore him as the boat slowly moved forward. Soon, their boat went past the other party's ship and headed to a different location. As Chao Yuan set his eyes on the boat, slowly getting further away from his sight, a glint of gloominess flashed across his eyes. There was nothing the Chao clan could not do in Qizhou. On the boat, Hua Jieyu glanced at Yi Futian as if she had something to say. Then he commented, "Why are you allowing small fries to affect your mood?" After saying that, Yi Futian shot a glance at Qingzhou lakeside as someone was lighting up fireworks that set off in the sky beautifully. He asked, "Do you still remember when we were 16? "Of course." Hua Jieyu drank in the sight of the spectacular fireworks and quickly pushed the unhappy incident earlier into the back of her mind. Her eyes looked more beautiful than the fireworks as she gazed at them. The cultivators of Empyrean continued to arrive in the city of the ruins. The mind of the immortal sovereign of Empyrean was summoned into this world and covered the entire city of the ruins. They occupied that location and could soon take over the whole world. Wars erupted in many places throughout the whole world. It was at a scale that involved many forces, including those that ruled over the heavenly law. A terrifying war broke out in a location of the heavenly mandate court. Dou Zhao, Xiao Muyu, Long Chun, and the others were at different locations on the battlefield filled up by the enemies who encircled them. Unleashing the will of the fighting god to the limits, Dou Zhao's body gleamed like a war god. Even so, he was still exhausted from all the battle, panting like a dog while blood was dripping from the corners of his lips. Xiao Muyu was not any better than him either. Her black apparel had outlined her perfect figure. The bloodstains only added to the overall bittersweet feel. "Will we die here?" Xiao Muyu murmured. They did not pass away during the battle of the heavenly path back then. Yet, they had never expected the fight to fend off the invasion of Empyrean would be so disastrous. At that time, the sky on top of their battlefield was enveloped by a petrifying dark storm that looked like the apocalypse. The total forces of Empyrean were too great. All these years of fighting had taught them one thing. Empyrean did not consist of just one universe but a superpower of multiple universes. The most significant individual of a universe would be called the Immortal King, who ruled over the law of that world under the command of their immortal sovereign. Ever since the opening of the space passage, the cultivators from different universes had been infiltrating this world increasingly and ceaselessly. They started wars and plundered goods. The same thing had happened over and over again. If it were to intensify further, they would eventually occupy the whole world. "I haven't even become a great emperor yet. There's no way I'll let myself die here. Let's continue the battle." Dou Zhao bellowed as he emanated the will of the fighting god to the max, nearly breaking his body. At once, a powerful will exploded like the unleashing of the will of a true god. Nevertheless, his spiritual energy had reached its limit. After letting out a roar, he flew into the sky and continued fighting. Watching the happening in the sky, a hint of sadness flashed across Xiao Muyu's eyes. As her gaze remained in the same place, she muttered, "Master, when will you return?" Up until that moment, she believed that her master would come back to them one day. However, she was not the only one with such sentiment. Everyone in the heavenly mandate court felt the same as well. They were all waiting and believing that he would make his comeback one day. Suddenly, a group of cultivators moved around and wreaked havoc, causing the sky to tremble. Xiao Muyu turned to stare in the direction of the commotion. Her eyes immediately widened as she noticed the arrival of the reinforcements from the Devil World. Yu Shang and the Legion of the Devil World under his command were the greatest force to fight against the invasion of Empyrean at that time. The Devil Emperor, Yu Shang, was regarded as the number 2 after Ji Wudao by the people of the world. The war continued to burst out in different places in the world. Fortunately, the secluded locations of the 9 states were not affected by the war. The 9 states was the homeland of Yi Futian, so many people had returned to this land. In fact, those people were relatively close to Yi Futian himself. Hence, the 3 sword emperors had been defending the 9 states. The 9 states was the forbidden land of the gods and devils. Although wars had been ongoing outside, the city of Qingzhou remained peaceful. In Qizhou Academy, a group of people could be seen gathering and chortling as they chattered. Brother Yi, how do you know Miss Jiu? Someone asked out of curiosity. Yi Futian had become well known in Qingzhou Academy for being the son-in-law of Mr. Hua, Miss Jiu's husband, and for having a soulmate. It was something that people could only have in their dreams. The youths of Qingzhou Academy were curious about Yi Futian, but they only knew that his surname was Yi and that he was the son-in-law of Mr. Hua. Hence, they had been addressing him as Brother Yi. Unbeknownst to them, he was even older than their grandpa's grandfather. It was something that happened a long time ago. At that time, Miss Jiu and I attended Qingzhou Academy together. Then I came across my father-in-law by chance and was accepted as one of his disciples. Following that, Yi Futian explained in a half-joking tone. At once, the young people were looking at him with all sorts of expressions. A long time ago? Just how old you are, Brother Yi. How are you trying to fool? A person remarked. So Brother Yi had joined the academy as Mr. Hua's disciple after seeing Miss Jiu? What a pro move. One of the youths was full of admiration. Previously, Mr. Hua had bragged about one of his disciples being a powerful cultivator who could turn one of their eyes into the sun and the other one into the moon. They could even shoot thunder out of their mouth. Don't tell that was you, Brother Yi? One of the youngsters stared at Yi Futian in doubt because the handsome man before their eyes did not seem to be that capable. If he were such a powerful cultivator, wouldn't he be a towering and almighty giant? Otherwise, how could his eyes turn into the sun and the moon? I didn't expect Mr. Hua to tell you about my past, Yi Futian said with a smile. The entire atmosphere went dead silent for a while after he spoke. All the youths were staring at him blankly. As expected of the son-in-law of Mr. Hua, Brother Yi does behave like Mr. Hua. You're right. To think that they could talk big as naturally as breathing. Not even the gods are that capable. Do you think the greatest man in the world, Ji Wudao, has such a demeanor? One of the youngsters lifted his head into the sky, looking fascinated. He should have. Just look at how cool the 3 sword emperors were when they sealed up the 9 states. Ji Wudao, being the strongest individual, must be even more powerful than them. I wish I could meet the 3 sword emperors in person one day. I could die without regrets if I could just stumble upon one of the great emperors. You'll meet one eventually, Yi Futian noted with a light smile. Perhaps? Who knows how many years I have to cultivate to see it happen. Maybe it might never happen throughout my entire life. Stop daydreaming. That's the great emperor we're talking about here. Let's go. Class is about to start. Someone responded. With that, the youths prepared to leave and said, Brother Yi, we'll take our leave first. Let's catch up for more big talks later. Yi Futian nodded and saw them off. A smile played on his face as he recounted his past. Thinking back, he had once been a youth like them long ago. After getting up, he took a stroll in Qingzhou Academy. Then an elderly janitor sweeping the floor greeted him with a smile. Little rascal Yi. Good for him to be born with such great looks. Those young instructors who were jealous of Yi Futian were badmouthing him from a distance without minding if he could hear them or not. Yi Futian had beautiful women surrounding him constantly, so it would be natural for people to be envious of him. So why weren't any of you born with good looks? The elderly janitor sweeping the floor riposted with a smirk. Yi Futian bowed his head at the elderly person and went on his way. There were disputes here in this small town, even though it was a quiet place. After all, there would be strife as long as the society was made up of people. Chao Yuan of the Chao clan would be a good example. At that point, he was still obsessed with Huan Yinyu and even begged his family to propose marriage. As one would expect, the Chao clan had made a move, planning to win over Hua Fenglu for good. Sensing everything happening, Yi Futian shook his head and flashed a resigned smile. He could not picture the sight of a member of the Chao clan together with Huan Yinyu. Lifting his head to gaze at the sky, he thought, the Chao clan surely didn't know just how big the world was. There was a lake in the backyard next to the Qingzhou Academy where Yi Futian lived. There was an old tree next to the lake. Yi Futian was sitting under the tree fishing at the moment. When a fish was hooked, Yi Futian would pull the rod, while Xia Qingyuan would take the fishing line and put the caught fish into the bucket. She was tremendously happy with living such a normal life. Grinning from ear to ear, she said, "This one is bigger than the previous one." "It looks like we will be having a feast later," Yifutian responded with a smile. Time slowly passed as Yifutian continued fishing. Soon, he closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Xia Qingyuan was sitting and waiting quietly. On the continent far away from the 9 states, there was a hut in a quiet valley surrounded by a snow-capped and uninhabited mountain range. At that time, a sage-like old man was sitting outside the hut and fishing. It was as if everything in the world was silent here. No one would make a sound. All of a sudden, the old man frowned a little after sensing something. Following that, another silhouette could be seen fishing in another dimension. After catching sight of the silhouette, the old man flashed a smile. "Master." The silhouette bowed and smiled at him. By now, one would have noticed that he was the master of Four Corner Village. Staring at the other party, he asked, "How long has it been since you returned?" "It's been a while," Yifutian answered. "My apologies for interrupting you." "No worries." The master smiled as he peered at Yifutian. At that time, Yifutian looked like an average person. Although his features were stunning as ever, there was no aura exuded from him at all. There was basically no difference between him and a peasant. Yifutian had reverted to his original nature. It was as if he was only a speck of dust in this world, one of the living beings that were unremarkable. "It looks like you've reached yet another level now," the master commented as he glanced at Yifutian. "My purpose of visiting this time is to ask you about something," Yifutian uttered. "Go ahead," the master replied with a nod. "Master, you said that you were once trapped by time. How did you get away from its grasp in the end?" Yifutian questioned. Ever since his return, he seemed to be doing nothing every day. Yet, he had constantly been meditating. However, the kind of meditation he was doing at that moment was not the same as before. After all, he had become the heavenly path. So, the meditation in the past had no benefit to him at all. Instead, the battle with the human ancestor back then had taught him many things. Everything in the world would eventually return to its original form. Now that you could disregard the dimensional boundaries and show up here, you've reached a greater height. You're in control of the heavenly path, yet you could recreate an avatar of yourself. Back then, I could escape from the grasp of the space-time trap only because I had gained enlightenment on the fact that the past was me. The present is me, the future will be me. All the different versions of me are the real me, the master explained. After hearing the master's words, Yifutian was stunned. The past was me, the present is me, the future will be me. In Buddhism, there was a saying that went, "It's impossible to retain a past thought, to seize a future thought, and even to hold on to a present thought. The two might be contradicting, yet they could relate to one another." "Thank you, master," Yifutian said and bowed. "Go," the master replied and disappeared into thin air as if nothing had happened earlier. At that time, Yifutian continued to fish at the lakeside with his eyes closed. He did not budge an inch since the beginning. Yifutian had been keeping the master's words on replay in his mind. At the same time, another voice could be heard saying, "I am the heavenly path. I am who I am." All was vanity, yet everything did truly exist. The war in the world intensified as time passed slowly. The scale of the battle continued to increase. The world that had tasted peace for a while would plunge into an imminent war. A blood-curdling presence turned up in the city of the ruins that day. The gigantic altar summoned an indestructible force that covered the entire atmosphere. All the cultivators of Empyrean were blown away when the force showed up in the world, for they knew that their immortal sovereign was about to appear. The war in this world would end when the immortal sovereign made its appearance. The cultivators of Empyrean were stationed in the city of the ruins. The aura they exuded was extremely formidable. At the peak of the altar, a group of heavenly immortals could be seen hovering there, staring at the sky. The leading figure was an immortal emperor. His sight seemed to pierce through the void as he lifted his head to look at the sky. Soon, many divine consciousnesses manifested here. "It looks like you are all here." The immortal emperor stared into the distance and remarked. Before long, multiple silhouettes presented themselves in the sky all of a sudden. At the greatest height, Ji Wudao's profile could be seen. Simultaneously, Gu Donglu and the Buddha appeared in other places, staring in the same direction as they felt a threatening presence. The immortal sovereign will arrive 7 days later. When it happens, you should decide whether to obey or die. The immortal emperor piped. That altar was connected to another universe, summoning an otherworldly force ceaselessly. With that, the faces in the sky vanished from sight altogether. Ji Wudao was sitting in a lotus position above the heavenly palace of the heavenly realm. Opening his eyes, he shot a quick look at the lower plane. His sight pierced through the atmosphere and saw the altar. Following that, he raised his head, looked into the heavens, and said, "I will surpass him. You will see it." At the Chao clan in the city of Qingzhou, the leader of the Chao clan, Chao Zheng, was sitting in the first seat in the council hall. The remaining people were important figures of the Chao clan, including Chao Yuan. They were gathered here to talk about Chao Yuan's marriage. Previously, he had mentioned his intention to be betrothed to Mr. Hua's daughter, Huan Yanyu, which moved the hearts of the people. Hence, they were here to discuss the details of this plan. "I think this plan works," someone noted. "We've got several people in Qizhou Academy now. I've heard that the Chancellor valued Hua Fenglu very much. If we could make this marriage happen, we would finally take control of the entire Qingzhou Academy. Besides, we will have Hua Fenglu as our support. Hua Fenglu has raised many outstanding students in recent years. In the future, they will become pillars and backbones of the city of Qizhou." "Yeah," I seconded that. "Chao Yuan is pretty excellent himself. I reckon Hua Nianyu's cultivation level should be relatively high. The two of them will be a perfect match," another person commented. "This matter would benefit the Chao clan a lot." "I will not agree to this before finding out Hua Fenglio's background," an elderly individual said. "This is just a proposal. If he were to reject, we could use this opportunity to dig up Hua Fenglio's background," someone answered. After listening to the people's opinions, Chao Zheng made a decision and declared, "In that case, we shall propose marriage 7 days from now." Snow fell over Qingzhou early in the morning, turning the entire landscape into a silver world. When Yi Futian arrived at the yard, his sight was filled with white snow, and Huan Yinyu was building a snowman in the middle. She even asked Hua Jieyu to help out while Xia Qingyuan stood on the sidelines and smiled. At the sight of the happening, Yi Futian did not feel the cold of winter but a warmth that came from the deepest part of his heart. Only those who had gone through the prosperity and vicissitudes of lives and returned to live a common life could understand the beauty in the ordinary. "Brother-in-law, who do you think this looks like?" Huan Yanyu asked with a grin. She had built 3 snowmen in total. The one in the middle was a man and the other 2 beside were women. Obviously, they were Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, and Xia Qingyuan. "What are they?" Yi Futian teased with a smirk on his face. Huan Yanyu pouted like a pufferfish as the temperament of her brother-in-law and sister could never be adequately represented by mere snowmen. "Let's go for a walk to watch the snow in the city." Yi Futian strolled forward with a gentle smile, leaving his footprints on the snowy ground. Hua Jieyu and Xia Qingyuan went after Yi Futian without hesitation. After leaving the courtyard, they came to Qingzhou Academy. Many youngsters could be seen there. When the youths saw the group coming, they gave way for the latter and greeted, "Brother Yi." Yi Futian nodded happily. A sudden chilly breeze blew on his long hair. Hua Jieyu immediately went behind him and put a white coat over him. After shrugging his shoulders, the coat was firmly wrapped around him. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyuan went before him to fix his collar. "Wow!" the young boys exclaimed from the sidelines. They were staring at Yi Futian with a joyful and innocent look. They were rather envious of him. Yi Futian was relatively popular in Qingzhou Academy, since he was handsome, humorous, and loved talking big. After they had gone further away, someone noted, "Look, what's wrong with being common people? Isn't Brother Yi a normal person? But look at him having beautiful girls surrounding him. What a lucky guy. Just look at yourself in the mirror, will you?" One of the girls said with disgust. At once, the expression of the person who said that earlier immediately turned gloomy. It was only natural since Yi Futian's had a stunning look. Judging from Brother Ye's temperament, he does not come across as someone normal. He may not have the ability to turn his eyes into the sun and the moon or hold the stars in his hand, but as Mr. Hua's disciple, he will not stay as an ordinary person. The girl continued. After that, her voice became softer and she mumbled, "Who knows? but the thing about him turning his eyes into the sun and the moon might very well turn out to be true. Don't tell me you've fallen for Brother Yi? A boy questioned. The girl's face instantly turned red up to her ears. Well, if you were to compare with Miss Jiu in terms of looks, ahem. The boy really loved to run his mouth. Although the girl was young and graceful, she was in no way comparable to Hua Jiu. Are you tired of living? The girl chided as she glared at him. Okay, I'll zip it. The boy said, didn't you see that Brother Yi needed a coat to go out? Since he's afraid of cold, he must be a normal person. Brother Ye's handsomeness and extraordinary temperament are indisputable. I'll give you that, but it doesn't change the fact that he's an ordinary person. Y'all can tell, right? Perhaps he's doing this because he's injured? The girl stated. Oh, snap! The boy gaped at the girl and murmured. She has completely fallen for him. After he spoke, he turned around and made his escape while the girl manifested a sword will, chasing after him. The winter in Qingzhou Academy became more lively because of them. After leaving Qingzhou Academy and walking on the streets of the city, Yi Futian caught the attention of many people since a lot of the citizens knew him. They would greet him passionately and show respect to Hua Jiu and Huan Yanyu. The entire city of Qingzhou was covered with a layer of white snow. All the old trees were coated with hoarfrost, turning into silver branches that looked truly magnificent. Yi Futian was strolling in the snow randomly. His pace gradually became slower. Each step he moved forward would take a long time. Hua Jiu and the others did not interrupt him but stayed behind silently. At one point, Yi Futian's body slowly turned incorporeal as if he would disappear into thin air at any time. Xia Qingyuan was a little worried about him and afraid that something would befall him. She immediately turned to look at Hua Jiu, who stood beside her. But the latter shook her head, asking the former not to disturb him. As a person with a higher cultivation level, she knew Yi Futian had been in a state of meditation constantly lately. Yi Futian's body turned insubstantial from the tangible state and then slowly solidified. I am the heavenly path, I am who I am. A voice resounded in Yi Futian's mind. At that moment, he would emanate an exceptional temperament like that of a god or a mortal, and then he would suddenly turn into a common folk who could not exude any aura. In the end, he reverted to the earlier state where he would search for his true self. Yi Futian raised a light smile on his face without saying a word and continued moving forward, leaving many footprints on the snowy ground. The passerby would stare at them curiously. They wondered what he was doing, as his action was rather peculiar. Things were quite lively in Qingzhou Academy. The youths were excited as the snow continued to fall. They were all playing in the snow with each other. Nevertheless, the sound of the youngsters having fun subsided. Many of them went blank for a while before turning in the same direction. Following that, the entire atmosphere went dead silent for a moment as everyone's attention was on the end of the snowy ground. A silhouette in black came into sight all of a sudden. The figure was burly and gallant with a remarkable temperament. Anyone could tell that this person was extraordinary at first sight as he gave off a domineering vibe. All the people would lower their heads as their gaze met his. They were all nervous at the sight of him. Who is this? The crowds muttered. The burly person shot a quick glance at Qingzhou Academy and stood on the snowy ground silently as if they were waiting for something. The snowfall caused his black robe and hair to turn white slowly. But he stood rooted to the spot against the snowstorm and gale like a statue without moving an inch. Who was he waiting for? The teenagers became increasingly curious. After a while, there was a person heading toward Qingzhou Academy from outside in the snow. He was a handsome man dressed in white, and he was none other than Yi Futian. The moment Yi Futian caught sight of the silhouette, he immediately became high-spirited and headed toward the ladder. The hearts of the youths of Qingzhou Academy skipped a beat at the sight of it. Did that person come looking for Brother Yi? Was Brother Yi not an average person, after all? You're finally here, Yi Futian said as he stopped before Yushang. Yeah. Yushang nodded and remained taciturn. Accompany me for a walk, Yi Futian requested. Then he turned around and began walking. Yushang followed behind and wandered around Qingzhou Academy with him. Hua Fenglu watched the scene before his eyes on the academy grounds, reminiscing. It was as if the time had gone back. Many years ago, the two youths would take a walk in Qingzhou Academy just like that. They both headed toward the old tree and came to a halt. This place was once their lodging when they were still studying at Xianxia Academy. At that time, there was a tree where they would lean against and rest. Yifutian halted his steps before the tree and sat on the snowy ground, leaning against the old tree. Yushan followed suit and leaned against the tree, sitting next to him. Snowflakes fell from the sky consistently. There was no sound in the atmosphere as neither of them spoke. They sat there quietly, allowing the snow to gather on their bodies. Who would have thought that the two people who were quietly sitting there were the avatar of the heavenly path and the devil emperor who ruled over the devil realm? Beneath the ancient tree, among the snowflakes, Yifutian and Yushang were covered by white snow. Yifutian's eyes were closed. In his mind, he recalled memories of his past. In his youth, he had grown up here with Yushang. Now they had returned to this place. All the past events flashed in his mind, turning into images that were etched in his memory. At this moment, he felt as though he had returned to the past. In the past, he did not have many worries. Life was simple and he was happy. Snowflakes landed on Yifutian's face. He revealed a faint smile. The past and the present seemed to be overlapping. Yifutian returned to the past. Both his face and his temperament were changing. However, he soon returned to his current state. His body shifted between being an illusory figure and a real body of flesh. All these changes were subtle and were unnoticed by others. Yifutian's smile turned into a brilliant grin. He finally comprehended everything, the past and the present. He was both the heavenly path and himself. He was simultaneously in the past and the present. In the Qingzhou Academy, Hua Fenglu was also standing in the snow. He raised his head to admire the falling snowflakes. Right then, a figure trekked through the snow, approaching him from a distance. The figure had a humped back and appeared frail. When Hua Fenglu shifted his gaze away from the scenery, he noticed the old man. He was stupefied, seemingly in disbelief at what he was seeing. What was happening? Hua Fenglu thought. Why would he suddenly be hallucinating? The old man paused in his tracks and looked at Hua Fenglu with a smile. Everything seemed too real. Hua Fenglu pinched himself. The old man was still standing there. With a trembling voice, Hua Fenglu called out, "Master?" The old man responded while nodding his head. "Grandmaster." Hua Jieyu walked toward them. She similarly could not believe her eyes as she stared at the old man. The old man smiled gently as he looked at Hua Fenglu and Hua Jieyu. Hua Ningyu was somewhat confused. She did not recognize the old man. Since when did her father have a master? You? Hua Fenglu was still incredulous about the appearance of the old man. He turned around and looked in the direction where Yifutian was. Yifutian was still sitting quietly underneath the ancient tree. Hua Fenglu and Hua Jieyu also looked there. Suddenly, they understood what was going on. They were astonished. Nevertheless, they grinned from ear to ear. There were even tears flowing down their cheeks. Of course, they realized what this meant. Everything would soon pass. At the same time, a terrifying power enveloped the entire city of the ruins. A gigantic face appeared in the endless sky. Ji Wudao's gaze pierced through space as he observed the situation in the city from the heaven realm. Cultivators from everywhere, including the heavenly mandate court, the dark world, and the world of Buddhism, had gathered in the city. As the ruler of the divine prefecture, Donghuang Diuan was present too. She was the commander of the troops of the divine prefecture. Today's battle might be their last. However, they took a blood oath and vowed to protect the world that Yifutian had created. A solemn vibe loomed over the city. The troops of the city of the ruins had departed. War was about to erupt. Diuan, a voice called out. Donghuang Diuan was stunned. When she turned around and saw the figure who had appeared, her heart trembled violently. All the Donghuang Imperial Palace cultivators were astonished to see the figure. "Father!" Donghuang Diuan's voice was shaky. How was this possible? She could not believe what she saw. "I have come back to join the war," Donghuang the Great said with a smile. Underneath the ancient tree in the Qingzhou Academy, Yushang opened his eyes to look at the sky. The war had begun. Yushang glanced at Yifutian, who was beside him. He saw that the latter's aura was still undergoing subtle changes. It was as though it was changing all the time. Yushang did not disturb him. He knew Yifutian was about to have an epiphany. Just then, There was a massive commotion in the academy. Someone was riding over here. In the sky above the academy, monstrous beasts traversed the skies. Their lineup was extremely large. Many cultivators appeared in the academy, and they were all headed in this direction. Chao Zhang from the Chao clan has come to pay a visit. A voice cried out from outside the academy. The cultivators in the academy all came out. Outside the academy, the members of the city of Qingzhou also gathered. They sensed that something was different today and something might happen. The members of the Chao clan had probably come here for Chao Yuan's sake. It was no secret in Qingzhou that Chao Yuan fancied Huan Yanyu. The cultivators of the Chao clan stepped into the academy. They walked towards Hua Fenglu. A few elders of the Qingzhou Academy also accompanied them, smiling as they walked toward Hua Fenglu. This scene caused Hua Fenglu to frown. The Chao clan dared to show their faces here. The headmaster of the Qingzhou Academy stood not far away behind Hua Fenglu as he observed everything. He did not stop the Chao clan. It was because he knew that he was not needed. After the Chao clan rose to become the top clan in Qingzhou, they had gotten rather arrogant. However, they were acting presumptuously because they had not seen much of the world. Today, perhaps they would have a taste of real power. Master. Chao Zhang and Chao Yuan greeted Hua Fenglu as they bowed slightly. Then, Chao Zhang said, "My son, Chao Yuan, has long admired your second daughter. Today, we have purposely come here to propose to her. It will be an honor to the Chao clan if my son can become your son-in-law. Please leave." Hua Fenglu calmly replied. It was as though he had cast a cold bucket of water on them. The smile on Chao Zhang's face instantly froze. Hua Fenglu didn't even bother to humor him. He immediately replied with these words. He did not even look directly at Chao Yuan. "Master, my son has extraordinary talent. In the city of Qingzhou, he is considered one of the top figures." Chao Zhang continued. "Master, Chao Yuan is a leader of the young generation. He is indeed suitable for your second daughter." The elders of the Qingzhou Academy spoke up to the side. "Get lost." Just then, a voice with a tone as cold as ice could be heard. In the distance, Yusheng glanced over at them. Chao Zhang and the others turned to look at him as they frowned. However, Yusheng's gaze was extremely frightening and seemed to contain unparalleled authority. He was domineering to the point that no one dared to look him in the eye. This caused Chao Zhang to feel humiliated. He lowered his head to avoid Yusheng's gaze. "Who do you think you are? Since when are you qualified to intervene in the affairs of the Chao clan?" Just then, Chao Yuan chided coldly. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. His heart was full of rage. He had come to propose, but he was being humiliated. The surrounding temperature plummeted as Yusheng swept a glance at Chao Yuan. Yi Futian, who was leaning against the tree, opened his eyes. "Yusheng," Yi Futian called out. Yusheng then retracted his aura and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked towards the crowd. He first stopped in front of Elder Qin and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Elder Qin moved towards Yi Futian and pulled him up with his hands, saying, "Futian, this is not permissible." "Grandmaster, it's my honor," Yi Futian replied with a smile. Only then did Elder Qin nod in agreement. He felt a great sense of pride. The members of the Chao clan frowned since they were being ignored. Chao Yuan was especially irritated. He was here for the marriage proposal, yet the spotlight seemed to be on Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Chao Yuan and commanded, "Leave. Who are you to command me?" Chao Yuan retorted coldly. The atmosphere turned awkward. All the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy were watching them too. Some of them were worried about Yi Futian. Would Brother Yi be in danger? The Chao clan was the most powerful clan in the city of Qingzhou. "Who am I?" replied Yi Futian with a smile. He looked up at the sky and said, "I am back." The moment he finished saying this, on the battlefield of the City of Ruins, which was extremely far away, a voice reverberated in the space. "I am back. I am back." The voice reverberated in the space. Everyone heard it. Immediately, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Court, the Divine Prefecture, and other lands revealed looks of immense joy. They had expressions of astonishment on their faces. A terrifying aura appeared in the space. A divine tribulation that could destroy the world descended. Countless beams of light of catastrophe descended at the same time. On the battlefield, the invaders who took part in the battle were immediately killed off by the divine tribulation. In an instant, countless people perished. As for the Qingzhou Academy, the crowd was skeptical about who Yi Futian was speaking to. However, the next moment, the sky split apart. Rumble. A divine light penetrated through the rift of space and descended, lighting up the entire sky above the city of Qingzhou. Rumble. 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 Countless beams of divine light followed after the initial light. The heavens above the city were illuminated. Dazzling halos shone far and wide. The lights came from outer space and they surrounded the whole city. A majestic god's might could be sensed by everyone present. Instantly, everyone in the city emerged from the buildings. Their hearts were beating fast. "It's a divine miracle!" exclaimed the crowd as they knelt on the ground and worshipped the lights. They sensed God's might. Were Tiantians descending upon their city? One by one, Tiantians materialized after beams of divine light charged into the city. Each and every one of them were gods that dominated a part of the world. The crowd in the city worshipped them. What were they seeing? Tiantians filled the sky. The cultivators of the Chao clan felt their hearts racing. They, along with the disciples of the academy, were astonished by the arrival of the Tiantians. What surprised them even more was that they could sense that the Tiantians had their gazes fixed on the Qingzhou Academy. Heavenly Emperor greeted all the Tiantians as they bowed their heads in the direction of the academy. At this very moment, the crowd in the city of Qingzhou were worshipping the Tiantians. However, the latter's arrival was not without purpose. They too had come to worship. Heavenly Emperor greeted the Tiantians. The Tiantians had come to pay their respect to the Heavenly Emperor, the crowd thought. For a moment, silence enveloped the entire Qingzhou Academy. The youths stared at the Tiantians in the sky in awe. These people were all legendary figures. Now, they had come to pay their respect to the Heavenly Emperor. Who was the Heavenly Emperor? The Tiantians were all looking in the direction of the Qingzhou Academy, specifically towards Yi Futian. Could it be Brother Yi? The youths felt their hearts beating fast. Could it be that Brother Yi, who enjoyed boasting, was the Heavenly Emperor? Even the cultivators of the Chao clan wore puzzled looks. They stared blankly at what was happening. Just now, Yi Futian shouted, "I am back," at the sky. Then dazzling divine lights poured down from the heavens above and the Tiantians came to visit him. Divine lights continued to descend upon the city. More and more Tiantians arrived. Among them were some cultivators from the devil world. When they saw Yushang, they bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Devil Emperor." "Greetings, Devil Emperor." Many other great emperors followed suit and greeted Yushang. He was the guardian of this world. During Yi Futian's absence the past few years, Yushang was the one who protected the world from the invasion of the Heaven Realm and the Empyrean. "Devil Emperor!" exclaimed Chao Yuan. His face turned pale. Just now, he asked Yushang who he was in a disdainful tone. Yusheng did not respond to the greetings. He stood behind Yu Futian quietly. Many years ago, the two brothers had always been like this in the Qingzhou Academy. "Master!" Fang Xiyuan, Tai Tu, and the other two disciples of Yi Futian rushed down from the sky and landed in the academy. They were exhilarated about Yi Futian's return. Great emperors and Tiantians referred to Yi Futian as master. Yi Futian smiled while nodding his head. He scanned across the lineup of Tiantians and asked, "Is everyone doing fine?" "We have been awaiting your return," Lord Chen said. The great emperors from the Ziwei Imperial Palace bowed to Yi Futian. Lord Chen added, "Finally, the day has come." "Thank you for your hard work," Yi Futian responded. He then looked at the Buddha and greeted the Buddha. "On behalf of all the Buddhas from the world of Buddhism, I welcome the return of the Heavenly Emperor," the Buddha said while bowing. Even though he was a senior of Yi Futian, the latter was worthy of his respect because he had transformed into the heavenly path during the battle. Yi Futian had sacrificed himself to save the world. Therefore, everyone should bow to him regardless of their status. The Buddha was no exception. "Greetings, Heavenly Emperor." Various Buddhas paid their respects to Yi Futian. Their greetings were sincere. Gu Donglu and the members of the Heavenly Mandate Court welcome the return of the Heavenly Emperor. Gu Donglio's voice was solemn as he said this. He stood at another spot and was also bowing to Yi Futian. Dong Wang Diyuan and the cultivators of the divine prefecture welcomed the return of the heavenly emperor. One by one, the leaders of each group greeted Yi Futian. Their voices reverberated in the heavens and the earth. The citizens of the city of Qingzhou were already numb from the excitement. What were they witnessing? The knees of the members of the Chao clan went weak as they slumped to the ground. Chao Yuan could not stop his body from trembling in fear. Yi Futian, the heavenly emperor, was being worshipped by the Tiantians. Master was not boasting, the youths in the city of Qingzhou thought. Master once said that his disciple could transform into the universe and bellow thunder. He was not exaggerating when he said that. Brother Yi was not boasting either, they murmured as they witnessed everything in awe. Am I dreaming? A youth asked. It doesn't seem like you are, another person replied. I knew from the start that Brother Yi was not an ordinary person. The young lady, who had always trusted Yi Futian's words, wiped away her tears of joy. Not only was he not ordinary, but he was also the heavenly emperor. Rumble. A terrifying aura pressed down and a slit appeared in the sky. A menacing vortex loomed over the space. Through the slit, the heaven realm could be seen. The cultivators of the heaven realm were present too. Their leader sat on the divine throne of the heaven court. He looked high and mighty, as though he was the god who ruled over the entire world. Who is this? Thought the citizens in the city of Qingzhou as their hearts raced. The person was like the Lord of the 9 heavens as his gods might overwhelm the space. He was seated on the divine throne and was worshipped by many cultivators. He was indeed a very powerful existence. I did not expect you to make it back alive, Ji Wudao said to Yi Futian. His gaze pierced through the vast space as he lowered his head to look at Yi Futian. He sounded somewhat surprised. Yi Futian raised his head and cast a glance at Ji Wudao. He knew everything that Ji Wudao did all these years. The latter killed Lady Qin and Book Deity and ruled over the heaven realm by force. However, he did not go on a killing spree. He also helped protect the world from the invasion of the cultivators from the Empyrean. His sense of justice was still admirable. Ji Wudao, what's your goal? Yi Futian asked. The man seated on the throne was Ji Wudao. The citizens, especially the disciples in the Qingzhou Academy, were shocked when they heard Yi Futian addressing the other party. Even though they were not so familiar with the outside world, they had long heard of Ji Wudao's name. It was because he was the strongest cultivator in the world. Legend has it that Ji Wudao was the most powerful being globally. The youths in the academy had always joked around and said that they wanted to be the next Ji Wudao or his disciples. Now, the legendary figure had shown himself in front of them. Moreover, he was an acquaintance of Brother Yi. What's my goal? Ji Wudao muttered, seemingly asking himself the same question. Then he smiled and said, in terms of seeking the path and becoming immortal, I have long achieved this goal. I am immortal now. I exist along with the heavens and the earth. I shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. My true goal is perhaps fulfilling my obsession. I want her to know that I can do better than you. Why bother? Yi Futian sighed. Then he announced, I will sever your path of the emperor. You will be kicked out of the imperial realm. Be an ordinary cultivator from now on. Yi Futian sounded calm when he said this. It was as though he was just informing everyone of a usual occurrence. However, everyone in the Qingzhou Academy felt their hearts tremble violently. Yi Futian was talking about Ji Wudao here, the strongest cultivator in the world. Yi Futian wanted to sever his path of the emperor? Who in this world would dare spurt out such a bold statement? Ji Wudao rose from the divine throne. His gaze was terrifying. He cast a glance at Yi Futian. Immediately, Jiutian divine swords plummeted down. Countless swords of the heavenly emperor, containing God's might, traversed across the space and charged towards the city of Qingzhou. Yi Futian raised his head and gave the swords a stare. The swords instantaneously crumbled into nothingness. They disappeared without a trace. From the looks of it, you are now even more powerful than when you transformed into the heavenly path, Ji Wudao commented. However, you did not completely eradicate the human ancestor in the past. When he was trying to escape, I swallowed him whole. I refined him to improve myself. Now, I am the strongest in the world. Ji Wudao took a step forward as he declared, therefore, I can still defeat you even if you have transformed into the heavenly path. His domineering voice echoed throughout the space. As he said this, he extended his palm. A horrifying black hole was formed and it expanded frenziedly. In an instant, the power of the black hole enveloped the vast space. The entire world was trembling. Rumble. Even though the people residing in the 9 states were extremely far away from the black hole, they could still sense the terrifying aura emanated by it. Everything on Earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing and being sucked into the black hole. If you have transformed into the heavenly path, I shall swallow the entire heaven, Ji Wudao declared loudly. Beams of divine light from the black hole shot up into the clouds. The whole world was shaking. Countless people were astonished by this. This was the strongest figure in the world, Ji Wudao. Black lightning pierced through the space. Even the heavenly path trembled in its wake. Yifutian looked up. With a shift of his will, everything in the world seemed to stop, including the destructive black lightning and the terrifying vortex that wanted to consume the heavenly path. Time and space separate. As Yifutian uttered these words, Ji Wudao's attacks seemed to exist in a separate dimension from the rest of the world. Time and space were distorted. Then Yifutian lifted a finger. A beam of light shot out from his fingertip towards the black hole. An intense light radiated outwards after that. In an instant, everything in the world seemed to return to its initial silence. Time and space collapsed and shattered. Ji Wudao watched all of this in astonishment. When time and space returned to normal, the destructive power that he unleashed had already disappeared without a trace. His path had been destroyed. Tui! Ji Wudao let out a dull groan as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale as the aura on his body kept dwindling. Ji Wudao, you are banished from the imperial realm for life, decreed Yifutian. His word was the decree of the heavens. The members of the city of Qingzhou looked up at the sky. The mighty ruler of the heaven realm, the strongest cultivator in the world, had his path of the emperor severed with a finger. In the vast space, countless beams of divine light descended. The various gods of the heaven court stood in the sky. The strongest cultivator in the world, Ji Wudao, was in their midst. The scene before the eyes of the crowd was extremely impactful. Ji Wudao was the strongest cultivator and the most powerful existence in the world. Yet his path of the emperor had been severed by a finger. Yifutian was back. He had previously defeated the human ancestor and was the heavenly emperor who became the heavenly path. Now that he had returned to fight, he was invincible. Who controlled the rise and fall of those in power. The heaven court was silent. The cultivators who had betrayed Yifutian and followed Ji Wudao had pale expressions that were extremely ugly. Who would have imagined that Yifutian would still be able to return and become even more powerful as well? Ji Wudao claimed that he had already consumed the human ancestor. With a shift of his will, he wanted to consume the heavenly path. The current Ji Wudao feared nothing, not even the human ancestor reborn. Yet, he could not even withstand Yifutian pointing a finger at him. In the heaven court, Ji Wudao suddenly laughed. His laugh was somewhat tragic. He looked down at Yifutian in the city of Qingzhou below. The latter stood in the snow. He merely stood there and severed Ji Wudao's path of the emperor just like that. What mockery was this? During the age of the 6 great emperors, although my talent was unparalleled, I still kept a low profile and bided my time. Later on, when I became a great emperor myself, I wished to restructure the heaven realm. I wanted to make her dream come true and take revenge for her. Yet, you were still around. She chose you, said Ji Wudao, seemingly talking to himself. He continued, during the battle of the heavenly path, you became the heavenly path and sacrificed yourself. I respect you for that. Hence, I did not slaughter the others. I believed that the future would be my era. Even if the human ancestor were resurrected, I would still not be afraid of him. Even if the various gods and the immortal sovereign descended upon the world, I still believed that I could put up a fight and become the savior of the world. He concluded, however, I was never needed by the world. Ji Wudao's tone was full of self-depreciation. She had chosen Yifutian instead of him. This world similarly did not need him. Since the world gave birth to you, why bother having me? Ji Wudao said with a wry smile. Why? Ji Wudao declared. Since the world has no use for me, I do not miss it either. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Then, he looked at Yi Futian and said, I will die on the battlefield. I, Ji Wudao, do not need your mercy. As he said this, he flew down. He traversed across space and time and pounced on Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Ji Wudao. He knew that the latter had set his mind on death. All right. Yi Futian pointed his finger at the sky again. This time, its power penetrated through the body of Ji Wudao. Instantly, his body turned ethereal and dissipated. Many people were emotional as they witnessed Ji Wudao being killed. Ji Wudao had worked hard. From being a nobody, he had become someone famous. He had been crowned the Heavenly Emperor twice. His life was legendary. However, just as he had mentioned, the world did not need him since Yi Futian was around. If Yi Futian did not exist, perhaps Ji Wudao would have become the hero of their generation. Unfortunately, there was no if. The strongest cultivator in the world enjoyed his brief moment of fame and was now forever gone. May the Heavenly Emperor have mercy on us, begged the cultivators of the Heaven Realm as they bowed to Yi Futian. Great Sky Lords Black and White Almighty got down on one knee as they pleaded for forgiveness. With a shift of his thought, Yi Futian could eradicate all of them. Even Ji Wudao was killed. The rest of them stood no chance against Yi Futian. All of you followed Ji Wudao's command. After I disappeared, it was understandable for you to obey him. However, the Heaven Realm declared war on various realms. Your hands are tainted with the blood of the cultivators from various realms. Those people that you killed were once my followers. Yi Futian looked at the cultivators of the Heaven Realm and announced his verdict, saying, Moreover, many of you managed to prove your path because of my guidance. Therefore, I will sever your path. You will be ordinary folk from now on. As he said this, beams of light charged down from the sky and befell the cultivators of the Heaven Court. As punishment for their sins, they were stripped of their paths. Their faces turned as pale as sheets. I do not regret my decision, said Pagoda King, one of the 4 heavenly kings, as he looked at Yi Futian. In the past, if I chose not to pledge my allegiance to Ji Wudao, I would still be killed by him. Why didn't we get a chance to choose to live? Yi Futian cast an indifferent glance at him. Then he closed his eyes and shifted his will. One by one, figures appeared in the Heaven Court. Among them were the String Emperor and Book Deity. The cultivators of the Heaven Realm, who Ji Wudao had killed, were present too. Even those cultivators, marked by Yi Futian but sacrificed in battle, came back to life. Heavenly Emperor. They also greeted Yi Futian while bowing. Their joy and astonishment were ineffable. The String Emperor and Book Deity beamed as they thought, Young Master has finally reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Yi Futian had surpassed the human ancestor in terms of abilities. He could revive whoever he wanted, regardless of whether his target was a great emperor. Of course, you are free to choose your side, but you also need to be ready to face the consequences of your choice, Yi Futian said. The faces of Pagoda King and the others turned ashen. They regretted their choice. The deceased cultivators had actually come back to life. Yi Futian said, During the battle of the heavenly path, I encouraged everyone to go all out in battle, with the determination of saving the world and delivering the future generations from calamity. I promised that if we won the battle, you will be in charge of maintaining the order of the world. Now, I will fulfill my promise and grant all of you the path of the emperors. After he said this, divine light poured down from above and circled the cultivators. They were bestowed with the fate of the emperor. The crowd was shocked when they witnessed this scene. Auspicious signs filled the sky as divine light rained down. The cultivators were bathed in the divine light as they closed their eyes and meditated. Yi Futian had bestowed them with the path of the emperors. These cultivators all took part in the war. Now, Yi Futian carried out his promise and crowned them Tiantians. The cultivators who chose to leave the Heaven Court all felt their hearts ache as they witnessed this scene. They were very regretful of their past decision. After they left the Heaven Court, they experienced a tribulation. Many of them even perished under it. Those people would never have a chance of revival. All of this was because of a choice they made. Yi Futian gazed towards the city of the ruins. A terrifying aura appeared amid the invaders from the Empyrean. The will of the immortal sovereign of Empyrean had descended. Since you have proven your path to this stage, This world should be yours. The voice called out, reverberating throughout the space. Did you think you could just come and go as you please? Said Yifutian as he glanced at the other party. With a shift of his will, countless divine lights descended from the heavens above. They immediately enveloped the city of the ruins and trapped the invaders within it. He was the heavenly path. Many years ago, I decreed that all invaders would be killed without mercy, said Yifutian as he swept a glance over at those people. When they sensed his god's might, everyone revealed terrified expressions. Even existences on the level of the immortal kings felt the threat of death. The current Yifutian was invincible. This world belonged to him completely. Dai commanded Yifutian. In an instant, the great tribulations of apocalypse descended from the heavenly path and crushed the invaders. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The great tribulations of apocalypse plummeted, and many figures were crushed into dust. They perished instantly without a chance to defend themselves. Even the immortal kings only managed to struggle briefly before being killed on the spot. Presumptuous, chided the immortal sovereign of Empyrean. His voice reverberated in the heavens and the earth. He glared at Yifutian. Yifutian killed all the invaders, who were the subordinates of the immortal sovereign. Am I being presumptuous? Yifutian shifted his will, and immediately the space where the other party was crumbled. The gigantic face was crushed. Yifutian appeared directly in the city of the ruins. The immortal sovereign wore an ugly expression. He had not anticipated encountering such a powerful opponent during his invasion this time around. The greatest danger about invading another world was that the locals had absolute control over their world. The laws in the world obeyed the rules set by the locals. Therefore, the immortal sovereign had sent some cultivators here to scout the place first. To his surprise, he encountered Yifutian. We will meet again, the immortal sovereign of Empyrean said coldly. Amidst the crumbled space, a thread of consciousness escaped. It followed the direction of the altar as it broke free from here. It charged towards its own universe. Yifutian stood there and glanced over towards that universe. His will shifted and it immediately traversed the vast space and locked on to a location. Huh? Responded the immortal sovereign as he opened his eyes in a palace in the Empyrean. He glanced over towards the world where Yifutian was in. He had actually been pursued by the latter. In the city of the ruins, Yifutian gathered the divine power of the world. A spear materialized in his hand. He threw it into the passageway that connected the city and that universe. It was used by the other party when they landed in the city. On the other end of the passageway was the Empyrean. A shockingly loud sound could be heard. The universe shook vigorously for a moment. Then, space and time were shattered as the universe collapsed. A black hole popped up and consumed everything. Time and space, annihilate, ordered Yifutian. Right then, the Empyrean trembled. Yifutian retracted his gaze. Everything in the city of the ruins returned to normal. The passageway closed and Yifutian's figure returned to the Xianxia Academy. However, the crowd's amazement did not cease for a long while after they witnessed the spear that transcended time and space. Was this the ultimate realm of cultivation? Even the immortal sovereign of Empyrean was defeated with a single spear strike. Countless cultivators stood beneath the heavenly path. Their blood churned with excitement as they witnessed the scene. The heavenly emperor had returned. He was invincible in battle, no one could stand against him. We welcome the return of the heavenly emperor, a voice rang in the sky. We welcome the return of the heavenly emperor. One by one, the cultivators cheered. Their voices reverberated throughout the space. In the Xianxia Academy, the members of the Chao clan were prostrated on the ground. They were too afraid to raise their heads. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Everything felt so surreal to them. The person that they had offended was actually the heavenly emperor. On the other hand, Yifutian did not bother sparing them a glance. Congratulations. A voice sounded. Master appeared in the sky. You have finally come to this stage, Master said with a smile. Master, Yifutian bowed to Master while greeting him. He said, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I achieved enlightenment because of it. You need not be so humble. You have surpassed me in your cultivation, Master replied. It's my turn now to get some pointers from you. What is your state of comprehension toward the past and the present? Master once taught me that I am both the past and the present. I did it, Yifutian said. I am who I am in every space and time I have ever existed in. Master pressed further, asking, however, you did not alter the events in the past. You merely saved some people. Am I right? If I altered the past and stopped some events from occurring, the future would most likely be different. The present that we have now would become an uncertainty too, Yifutian explained. Therefore, I did not do anything that would affect the past. I merely brought some people from the past to the present. Besides that, I started cultivating and comprehending again from the top at every point in time. No wonder. Master nodded and implied, so it means that once you achieve enlightenment, you can remain in the loop of space and time and have endless time for cultivation. As a result, you can transcend time and space beyond the pinnacle of cultivation. Exactly, Yifutian replied while nodding. The moment he achieved enlightenment, that moment turned into eternity. In the snap of a finger, he had cultivated for eons. He was cultivating and comprehending at every point in time. Finally, all his comprehension accumulated and amounted to the current him. Master advised, I am not sure whether the universe is also infinite like you. However, with your current cultivation, you are an extraordinary existence among the rulers of the universes. Furthermore, you will grow even stronger in the future. Return to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. You transformed into the heavenly path, but you also have a physical body now. You can rule over the world completely. The old heavenly path collapsed, but it never possessed a real physical body before. Nobody had ever achieved Yifutian's current cultivation before. Most likely, no one could surpass him in the future either. Yifutian announced, I transformed into the heavenly path, but I am not the only one who protected the world. This world should be ruled together by various parties. He glanced at the sky, and immediately, a golden sky stairwell that extended into the heavens appeared. Yifutian strode forward. He climbed up the sky stairwell while being showered by snowflakes. As he moved up the stairs, all the cultivators from various corners of the world raised their heads to look at him. Everyone could clearly see the stairwell. Regardless of where they were, the sky stairwell appeared as though it was right before their eyes. The entire world observed the ceremony simultaneously. Brother Yi, exclaimed the youths in the Qingzhou Academy. They witnessed Yifutian ascending the sky stairwell as he was surrounded by divine halos and auspicious signs. Many youths had tears in their eyes. They were tears of excitement. Yifutian was their brother Yi, the heavenly emperor, the #1 cultivator in the world. He was worshipped by Tianxians. Everyone in the world was watching his coronation now. The youths had fun playing with brother Yi. They bantered with brother Yi. They listened to brother Yi boasting about his past achievements. Hua Jiu and Xia Qingyuan teared up as they watched Yifutian ascend. Tears of joy rolled down their cheeks. They knew that everything had finally come to an end. Yifutian would finally be delivered from all his suffering. The immense glory that he experienced now was the fruit of the tremendous suffering that he had gone through. He had survived countless tribulations and made it through many life and death situations. Him being alive today was a miracle. Now he had finally reached the peak. He was the highest existence. Everyone worshipped him. No one else would dare to act superior in front of him. No one else would dare to look down on him. No one else would dare to belittle him. The humiliation that he once went through would forever remain in the past. Glory awaited him now. What are you two waiting for? Yifutian smiled as he turned around to look at Hua Jiu and Xia Qingyuan, who remained at the bottom of the stairwell. He extended his hands towards them. The two ladies exchanged looks. Then, they walked up the sky stairwell, hand in hand. They followed closely behind Yifutian. Colorful clouds flew down and weaved into splendid robes that garbed the two of them. They were adorned with phoenix coronets and rosy capes. Their beauty was unparalleled. When Hua Fenglu and Emperor Xia saw this scene, they teared up too. Emperor Xia approached Hua Fenglu and patted his shoulder. The latter looked at him, and they broke into a grin. Everything was worth it, Emperor Xia lamented as he stared at the silhouette of his daughter. From now on, the Heavenly Emperor is my son-in-law, Emperor Xia said proudly as he wiped away the tears in the corner of his eyes. In another corner, the cultivators of the divine prefecture stood together. Many of them were checking Dong Wang Diyuan out. She revealed a brilliant smile. Her smile was sincere. She knew from a young age that Yi Futian had a lot on his shoulders. She met him for the first time when she was 16. That was their destiny. She was well aware of everything that Yi Futian had gone through. Now that he had finally reached the pinnacle, she could not help but feel happy for him. "How can you still be smiling?" Dong Huang the Great commented as he looked at Dong Huang Diyuan. "Father." Dong Huang Diyuan greeted him with a smile. "Sigh." Dong Huang the Great sighed when he saw her earnest smile. He lamented, "You were supposed to be, father." Dong Huang Diyuan stopped him from saying more. She said, "This is good enough." Dong Huang the Great was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, this is good enough." Yi Futian continued to move up the sky stairwell. He advanced slowly. With a shift of his will, a figure appeared behind Dong Huang the Great. The latter was stunned when he first saw the figure who had appeared. Then he grinned from ear to ear. He approached the person and gave him a big hug. "Welcome back," Dong Huang the Great said. "Futian rebuilt a body for me," Emperor Yi Qing said. He came from the past. Yi Futian had only met him once at Mount Tianyou in the city of Qizhou. Yi Futian went back to that exact spot where they met and brought Emperor Yi Qing to the present. "We did it," Dong Huang the Great said emotionally. We did it." Emperor Yi Qing was similarly very emotional. After they stopped hugging, Emperor Yi Qing looked at Dong Huang Diyuan. Her eyes were red as she greeted, "Father." Emperor Yi Qing approached her and gave her a gentle hug. He said, "Diyuan, I am sorry." Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing were not afraid to sacrifice themselves to uphold justice. "I crown them the immortal emperors of the East. They will rule over all the Tianshins in the East and be in charge of maintaining the order in the divine prefecture." A voice sounded from the sky stairwell. Divine light poured down on Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. The two of them were assigned the title Immortal Emperors of the East and were tasked to rule over all the Tianshins in the East. "Congratulations to the Immortal Emperors of the East," someone bowed and greeted them. One by one, the cultivators bowed and greeted Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. The voices of the crowd shook the heavens and the earth. The Buddha is concerned about the fate of all mankind. He led various Buddhas into battle. He will still rule over the West. I crown him the immortal emperor of the West. From Spirit Mountain he will command all the Buddhas. I bestow him the golden body of virtues and merits. He is indestructible from now on. As soon as Yi Futian decreed this, endless golden divine light rained down on the Buddha, constructing a golden body for him. Amitabha. When the Buddha was bathed in the divine light, he had a taste of exactly how powerful Yi Futian was currently. He felt emotional. No wonder Yi Futian could strip Ji Wudao from the path of the emperor with just a finger. This golden body forged by Yi Futian would most likely be able to withstand a power 10 times more powerful than a full blow from the Buddha. Yi Futian continued to decree, "I crown great Emperor Ziwei the immortal emperor of the north. He will rule over the Ziwei imperial palace and all the Tianshins in the north." As he said this, great Emperor Ziwei appeared in front of all the cultivators from the Ziwei imperial palace. "Gu Donglu is crowned the immortal king of heavenly mandate. He will rule over the heavenly mandate court and all the Tianshins in the central. Yi Qingyao the reaper is crowned the immortal emperor of the south. She will rule over the dark court and all the Tianshins in the south." The evil emperor and the dark sovereign repented at the last minute. Therefore, the evil emperor can continue to rule over the empty divine realm. I infect the dark sovereign with the bright continent. I crown Chun-Yi the god of light. I will forge him the bright temple. I crown Shi-Chiao the god of rain. I will forge her the rain temple. I crown Fang Xiyuan, Little Ling, Tai Tu and Duo Yu the great emperors of four corners. I will forge them the four corners temple. Yi Futian's decrees sounded one by one from the top of the sky stairwell. His commands echoed across space. On this day, Yi Futian, the heavenly emperor, bestowed titles to everyone who deserved it. Divine halos poured down from the sky and enveloped the vast space. Cultivators from all around the world looked at the newly crowned immortal emperors and gods with eyes of admiration. The crowd looked at Yi Futian's silhouette. He ascended to the very top of the sky stairwell. Then, he turned around and declared, "Now, the age of the gods has come once again. The various gods will maintain the world order and teach the way to the future generations. I will not interfere in the world order. This world is collaboratively ruled by various gods together." The age of the gods had come again. Yi Futian actually did not plan to control the world order himself. Did he plan to retire after this? Countless gazes were fixed on the silhouette on the sky stairwell. He looked so heavenly as the divine light flowed around him. This scene was forever etched in the memory of everyone. They would never forget it. In the year 20 of Futian calendar, an old man and a youth were walking down a street in the city of Qingzhou. The youth was eager to know more after listening to the old man telling him the tales of the heavenly emperor. A god, the ultimate god to be exact, originated from their city. "Grandfather, where did the heavenly emperor go after he ascended to the throne?" asked the youth. The whereabouts of the heavenly emperor were unknown to the world now. After he ascended, the heavenly emperor assigned various gods to rule over the world order. Then, he disappeared from the eyes of the public. No one knows his whereabouts. Some say that he is living in seclusion with his wives now. Some say that he changed his appearance in order to live an ordinary life. There are even people who claim that the heavenly emperor is now on his quest to conquer other universes, and he has already conquered many of them. The old man spoke while holding his grandson's hand. He could still vividly recall everything that happened on the day the heavenly emperor was crowned god. It was as though the event occurred yesterday. The old man continued as he looked at the sky. "Of course, even if we don't have any news of the heavenly emperor, he is ubiquitous. The sky itself is his transfiguration. How about the princess of the divine prefecture? Surely she likes the heavenly emperor too. Did she get married to him?" asked the youth. "That's the thing everyone in the world is dying to find out," the old man said with a sigh. "Of course, Princess Diuan likes him too. We are talking about the heavenly emperor here. Since the heavenly emperor assigned various gods to rule over the world order, does it mean that there will be no disputes in the future?" the youth asked. "But why is there still so much discord in the Qingzhou Academy now?" The old man replied, "Disputes exist wherever living beings are. Both humans and gods are no exception to this." The divine domain of the Taichu realm was bustling. There were a large number of cultivators here. Top cultivators from various worlds, who practiced very different techniques, gathered in this domain. It was because they could get cultivation techniques and treasure items from all corners of the world here. Of course, there were countless disputes here too. Many exceptional figures visited the divine domain of the Taichu realm. Every one of them were overlords in their respective worlds. However, they had to keep a low profile when they came here to cultivate. A group of youngsters was enjoying tea in a tavern. This tavern was 33 stories tall and was luxurious. The group of youngsters was on the highest floor where they could enjoy the scenery of the lively domain. As expected, the divine domain of the Taichu realm is extraordinary. It is more prosperous than any other city in our world. Among the group was a maiden dressed in green robes. She was around 18 years of age. Her eyes sparkled like water, and she had a face that could launch 1,000 ships. No one dared to sully her. The Taichu realm is one of the worlds under the rule of the Palace of Gods. Uncle said that currently among the discovered universes, this universe ruled by the Palace of Gods is the most powerful. The Taichu realm is a major world and can be ranked among the top 5 worlds. The divine domain is the center of the Taichu realm, so it is naturally prosperous. Next to the woman was a youth dressed in white robes with a sword on his back. He spoke in a gentle tone and was very sophisticated. "I say, miss, have you had your fun? Shouldn't we be going home?" said a burly youth sitting across from the maiden. His skin had a bronze sheen, and his figure revealed muscles full of explosive force. His pupils were full of vigor. However, when facing this maiden, he was begging her in a pitiful manner. "Isn't it nice to see the scenery in other worlds? Why do we need to go back?" the maiden said with a faint smile. "Brother Shou, how many times have you tried to persuade little Een to return home?" the white-robed youth with a sword said with a smile. This fellow. Could it be that you do not know how much attention her looks are drawing? The burly youth grumbled. You show, are you lacking self-confidence? Said another maiden dressed in white robes sitting beside little Een. She was similarly extremely beautiful. She had an extraordinary innate temperament. She appeared elegant and noble. Elder Sister June, it is not that I do not have self-confidence. It is just that the gazes of those fellows were too disgusting. Little Een also did not allow me to take action against them. Complained Yusho in a depressed tone. He swept a glance around them. As expected, he saw many people looking at them, especially little Een and Elder Sister June. What are you looking at? Yelled Yusho as he stood up. His yell was like a roar of thunder, causing the wine cups on the tables of those watching them tremble. The crowd immediately retracted their gazes when they knew that this youth was not to be trifled with. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the divine domain of the Taichu realm. There were countless powerful cultivators here. Those who dared to act so presumptuously most likely came from extraordinary backgrounds. Paper tiger, said Elder Sister June with a faint smile. In reality, she was just in her 20s. However, she was the oldest, so she was their leader away from home. With little Een around, Yusho would forever be just a paper tiger. They would not allow him to act out as he pleased. If not, with his temper, they would never enjoy peace. Sit down, chided Yijin as she stared at Yusho. Yusho immediately gave her a pitiful glance and replied, All right. As he said this, he sat down. If the members of the devil world saw their young master acting in such a manner, they would have been stunned. Gu Shijuan told Yusho, Yusho, the Taichu realm is a major world ruled by the Palace of Gods. There are cultivators who cultivate different techniques here. This is still a place worth exploring. Please don't be so anxious to return home. All right, Elder Sister June, Yusho answered Gu Shijuan in a very respectful tone. They had all grown up together. Gu Shijuan was slightly older, so she played the role of elder sister. Their group sat there quietly. The people in the tavern were chatting amongst themselves. Their group heard many people talking about the same topic. The proud son list of the world of the gods? Exclaimed Yijin in curiosity. Yi Shifan explained, based on what they said, only cultivators below 30 are eligible for the proud son list. The Palace of Gods rules over many universes and they are all interconnected. There are only 81 members on the proud son list. New members replace old members. Those on the proud son list are all proud sons of heaven. They can be considered prominent figures of the current generation. Yi Shifan was born a few days after Yijin. Both of them had similar names. The abilities of those on the proud son list should be at the Renhuang plane. They can indeed be considered peerless figures, added Gu Shijuan as she nodded her head. Ordinary people could not reach such a plane at such a young age. Hence, almost all those on the proud son list came from powerful backgrounds. Many of them were descendants of the various gods of the Palace of Gods. They are all just showy with no solid worth, said Yusho in an underestimating tone. Yijin looked at him and asked, Where did you learn such words? I learned it while touring the world with you, replied Yusho. Gu Feiyang got on the proud son list by force, suppressing Mo Wuyo. He was listed on the proud son list by the Tianji Palace. The Tianji Palace prophesied that Gu Feiyang would have the chance to reach the top 3 in the future, said someone who was having a discussion to the side right then. Who is this Gu Feiyang? Someone asked curiously. Another person explained he is a descendant of Emperor Gu. Rumor has it that he began cultivating when he was 3 years old. He proved his path when he was 10 and began challenging cultivators from all over the world at 15. He has yet to record a loss. He wishes to emulate his predecessor, Emperor Gu, and prove his path through combat. Rumor has it that he is, as his name suggests, he is domineering and arrogant. He does not consider ordinary people his equals. If my predecessor were Emperor Gu, one of the core members of the Palace of Gods, I would be even more arrogant than he is now. However, that is because I have the backing of my ancestors, someone said with a smile. Just as that person was speaking, the surrounding space suddenly fell silent. Many people were looking in the same direction. A group of people had entered the tavern. Their leader was a person in his 20s. He wore a long robe. His long jet black hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face gave off an indescribable suave air. Just by his temperament alone, he could be considered a prominent figure. As he walked, a formless boundary field seemed to form around him. He glanced at the speaker and said, "You know what to do." The expression of the speaker turned pale. He had already been signaled by his companions. He knew that this person was Gu Feiyang. The speaker decisively slapped himself in the face a few times. He bowed and pleaded, "I have been careless with my words. Please forgive me." Gu Feiyang cast a glance at him. Then he took a seat in a corner. The tavern turned exceptionally quiet all of a sudden. Suddenly, Gu Feiyang raised his cup and the wine in it transformed into a sharp sword that slit the throat of the other party. The person was killed with a single attack as he fell to the ground. The silence in the tavern grew more prominent. No one dared to speak a word. The crowd even held their breath. Yijin frowned, seemingly displeased. This man was too ruthless. He slaughtered a person due to a slight disagreement. Yusho was a reckless lad too. However, he would never injure anyone unless the other party was an atrocious person. "You, come over and pour me a cup of wine." Gu Feiyang ordered Yijin coldly, seemingly sensing her dissatisfaction. All the eyes were on Yijin in the silent restaurant. At first sight of the woman's stunning features and extraordinary temperament, anyone would know that she was not an everyday person. Even so, how could she hold a candle to Gu Feiyang? Within the world reigned by the palace of gods, there were only a handful of people who could be comparable to Gu Feiyang. He was listed on the Proud Sun list through his abnormal talents and was undefeatable. The Tianji Palace had even put him in the top 3 of the Proud Sun list. Moreover, he was the descendant of an ancient emperor. Nevertheless, Yijin paid no heed to any of that and merely furrowed her brows. Gu Feiyang was being too arrogant. He would murder someone at a whim and even dare to make her pour him a cup of tea. Although Yijin remained her composure, the people around her had been driven up the wall. Gu Shijuan's expression turned gloomy, while Yi Jifan had already manifested swords will around him. Who was Yijin? She was the daughter of the heavenly emperor and the empress. From the day she was born, no one would dare to disrespect her, let alone humiliate her like that. "Destroy your cultivation and I'll let you leave this place alive." Yusho's expression turned sullen. Although he remained seated, anyone could tell that he could barely hold back his anger. He would have battled that man if it weren't for Yi Jin's disrelish of him getting into trouble. Suddenly, the entire restaurant turned dead silent. What was Yusho talking about? Was he asking Gu Feiyang to destroy his cultivation? Everyone stopped what they were doing in the ominous silence. It was as if they had forgotten how to breathe. The people beside Gu Feiyang were stunned as they gaped at Yusho in bemusement. Who was this lunatic that did not know his place? This man might have been burly, but was he born without a brain? Boom! A sword will suddenly burst out. Then a cultivator in white could be seen sitting there with swords encircling his entire body, pressuring the restaurant. Turning to look at the others, he asked, "What should we do if someone were to disrespect young Master Gu?" A cultured-looking middle-aged man commented, "Kill." "Indeed." The cultivator in white nodded. Turning his gaze at Yijin, he bellowed, "It's your pleasure to be able to pour a cup for young Master Gu. Why won't you come forward and do what you should do?" Yusho glanced at Yijin, brimming with killing intent. Although they had been traveling to different universes together and had met all sorts of people, encountering such a group of arrogant people was new to them. Seeing that Yijin, Yusho, and the others remained unmoved, the cultivator in white got up and walked toward them. The sword will hovered around his body while a sword manifested on top of his head. The sight of it sent chills down the spines of the crowds. When the sword on his head pointed at Yijin, he questioned, "Young Master Gu, do you still need her?" "Do whatever you deem fit," Gu Feiyang uttered without lifting his head. Although Yijin was an exceptionally beautiful woman, he was not very attracted to her. After all, women would only affect his cultivation. So he was not interested in women in general. Roger that. The cultivator in white turned to Yijin and said, "If you would kneel and beg for forgiveness, you could still live to see another day." "Jifan." Gu Shijuan raised her head and looked at Yu Jifan. Understanding what she meant, he summoned a sword will from a distance that lit up the heavens. In that instant, the cultivators inside the restaurant felt a powerful killing intention, while some were even temporarily blinded. What just happened? Their hearts were pounding like crazy as they checked the surroundings. Although they could not notice anything out of place, blood flowed down from the forehead of the snobbish cultivator in white, and he dropped to the ground face first. His eyes were wide open at the moment of death, and he didn't even know what had just happened. Yi Zhifan, the son of Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu, was the disciple of the three sword gods. His father Yi Wuchen, the Desolation Sword God, and the Lihan Sword God, together with the God of Light, would guide him in practicing the swordsmanship of light. Yu Futian was his godfather. Hence, he was given the name Zhifan, which was similar to Yi Jin. The atmosphere inside the restaurant was still silent. Stares of disbelief were gaping at the corpse. Then they turned to look at Yu Zhiqian and her group and gasped. Were these people this powerful as well? It seemed like they were not ordinary people. Even so, why would they incur the wrath of Gu Feiyang? Who would dare to cross him in the world ruled by the palace of gods? No matter their might or background, they would only meet their demise in the end. Glaring at the corpse on the floor, Gu Feiyang put down the cup in his hand. He unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly permeated the entire restaurant at that moment. When that happened, nearly all the cultivators in the restaurant got up and fled from the scene. They knew huge trouble was about to befall. There was a gale in the restaurant when Gu Feiyang got up. The entire atmosphere of that place changed as he shot a dark look at Yi Jin and the others. Many cultivators from afar were stunned when they noticed Gu Feiyang unleashed his skills. Who would dare to provoke him? It was a good thing since they could witness the might of the person who had entered the Proud Sun list. Bang! There were cracks everywhere in the restaurant right after Gu Feiyang took a step forward. The atmosphere was pervaded by his aura when a phantasm of an ancient god appeared behind him. After pointing his finger at Yi Jin and the others, the heavens fell apart. Countless light of destruction was fired at them with the intention of annihilating them. The thrust of his finger was like the attack of a heavenly immortal, unleashing like a divine tribulation. Many cultivators looked at them in pity. Although the sword behind Yi Zhifan was unsheathed, Yu Shou stood before him. At once, a catastrophic maroon light of the blade lit up the atmosphere and flew toward this location. There was a conspicuous line that split the sky. Numerous catastrophic light rays shattered the force of the tribulation while the maroon light of the blade slashed the finger of the heavenly immortal in half. It did not stop until it obliterated the phantasm of the ancient god. Bam! Following a loud bang and the flash of the light of the blade, Yi Jin and her group were still alive and kicking. Instead, Gu Feiyang was sent flying out of the restaurant while his finger was shaking. Blood could be seen dripping down from it. What the? The hearts of the onlookers skipped a beat as they wondered who that person was. They could not believe that a top achiever of the Proud Sun list, Gu Feiyang, was sent flying backward with only one attack. You're definitely tired of living. You shall be rated with a death stare. Anyone who would dare to humiliate Yi Jin was getting on his nerves. He was named Yu Shou, and his name had the meaning of protection. After taking a step forward, the catastrophic light radiated the firmament, turning it into maroon color, intimidating the surrounding cultivators with his heavenly might. At that moment, they knew Yu Shou was a powerful individual. After a maroon demonic blade descended from the sky, Yu Shou held it in his hand and fired another slash even more powerful than the previous one. As the light of the slash filled the sky, Gu Feiyang howled and manifested the phantasm of the ancient god that hurled a domineering palm out to fight against the maroon demonic blade. Suddenly, deafening clangs were heard before the palm was split open. The slash of the maroon demonic blade fired at the body of the ancient god. Despite Gu Feiyang's best effort, the haughty man who entered the Proud Sun list could not stop the slash of Yu Shou. This is presumptuous. A loud roar could be heard from the sky as a divine light shone on the blade of Yu Shou, breaking it in the process and sending him backward as he let out a groan. The hearts of the crowds were beating like a drum when they felt the might of a heavenly immortal. Lifting their heads, they immediately caught sight of the silhouette of a heavenly immortal. Feiyang, are you all right? The heavenly immortal in the sky asked as he stared at Gu Feiyang. I'm fine. Gu Feiyang's expression turned glum as he was utterly defeated. This individual was one of the heavenly immortals of the Palace of Gods, a mighty cultivator under the command of the ancient emperor. The heavenly immortal nodded. Right then, He gazed at Yusho and the others condescendingly. Turning his eyes into golden color, he fired divine lights from them. Then he admonished, "How dare you behave like a bunch of barbarians here? You shall all die now." The crowds instantly turned their eyes on Yusho. This individual was truly overpowering. It was unfortunate that his opponent was Gu Feiyang. Now that a heavenly immortal had arrived, no way any of them could survive anymore. Which low-life worm dared to disrespect my young miss and act like a savage? Another voice could be heard bellowing from the sky. Just then, the sky was split open, and a dazzling divine light beamed down. Then a heavenly immortal dressed in a golden feathered garment could be seen descending from the firmament. It's a heavenly immortal. Many cultivators looked up at the sky of the Tianchu realm, only to realize that it was split open. A heavenly immortal clad in a golden feather clothing was covered with a divine light. That feather clothing was like sturdy and clear-cut armor. Another heavenly immortal had shown up in the sky, but they were not from the palace of gods. Young miss? The eyes of the crowds were on Yi Jin and her group. To think that these people were high-born individuals who had a heavenly immortal as their guardian. However, which force would dare to cross the palace of gods in a world reigned by it? A fellow elder of the palace of gods would be an exception, but that would be impossible. Otherwise, Gu Feiyang would have known them. The demon monarch. The pupils of the heavenly immortal of the palace of gods shrunk as he stared at the figure dressed in golden feather clothing. Then he mentioned, "I am one of the itinerant cultivators from the palace of gods. Taishan, identify yourself." The palace of gods was ruled by a group of elders whose influence extended across the entire world. There were many itinerant cultivators under the command of the elders. Each of them was a heavenly immortal, and the itinerant cultivator Taishan was one of them. Divine light surrounded his body, making him look intimidating. Hovering in the void, he glanced at the masses with a condescending look. In the infinitely vast multiverse, the Palace of Gods was one of the powerful forces that ruled many universes. Tianchu Realm was one of their territories. The Palace of Gods was the most prominent and supreme organization in this world. So he did not have to care about his opponent's background. His enemy was the demon monarch, the transmuted form of Little Condor. He turned his eyes to look at Yusho and thought, to think that second elder's son was bullied by some random person. If he were here, he would have cut the enemy in half. Besides, young Miss was here as well. These cocky lowlifes were totally out of line, making the Condor Emperor furious. "Uncle Condor." Eugene and Yusho greeted. Little Condor was their playmate. Although he was the mount of Eugene's father, they would always pay him respect. They would often ride on him to travel around, while he would also make jokes to alleviate their mood. "Young Miss, I'll go and finish off that scoundrel now," Little Condor stated. Who did they think the young Miss was? How could he allow her to be bullied by some strangers? It was too much. The itinerant cultivator Taishan furrowed his brows. Immediately, a terrifying divine power permeated the sky. A storm stirred up by the invisible divine power rushed toward Little Condor as an overpowering gods might pressurize the atmosphere. What a ridiculous remark! The whole atmosphere rumbled when the itinerant cultivator Taishan took a step forward. A matchless gods might pervaded the sky as if reality would crumble at any time. Simultaneously, multiple skyscraping stone pillars descended from the sky, aiming at the location of Little Condor, trying to repress the whole area. Whoosh! When the gale blew up, Little Condor transformed his body back to its original form, looking colossal. All the golden feathers on his body were like sharpened divine weapons. His form turned into a sparkling radiance when he flapped his wings. They produced flying slashes that tore open the fabric of space, cut off all the skyscraping stone pillars, and flew toward the itinerant cultivator Taishan's towering body of the heavenly immortal. In that instant, the gigantic figure gleamed and transformed into a bona fide divine body that assimilated with the world as if it was a god that ruled the universe. Conjuring incredible force in his arms, he hurled a fist that shattered the atmosphere, stirring up a violent cyclone. It traversed the void and fired at Little Condor. "Heaven collapse!" a resounding voice piped. The sky trembled at his command. Countless cultivators nearby felt like their bodies were about to break into pieces. Yet, Little Condor remained unflinching and flew forward as his wings turned into genuine divine arms. God Slayer. Clang. Clang. The ear-piercing sound of the wings cutting through the fist could be heard. The unstoppable slashes collided with the heaven-collapsing fist head-on, causing a deep, resonant bang that disintegrated many surrounding buildings. Most people were flattened against the ground when the storm swept through. Almost no one could stand up when the ripple hit. This is madness. The hearts of the cultivators of the Tianchu realm skipped a beat at the breakout of the Battle of the Heavenly Immortal. No one had expected a foreign cultivator would fight the Heavenly Immortal of the Palace of Gods without hesitation. Sounds of clashes could be heard in the sky ceaselessly. The atmosphere would quiver intensely at each collision. The scale of the battle between two heavenly immortals must be unimaginably spectacular. Hey beast, how dare you? Don't think you get away after defying an itinerant cultivator of the Palace of Gods. The itinerant cultivator Taishan chided angrily in the middle of the fight. He could not believe that the demon monarch could wipe the floor with him. Don't go around flaunting the name of the Palace of Gods. It means nothing to me. Who are you to bully my young miss? Little Condor continued in a loud voice. As a follower of my great master, I would be ashamed to return to him if I could not even slay you vermin of a cultivator right now. Slash of sparkling radiance. Right after he spoke, a dazzling golden divine light tore open the sky, creating a fissure in the fabric of space. When the brilliance cut through the heavens, a spurt of blood appeared as the itinerant cultivator Taishan groaned in agony. The impact of the attack sent both the itinerant cultivator Taishan and Little Condor flying backward, canceling out the powerful storm. The crowd raised their heads to stare at the sky and noticed blood oozing out of the gigantic body of the heavenly immortal. The sight of the missing limb was a little too eerie to behold. The itinerant cultivator of the Palace of Gods, the heavenly immortal Taishan, had gotten one of his limbs chopped off. What a crazy turn of events! To think that one could witness an undaunted individual fight one of the strongest younger generations of the Palace of Gods, Gu Feiyang, while the former's reinforcement, the demon monarch, sever the limb of the itinerant cultivator. Was there actually someone who would stand against the Palace of Gods? What about the master of the demon monarch? Could it be that the woman who Gu Feiyang had asked to pour him a cup of drink was actually the progeny of the demon monarch's master? Should that be the case, how powerful could the demon monarch's master be? Another booming sound was heard when Yusho hurled attacks at Gu Feiyang. The former easily defeated the cocky cultivator who entered the proud sun list. The entire fight was one-sided. I don't care who you are, but you'll be skinned alive for offending the Palace of Gods. The voice of the heavenly immortal Taishan echoed through the heavens. Thunders rumbled when his voice traveled to the sky. Then it was split open. Following that, a peerless god's might pervaded the atmosphere. Everyone in the Taichu realm lifted their heads to gape at the sky. Many of them showed reverence and bowed to worship their deity. Little Condor frowned after raising his head to stare at the sky. This world was controlled by the Palace of Gods. In other words, its will would be equivalent to the will of the world. The itinerant cultivator Taishan must have informed the heavens earlier. An enormous divine palace could be seen at the peak of the firmament. A lineup of the itinerant cultivators of the Palace of Gods was hovering outside the palace. At that time, a silhouette opened his eyes while sitting in a lotus position inside the divine palace and peered at the lower realm condescendingly. With just a glance, countless rays of divine light beamed toward the Tianchu realm. Meanwhile, a heavenly might filled up the atmosphere, flattening against Little Condor, Yusho, Yijin, and the others. It was especially bad for Yusho, Yijin, and the likes. Under the suppression of the heavenly path, their faces turned ashen, and their bodies turned feeble. Kneel! A voice sounded like the heavens roared from the above.